I just had an excellent meeting with Mr. President where we talked about the fundamental transformation that has happened in the last 2 years. Think about it. Removal of subsidy, tax reform. We have a refinery that's operating and exporting aviation fuel, unification of the road ownership system. And so the next step is how do we encourage international investment in Nigeria to drive economic growth? And I had a wonderful meeting with Mr. President, talking about exchanging ideas about how we can do that, how we can put Nigeria front and center on the map for international investments. And we had some very good suggestions and discussions about that.
Apart from the suggestions, personally, what are you bringing on board?
We're making investments in Nigeria. We explored additional opportunities. I'm not going to tell you what they are. You just wait, watch this space, you will see them. But look, Nigeria is now a place that is exciting to invest in, and that's what we talked to Mr. President about. And of course, as you would expect, he was very encouraging of international investments in Nigeria.
Okay, I'm not expecting you to tell me how you told the president, but what sector particularly are you interested in?
No, but you think about all the sectors that we invest in. Energy. So we invest in energy. We're building LNG plants in Texas. We're building LNG plants in Australia. There's gas in Nigeria. Nigeria is a huge gas province. People describe me as a guy who bought Gatwick Airport. I didn't personally buy Gatwick Airport, but the aviation sector is also an area of interest to us. I confessed to Mr. President that one of our companies has ports in Cotonou and it has a port in Lomé, none in Nigeria. So I asked for his forgiveness and understanding, and being the gentleman that he was, he forgave me but said you have to bring port investment to Nigeria. So that's another area we're looking at. Renewables, that's another area. So lots of investment opportunities in Nigeria. You just have to be serious about making the right moves.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think when Nigerians in Nigeria and when Nigerians in the diaspora invest in Nigeria, it can only be a great signal for the international community to invest in us and make our country greater. We thank President Tinubu for his policies. They have made Nigeria investable. We wish him all the very best, and we give every assurance to the President and every assurance to the Nigerian people that we will do our very best and it will create a fast-growing Nigeria which will achieve its objectives.
Our President has done fundamental reform, and that reform on its own invited all these people that you are saying. We've done the fundamental. The next thing for us is to lead export-led economy, which is why you see these are great Nigeria. And they are committed. Mr. President has given them go ahead. And the only thing I can say is the hope is very on rise.
Thank you, sir.
We outside.
May I appreciate you? And may I appreciate the Island Club.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much.
What about we? Ladies and gentlemen, since they say if you don't plan to pass, I mean you are planning to fail. Since 2 years into the Bola Tinubu administration, I didn't see anybody putting a serious planning out there to unseat him come 2027. Instead, everyone is playing along the propaganda and all the noise. And Tinubu himself seems to be the only man right now.
I just had an excellent meeting with Mr. President where we talked about the fundamental transformation that has happened in the last 2 years. Think about it. Removal of subsidy, tax reform. We have a refinery that's operating and exporting aviation fuel, unification of the road ownership system. And so the next step is how do we encourage international investment in Nigeria to drive economic growth? And I had a wonderful meeting with Mr. President, talking about exchanging ideas about how we can do that, how we can put Nigeria front and center on the map for international investments. And we had some very good suggestions and discussions about that.
Apart from the suggestions, personally, what are you bringing on board?
We're making investments in Nigeria. We explored additional opportunities. I'm not going to tell you what they are. You just wait, watch this space, you will see them. But look, Nigeria is now a place that is exciting to invest in, and that's what we talked to Mr. President about. And of course, as you would expect, he was very encouraging of international investments in Nigeria.
Okay, I'm not expecting you to tell me how you told the president, but what sector particularly are you interested in?
Yeah, but you think about all the sectors that we invest in. Energy. So we invest in energy. We're building LNG plants in Texas. We're building LNG plants in Australia. There's gas in Nigeria. Nigeria is a huge gas province. People describe me as the guy who bought Gatwick Airport. I didn't personally buy Gatwick Airport, but the aviation sector is also an area of interest to us. I confessed to Mr. President that one of our companies has ports in Cotonou, and it has a port in Lomé, none in Nigeria. So I asked for his forgiveness and understanding, and being the gentleman that he was, he forgave me, but said, you have to bring port investment to Nigeria. So that's another area we're looking at. Renewables, that's another area. So lots of investment opportunities in Nigeria. You just have to be serious about making the right moves.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think when Nigerians in Nigeria and when Nigerians in the diaspora invest in Nigeria, it can only be a great signal for the international community to invest in us and make our country greater. We thank President Tinubu for his policies. They have made Nigeria investable. We wish him all the very best, and we give every assurance to the President and every assurance to the Nigerian people that we will do our very best, and it will create a fast-growing Nigeria which will achieve its objectives.
Our President has done fundamental reform, and that reform on its own invited all these people that you are seeing. We've done the fundamental. The next thing for us is to lead export-led economy, which is why you see these are great Nigeria. And they have committed. Mr. President has given them go ahead. And the only thing I can say is the hope is very on rise.
Please welcome CEO at Brookfield, Bruce Flatt. Chairman and CEO at Global Infrastructure Partners, Bayo Ogunlesi, and Managing Director and CEO of Macquarie Group.
Let's start with the big announcement from Black.
Let's go with this. Morning, good morning. Welcome. I don't know. These days, I don't even know how to start again. But since we are not here to perform. There's not a show. We are here to inform, educate, I guess entertain at the same time, but without any necessary costume. So to those 3 people who are watching, if you have not liked and share, shame on you. Anyway, welcome. And today, I don't know what to talk about, actually, really. I try to avoid news. Our headlines that are coming from our Nigerian media.
I just had an excellent meeting with Mr. President, where we talked about the fundamental transformation that has happened in the last.
TV, newspaper, everywhere. There's just so much noise going on. So, and I said, okay, where do I look? So it's as if the election come 2027, even though it's based on turn by turn, but at least they're supposed to pretend as if they want to compete, just like my coach in Dickinson will always tell me, shout out to Coach Stanson, just go and compete. Go and compete. And Coach Akiade of Ibadan will always say, the game of finance is a game of anybody. Anything can happen. Anyway, it's as if nobody's interested in giving Bola Tinubu run for his money. And I don't think I blame them. I mean, maybe I should put Obi aside. Obi is working hard. He's doing everything, even though he's doing it off radar, off the media, to some extent to his disadvantage. But I think with what experience they say is the best teacher, with what Labour Party went through at the heat of the moment and even after the election, I think if I'm in Obi position, I will do the same thing. I will play under G so that I will not be attacked the way they attacked in 2023. And I think that's the game Obi is playing. Could as well be wrong, but time will tell. So outside that, no other person is putting up a strong challenge. I think Atiku was making a move at a point, but the propaganda of Christian genocide hit hard. And I think it's still going. So it kind of raveled their put them in a cocoon. You know go blame those who are pushing the Christian genocide propaganda. That doesn't mean Christians are not being murdered, killed, people are not being displaced from their villages and all that kind of shit. That's not the point. The point is that just as we've been, the series we've been embarked on, which is a state capture, elite capture, and all that kind of nonsense, we understand that there is a bigger game at play, even as people being killed, being displaced. The land is what matters. What they're interested in is the land, right? To farm and to extract. And that is going on successfully. Also tell you one or two things that are keeping our elite checked when it comes to preparation getting towards 2027. But on the other side, Bola Tinubu seems to be doing excellently well. Anytime when I talk like that, people always look at me as if they don't pay me or I'm working for APC. I wish. That's a good job to have, but that's not the case. It's just even the blind can see at this point that those that matter in our society, those that have skin in the game, those that have much to lose if the country go left, are happy. I mean, we can see them. That's why I played that video. I know this kind of men, they pretty much are under the radar, the kind of power, the kind of influence they have. These guys are sitting at the top echelon of who elite or what elite is about. All right. A lot of people don't know this. Well, then I think in self-talk, they say name by Gatwick, Kabi, which of those airports in America, in London. But no, this motherfucker right now is sitting at the top of BlackRock. If you don't know what BlackRock is, which company is BlackRock, then I'm sorry, you are not among the living. Unless you belongs to our caucus who don't know how to speak English, who are not well educated or informed enough, that can be forgiven. But outside that, if you are classify yourself as part of the mainstream, cosmopolitans, people that know how things work, and you don't know about BlackRock, then you are not existing. Literally, if there's one company that controls the world, quote unquote, that company will be BlackRock. BlackRock invested or owned pretty much more than 50 companies. When we talk of companies, not be just no be Dangote. Talking about Dangote, we are talking about $1 trillion at the top company. Talking about Nvidia, talking about Alphabet, we're talking about Facebook, we're talking about X. I mean, you just name it, from communications to oil to, you goddamn name it, whatever important, how important that company is in any part of the world, BlackRock has one or two things to do with them. So when I say if there's any company in the world today that is poised to govern the world, because pretty much that's where we are headed, right? The age of singularity. If you never hear that, welcome to the future, where everything will be connected under our pretty much one grid, right? When we're going to have Big Brother according to the Brave New World. That company is none but BlackRock. So our own man is sitting at top. We never see her for Nigerian before, at least not in official capacity. But this man is not just in Nigeria, he's singing praises of what Bola Tinubu is doing. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know, that people that matters, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world, are happy. They are happy not necessarily because, yes, Bola Tinubu is changing the life of Nigerians. No, they are happy because their investment is paying off. And that's what matters. Money runs the world, right? These guys are freaking happy that their investments finally going to not just find a home, but flourishing beyond their imagination. So that's what matters. That's what counts. That's what, when people have skin in the game, are happy, you're good. So the idea of this this is not just propaganda at the highest level. So this franchise, me and you, the ordinary Nigerian, from paying attention to what matters. Yes, this video I'm playing is not today, it's not yesterday, it's about 3 weeks old, but it speaks to the core of Bola Tinubu presidency. You never see these kind of people before, right? In our space, officially talking about business. So for the man himself, who is sitting at the top of global infrastructures, is there in Nigeria, praising the homeland, promising that they are coming to invest. My brother, you don't finish. That's one reason. Not just when I say 1 million reason. As we go on from now, I will tell you, so that we no go surprise if Bola Tinubu win, if you read, however you think is going to come out at top come 2027, and if the global community keep quiet, you should know why they are keeping quiet. If we remember our own sister, Kilonkwe, Chimamanda Adichie, write a love letter to Biden and Co when they declare Tinubu winner of the election. They begin write love letter up and down. As if, and the question that came to my mind was like, is it that these people don't know who they work for? Is it that they cheat? Chimamanda Adichie don't know who they work for? You earn your living in these people's home, and you think you want to go against them, and you don't know that your country, as it is today, is under their own, and then they run out. And people like you now make them they run our country successfully, because they empower people like them, Wole Soyinka, Chimamanda Adichie, and the likes, bring them out, empower them globally, make them global icon. Yeah, they are mad peace. So when Chimamanda Adichie was busy writing letter, I laugh. I laugh. But the most funniest thing that she's surprised that those men don't even move a finger. How? That's what they wanted. So when the business community are happy, there's a reason why I put the pictures of the Dangote and the rest, known ones. Those are known local champions. They are joy. their joy and their praises towards this government no bounds. From day one, na only Atiku be the struggle. I say Atiku, Dangote be the struggle with Bola Tinubu government. But today, everybody is happy. Those are the people that will fund Tinubu election, either by rigging or either by clean cut winning. However, the victory is going to come 2027. Now the men will go back ruler and then be that. No be all this one with a shout vote. The people will come out. If the people are going to come out, it's also has to do with the men. Remember towards I think that the season don't start safe. Go get your voter registration card. Go there and vote. Go get make sure you get your. They will begin to harass people every time they can. But guess what? It is not their fault because they will soon start to share money, quote unquote, the influencers, the elite, to start harassing people to come out and vote, to come and get their PVC. But for the past 2 years, they are quiet. They abandoned the people to their faith. In fact, some people, they say, make them go die. But it is their fault what is happening to them. They will come back now, few months to the election, begin insult and harass every time they carry. Oh, but guess what? At the time, in the next couple of days or weeks, as we move into the cocoa, you will begin see what's going on. You begin see these men put their money to use. They go begin engage the people that they empower, especially the movie industry, from the musicians to the movie actors, before they will move to the civil society organization. But it's a collaboration. It was a good collaboration leading to 2021, right? At least to 2023, if you remember. It was like a week-long festivity just to bring people out to come and register. They see concerts, they pop up everywhere, led by the Faz, the bad guy, Kate Henshaw, and the rest. I mean, all of them, right? Their season is approaching. They will give them a lot of money, fly them all over the world, so that they will come and be harassing ordinary Nigerians to go and get their PVC. So they went from losing the election, cry, insult everybody, say President Bola Tinubu is not my president, the judiciary is corrupt, all kind of shit. And guess what? You're right. But they went from that point to what? To just key into every propaganda that is out there for their survival. Distraction everywhere. Now that season of distraction, propaganda, all nonsense is coming to an end. They'll move towards go get your PVC. These companies, these people are the one actually financing those processes. If you see any within obedience they do 2023, so is this what did they make people they come out for street they last 2023 obedience were everywhere now on the street. What did they do so that they not protest? That they all rally everywhere. Those rally are not just out of the blue. They are not organic. Companies that these men control, and then they dole out money to influence people to come outside. Let's even narrow it to our celebrities, because now then they use pass, right? The likes of all from musicians. How many of those musicians that we actually say, I mean, they have a lot of followership in Nigeria. Let me not take that away from them. But how many of their fans how many of their fans has actually or in a position to spend, let me say 50,000 naira in buying their whatever they are selling, their music, their movie, or whatever. How many? But these motherfuckers are millionaires by every standards and billionaires in Nigeria, right? Where those money they come from? They are always on private jets, some of the best hotels in this world. Where do you think those money are coming from? From these men. Not directly from them, but the companies that they control. So if these men who are singing praises to high heaven in terms of how Bola Tinubu policy is doing, they now come back and sponsor a celebrity to hold a protest, a rally against the government. Just think about it for a minute. Right? There's no way you will either vote against your interest or sponsor any disturbance against your interest. It doesn't work like that. Anytime you put your energy into that, is for another reason, just to distract every Tom, Dick, and Harry. It is not out of the ordinary that people like Showore cannot go into the inner community, hold a symposium, hold a debate, hold just to actually, and the sense of that, empower or educate people. Not just about the opposite, but in the real sense of how an ordinary citizen should act or what he or she should know about the system. If we try him, we not go see him for that would be the beginning of his downfall in terms of popularity, celebrity status, and all that. He dare not try it because that is not what is why they recruited him. That is not why they are giving him grants. They are not giving him grants to come and liberate people. Nah. Rather to come and distract and confuse people by using the few people who think they're educated. They all know how things is happening. So if you are still doubting that Bola Tinubu is not going to win 2027 with landslide, think again. In politics, there are three currencies in politics. Three. The third one, I may add that there are three more. They will tell you there are three: money and numbers. That is the currency of electoral politics. Money and numbers. Now, money buy everything, including numbers. But the third one, the number three of the most lucrative currency in terms of the political cycle is fear. Fear. So that fear, that one sat as diffranchising. You see, say millions of people will not come out and take part because of what? Fear. So people like them, Showore, they say they don't have the money, right? But the people are out there in their millions. Why he no go trying to get portion of those people, bring them into the system? Because that's what pretty much Obi did. That makes every difference. Now, one can say argue that Obi on are still he just wake people up. Not necessarily these are people who are alienated. No, he just wake the people who are on the known already. Young people who are educated, who know what's up. So they just charge them up to take part. So they don't do anything different. They didn't do anything as out of the ordinary. You will need to go study Barack Obama's 2007, 2008 election. It's a book that actually summarized how they mobilized they went into the untapped territory. People who have been left out of the process for decades. Now, you give you Obama credit for using the related development act and Facebook and the rest of it. But the underground force are people who were left out of the process for decades. The Audacity to Win. That is the name of that book. The same thing Trump did with MAGA. They went into what they call the low propensity voters, people with low information, which is what I've always recommended. Go into the villages. Those people don't understand things the way those who are in the mainstream did. So the MAGA, the MAGA, there are two policies that targeted low propensity voter that the MAGA movement pursue. One is called the Princeton strategy. Princeton strategy is now one like war, right? In Nigeria now war to war. I mean, World 1, World 2, World 3. So they embark on what they call word strategy. So those people are low propensity voters, people with low information. Not that they are not educated, not that they are stupid, no. But they because of the way the system is set up, deliberately to just cut them out. That's why you will see they can say, oh, a grown man who is successful in business and public office, they say no sabi speak English. That's the only way they go hit him. Because they see that that person represents millions of people out there who they are working day and night. The mainstream media's collaboration with the few people who are running the system to make sure those people never understand how things work. So the MAGA movement implements what they call the Princeton strategy. Then, of course, what did they call them? What's going on with what did they call Turning Point USA, led by Charlie Clark, to focus on the university students. So those two strategies, the university angle and the Princeton angle, give Trump his victory. Then there's another thing like that is actually going on right now in New York, in the mayor race in New York, led by Mandani, they call that guy. And one of the reasons that took me to that part of the country the last 2-3 months, New York, New Jersey, Philly, Connecticut, pretty much all of them are the same. I noticed one thing. There are thousands of young Democrats who the Mandami movement engaged at the grassroots level. We are out there pretty much knocking doors, showing up at the sports competition, community event. I mean, on a freaking daily basis. I saw this with my own eye. And we'll see. I think that will be a game changer for the Democrat. And not strange to it, as I said, Obama used the same strategy, and the story of Democrat never remained the same again since then. So when I say Tinubu has 1 million reason to win, I just, some of those things. When the business class, who their main job is to use money to get what they want. When they are happy with the president, not because the guy is generous or anything, but for the fact that the policy that they actually sat down and write I didn't write the policy that Bola Tinubu implemented. They are happy, regardless of how every other Nigerian feel. This is not about, I keep saying it, the presidential race is not about the ordinary poor people. No, that's beyond our pay grade. It's $1 billion office. It has nothing to do with the ordinary people. I don't care where you live on this planet Earth. The presidency is not for the ordinary common man. So those who have skin in the game, who have invested billions of dollars in the system, are looking for someone that can oversee their investment, not just overseeing for overseeing's sake, but it have to flourish. There's no point having a business and you are now killing it. That's the crime people like Goodluck Jonathan and Buhari committed during their time. The Goodluck one was the most obvious one. In fact, everybody they have to rally all of them up to get to work and push them out because their business, yes, even though their business, even though it's not stopped them from doing business in Nigeria, but the rate at which their business is growing is not acceptable. And that is because the people Goodluck Jonathan brought to power to manage the system are not in the payroll of this existing Western capitalists already. Kind of new. The man himself is new. So he went with people who say, come, I think we can, adjust the way we do business a little bit, regardless of what is going to happen to the existing ones already. But of course, they lost. When Buhari said, grow what you eat or eat what you grow what you eat and eat what you grow or die, people did not understand what that phrase stands for. He put it like that because that is when all our pretty much borders were shut. They shut our borders down so that our local business people could at least flourish. If our local people investment flourish, the immediate beneficiary of that progress are the Nigerians. But when you open up the border, you allow foreign investors to come and invest, the beneficiary of the progress of those foreign business is going out, non-Nigerians. But that is too complicated for our educated folks to wrap their head around. They are just screaming, why you go close border? Well, again, it is not their doing. When the foreign capitalists invested billions, they are there for a killing. So they will do everything within their power to make sure anything that stands their way is out. Bola Tinubu, of course, understand that. As an accountant who started his career with a foreign company, of course, you understand the system and he's doing it, playing it well. I never see this man, Bill Osagi. Bill Osagi. The last time I see Bill Osagi, I don't know, maybe not during military myself, during Babangida, I did hear a name. I think Obasanjo too, like the Bill Osagi. I then started UBA. But since PDP come up for power, I never see the man again. For the man to now pop up. That's to tell you again, another aspect of Bola Tinubu that we don't know. So the businessmen that lost during PDP are back in business. So in case you see they think the opposition stand a chance, think again. Think again. They don't. The only way the opposition stand a chance is to do the dirty work. Go a fishing. Go and fish people out to come and join you. Go into the areas that are not so endowed with the things, how things work. The people who have less information, not that they are stupid or they are dumb, they don't know anything, they just have less information. Why some of us are being bombarded with too much information? Some people are denied totally those information. Make it make sense. So, but the people who are denied a lot of information are the majority. Those who are being bombarded with all kind of information are the minority. So you now understand why the tiny group of the 1%, 1 million people, they are succeeding. They jam the people who are supposed to know better heads together, make them argue, make them. Why those who are the major, who have the numbers, cannot get organized? It is not their fault that the ordinary Nigerian cannot organize. Because that's why I always pick fight with people where they always call ordinary people. No. They have less, they have no information at all to organize. What are they all going to organize on? It is upon us that have information or that have much information to make it available for the less people who have information so they can organize. But we don't do that. We allowed machineries, agents of the Western capitalists to do that, aka Shogore. And we can testify if he's doing it, if he's doing it well. It's not something one go anybody could propagate. It's right there in our face.
So I asked for his forgiveness and understanding, and being the gentleman that he was, he forgave me, but said, you have to import investment in Nigeria. So that's another area we're looking at. Renewables, that's another area. So lots of investment opportunities in Nigeria. You just have to be serious about making the right moves.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think when Nigerians in Nigeria and when Nigerians in the diaspora invest in Nigeria, it can only be a great signal for the international community to invest in us and make our country greater. We thank President Tinubu for his policies. They have made Nigeria investable. We wish him all the very best, and we give every assurance to the President and every assurance to the Nigerian people that we will do our very best and it will create a fast-growing Nigeria which will achieve its objectives.
Our President has done fundamental reform, and that reform on its own invited all these people that you are saying. We've done the fundamental. The next thing for us is to lead export-led economy, which is why you see these are great Nigeria. And they have committed, Mr. President has given them go ahead, and the only thing I can say is the hope is very on rise.
For our Bloomberg audiences worldwide, I'm David West, and we're joined now by the two CEOs who are putting together.
These are the men that are at peace with Bola Tinubu. These two men we want also, they are happy. And if you have these two men, they are 2 in 1 on your side, you will win any presidency. Doesn't matter if it's America. If you have BlackRock behind you, you're good. You're good.
The big deal in finance these days, they are Larry Fink. He is chairman and CEO of BlackRock, as well as Adebayo Ogunlesi. He is chairman and CEO of GIP. So welcome. Thanks very much for joining us.
I did.
Thank you.
Any big deal like this, and this is a big deal, $12.5 billion last time I counted. Any big deal, there's got to be an imperative behind it. So Larry, let me start with you, from BlackRock's point of view. Why do you need this deal? You already are in infrastructure. You've got a pretty substantial operation there. You identify as an opportunity, but why do you need GIP to get done what you want to get done?
Well, thank you, David. It's great to be here today. No, we believe infrastructure is only at the beginning of a real major asset class. there are some structural demands that are going to increase the issuance of more and more infrastructure. I've said for all along, and Bloomberg has been talking about that for a number of years, that deficits matter. It's going to be harder and harder for countries to continue to deficit finance. And at the same time, there's a giant need to rebuild and build out infrastructure, whether it is the digital infrastructure as we are all trying to become more engaged with AI and other forms. We have a decarbonization process. More and more countries are more interested than ever before in energy independence. And one of the ways in countries that do not have available hydrocarbons, they're going to be doing it through wind and solar, maybe other forms of decarbonization. We have corporations now that are using partial infrastructure sales as a mechanism to finance their future growth. And then from the demand side, what can be better for retirement investors than long duration assets with a high coupon that is inflation protected? So you think about, our clients, 65% of our clients are retirement assets. And when you think about BlackRock and the roles we play with many governments, our continuous ownership in stock and bonds of every major corporation in the world, more and more companies are coming to us. And over the last few years, we did build up a very large and really successful infrastructure team. But I've always looked with envy, with admiration to what Bayo and his team have done. We are both refugees from First Boston. We knew each other at First Boston. We have a common culture. We laugh about what we learned at First Boston over dinners. Yep. And so with the respect, the appreciation of GIP, when you think about GIP, what are they known for? They invest in major and larger projects than we did in infrastructure, like Gatwick Airport and Sydney Airport. Right. But they're particularly superb in the operational efficiencies of these investments. They improve the quality of service. And so if you think about what we have brought at BlackRock over the last 8 years in infrastructure, what GIP has been doing since 2006, the two organizations look like a perfect match, and then you've overlaid the cultural connection. And we always underestimate the cultural connections. In our business is a business of people. Right. And if you don't have that cultural connection, that friendship, that continuity, it makes it harder to do. So I think we have the business strategy down. I'm confident we are in the early part of this infrastructure revolution. Mm-hmm. And we wanted to have the scale. We wanted to have the expertise, the operational expertise of GIP, marrying that expertise with BlackRock's global relationships with companies and governments, marrying our existing expertise in decarbonization and infrastructure. It's a perfect partnership.
So, Bayo, I think Larry's laid out the opportunity here, which is enormous. Let me ask you why you need BlackRock, and particularly, this is your life's work. Yep. The I in GIP is infrastructure, after all. You've built this program. Yep. Why are you willing to give up your life's work and go to work for BlackRock?
Well, first, thanks for having me, and I wish you'd asked this question before we negotiated the deal, because then I could ask Larry for more money, okay? No, look, obviously we've been reasonably successful at what we do, and I completely agree with Larry. This is going to be the golden age of infrastructure investing, both in terms of the need for capital as well as investors who want that capital, okay? And so the question we asked ourselves was, how can we accelerate the pace at which we're getting things done? Investing in new assets as well as getting pension funds, wealth funds, asset managers to give us additional capital. And so if you look at the marriage between ourselves and BlackRock, Rob Kavito said it was 1 + 1 = 4. I'm not sure whether it was 4 or 5 or 3, but he's certainly right that 1 + 1 is more than 2. As Larry said, perfect mirror images of each other. They have a great infrastructure business, but very complementary with ours. We do large cap transactions, they do mid cap transactions. They have a terrific infrastructure debt business. It's primarily investment grade, Ours is primarily below investment grade. They have an infrastructure solutions business, which we don't have. So you put these two businesses together. We can go to governments, we can go to companies, large, small, medium size, and offer them an integrated solution. So that was very attractive. The culture is very, very important. I mean, Larry's right about that, okay? And the chemistry between our founding partners and Larry's team, fantastic. And maybe it's the first Boston DNA that all of us have that share. Maybe that's what does it. And then I think the third thing that was very important to us was we actually went and studied what BlackRock has done when they've made acquisitions, okay? And the good news is they have grown the businesses. They bought the BGI business, $300 billion of assets. Today, $10 trillion. They bought the first reserve infrastructure business. They've tripled the size of that. So I've gotten the subliminal message about from Larry as to what tripling, at least tripling. Is what he expects. So that's why we decided to do this. And I don't really consider this as, giving up. This is building a new partnership that allows us to take this business to a much higher level.
Just briefly here at the end, is the opportunity because of climate? But for the concerns with climate, would the same opportunity exist for infrastructure?
That's only one part of the growth of infrastructure. In the United States, we have $2 trillion of deferred maintenance. Think about, as the world's middle class grows, the demand for air travel. Most of the airports in the world are rather poor and antiquated, and GIP has had a great track record improving the quality of services at airports. The need for speed in ports, we saw that during COVID, the backlog, and the need to create more resiliency at ports. So I would argue decarbonization is obviously a major component of it, but we should not lose light of the need to be constantly upgrading and growing. And then when you talk about if we are going to really have a more equal world, we have to find ways of lifting more of the global south. We believe infrastructure is only at the beginning of a real major asset class. There are some structural demands that are going to increase the issuance of more and more infrastructure. I've said for all along, and Bloomberg has been talking about that for a number of years, that deficits matter. It's going to be harder and harder for countries to.
For our Bloomberg audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. We're joined now by the two CEOs who are putting together.
It's fascinating to sit here with these three global investors who really, in many ways, have helped invent this asset class. The hundreds of billions of dollars, the trillions they have, among them are some of the most influential dollars around the world. And at a time where infrastructure is a critical piece of the capital markets. Shamar, I want to start with you on that exact note, which is this is an asset class in a way that it wasn't when all of you guys got into business a couple decades ago doing this.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad to see you paying attention to what Bio told you of asking Bruce the first question. Defiant as ever. But yeah, I mean, we're going back, I guess, about 3.5 decades when infrastructure evolved as an asset class. And it started really in Australia back in the day, where a state government had got into financial difficulty and to pay off debt, privatised a lot of utility-type assets. And we just had compulsory pensions come in Australia. And I guess partly we were looking for a client, but also it made sense to us that the most logical owner of these long-duration, capital-protected, yielding-style assets were the savings of the retirees. And so we put together funds, together with others in Australia, to buy these assets, and then we had to build operating expertise to manage the assets. And gradually it's grown now into a lot of other regions, into a lot of other sectors, from utilities into transport, into communications. Digital infrastructure is a big thing today. But I still think we're, even though the three of us, we were saying, have probably been in this for 3.5 decades and were there before anyone else, it's grown into a bigger asset class now where there are a lot of variety of providers, which is great for communities and investors. despite that, I think it's still very early stage, and I'll let the others speak.
Is that a fair, do you agree, Bio? It's fairly early stage in terms of the opportunity for infrastructure investment?
Oh, absolutely. First, I have to give credit to Shimara. Macquarie actually invented infrastructure as an asset class. So thank you for doing that. But look, when we started at GIP, 20 years ago, I think there was 50 billion that was managed by infrastructure managers. Today, it's about over $1 trillion. But I still think we're at the beginning of the golden age of infrastructure, private capital infrastructure. Think about all the big macro trends: digitalization, energy transition, energy security, infrastructure renewal. These are all going to require very large amounts of capital at a time where public sources are constrained. So the only realistic alternative is private capital. And every government, every government you meet with is talking about how do we stimulate growth. And investment in infrastructure is clearly an area where you can do that.
Right. And so, Bruce, pick up on exactly that, and the digitalization piece, especially. Ruth Port was on stage, talking about the AI opportunity and what that's going to take from an infrastructure perspective. Tell me how you're essentially answering that call and how massive that call is.
So the first thing I'd say is, and what's really important is, 50% of the things that we invest into today in $1.2 trillion of stuff didn't exist as an investment asset class 20 years ago. 50%. And what that means is the whole backbone of the economy, it's the same, but it changes all the time. And Ruth referred to earlier the AI build-out, and she said it's about power. But I don't think what she didn't say is that the real problem we have is that we can't build the power fast enough. You need to find the land, you need to connect it to the grid, you need to build the power, you need to build the data centers, you need to put the compute inside. And this is an enormous, enormous effort to build the backbone out for artificial intelligence. Like we were surviving with building for cloud and for regular power, but everything is electrifying in the world, generally. And second, artificial intelligence we're not even in the first inning. And therefore, the build out for that, the big impediment is not chips, it's not models, it's power and data centers. And like what we're talking about is $5 to $10 trillion. Like these are sums that have never been invested before.
Right.
Like this is the railways, the roadways that we built out in the 50 years ago, 50 and 100 years ago, and that's really what.
Blessed, how far now? I just see you. Nigeria are so naive about how the world works. The day we know that I want to believe things that's the problem. Now, what we don't talk is now those that actually understand how the world works have already been compromised. Right? So they are not coming back. Just look at this man now, Ogunle way of a man, right? Very successful, is good. But it can never work for the interests of Nigeria. Because the people that own him, right? The people that own him, if you say, oh, the guy now self-made, I understand, but maybe in Nigeria, they're all in billions, whatever they're out there, so they own him. It will always be first the interest of the company that employ him. Because at this point, now BlackRock, they employ him. BlackRock, a cutthroat business entity. They don't give a shit. So you see what Blessed, those who are on the known are already far gone, which is what we've been talking about here in terms of elite capture and state capture of a thing. Then you said the world is not a place of slap and turn the other cheek. It works in two ways: slap back immediately or go back and plan and come back with 2 times the slap. I love that. This is good. I like this. I like the way you I like the way you put that. But the point is that Nigerian, are we in a position to even be slapped? No be person will even get chick they slap. So the whole space, it no belong to us. So there's no even point in slapping anybody to get access to it. But I love that though. That's a very good way of putting it. You do not forgive and forget. You remember for generation. Thank you. That speaks to the 100 years of humiliation of the Chinese people. Boom, which is their motivation today. Those generations were not alive at that time. He's not Nigerian. He just has a Yoruba name. I like that. Well, voila. I wish I could argue against that, right? He's not Nigerian, he's just have a Nigerian name, which is the best, way to put it. Now, I think this may I see if I go fit. This thing I've been talking about this, it don't old now, but I think when I hear people they talk about another reason why Nigeria go win, why Bola Tinubu go win, I be this thing. I bring this thing, I play this thing. Blessed. I'm not sure say you don't fully when they talk about this thing. Let me see again. Now, this is for those people who see the we never understand, we see the way they are just coming.
Worry about it. It doesn't stop J.P. Morgan from expanding. Often have different.
Blessed. You see, within our own place, so when Nigerian they say, "Oh, tax go start next month." What the fuck is wrong with you people? She not the same tax reform, the tax bill that Bola Tinubu presented before National Assembly 2 years ago. The very day he presented to National Assembly, NEC following NEC meeting, that's a National Executive Council, they rejected it. But it passed anyway. That was when I was on top of my voice, it was a calm. But people were not even paying attention. They argue. I remember I even fight with a man of prestige, comparable fight, blessed, if you know on Dr. Diamond. I follow up fight. 3 months later, I say, oh, let's talk, say now tax refund. I said, come. I know they do, I know they play back. There's a reason I try to stay ahead of the game. Tax reform bill where they don't pass. Now I won't make noise. That was 3 months after it passed. Now it's almost 2 years. Abi, more than 1 year. And now people they come to the grip of reality. Oh, tax go start to increase. But that's not even my pain here. My pain is that people like them, Sanusi and the rest of them, who are all those who believe that yes, the subsidy removal and whatever has given Nigerian government more money. And Bola Tinubu goes in, they share the money to the government. The fact that I lie. From next year, when these tax results go into it, when they begin collect this tax, do you know where the money is going? Listen to this.
Different outcomes than people expect, and sometimes when they start, they can be lasting for 5, 6, or 7 years. And so I think it's incumbent on all of us to worry about it. It doesn't stop J.P. Morgan from expanding. We want to serve clients and serve countries and be respected wherever we do business to help Nigerians in Nigeria and Nigerian companies here, and also Nigerian companies that go overseas. So we still have expansion plans. So worrying about that doesn't stop us from doing things, but we just have to be very conscious of the risk it creates.
Now, people don't understand who the fuck this man is. and the kind of power that this man control. This man, Jimmy Diamond of Morgan Chase Bank, on a daily basis, this man, 5 to 6 trillion, they go in the push $5 to $6 trillion around every day. How much be Nigeria economy? Less than 300 billion. This man control $5 to $6 trillion every day. It moves around. Now, only one country, 2 countries on this planet Earth has more money under their control than this bank, which is the United States and China. Every other country, this man control more resources under his control than every other president that you can think of. Now, that's just a glimpse of how powerful men like. That's why when he come Nigeria, I remember the day, this particular day that he came to Nigeria, Bola Tinubu had to leave the country. So is the vice president. If you remember, there was a time both the vice president and the president were out of the country. But guess what? He assembled all our legislators. It's like he gathered the whole country. That's what it means. A private businessman come country, assemble the whole country. They tell them what is to come. He's recognizing that yes, there is going to be hardship. But that is not their business. He said that's not their problem at all. That's not their prerogative. They still have to grow. They have to expand. Now, since that day, I know say, we are done. Like, don't be saying write letter or he send Okonjo away loud as he normally. No. The man himself was in town. But the 2 managers have to, because you can't have 2 captains in the same ship. Nah. Because it will be out of place for the president to be in office while a private businessman will come to the country, gather your legislators. What do you think he will be? No, they had to send him off. The same thing with the vice president. This was after Brigade was in Nigeria when the opposition were busy going to Chicago. They say Bola Tinubu na drug law, all those kind of nonsense that would be Atiku and David Odeyin put the country just to disturb. Brigade was in Nigeria again, gather all the elected officials from vice president down and say this is how education is going to be run, healthcare is going to be run, and agriculture is going to be run. These people are fucking happy. And you now think that they will not allow one that dirty Joe, Atiku, to mobilize people to say it won't go against their investment. Their investment is the president. That ain't gonna work. That's why they hit them with Christian genocide. And somebody who serious who actually thinks that Chiwore is carrying out protest to shut the economy down. Like, people don't think. So this, since that day, I know say, it don't finish. Let me bring the full video when this order were given. Our people they had to follow.
That research.
Let's see. That's a full video event.
Educate the world about Nigeria. We educate central banks about Nigeria. We help educate the IMF about Nigeria. And so being here is a very important thing. And what we want to do is be open in more countries in Europe, so that over time the next generation has a footprint here. And when you're here, you actually have much more local knowledge. So you're in Lagos. You know much more about what's going on in Nigeria than I could know sitting in New York City. And we're quite optimistic about the future of Africa. I really do wish that America helped get our companies over here to help Africa. To help grow and expand and bring capital, ideas, technology, et cetera. And that's kind of why we're here. And then we rely on local town, DAPO-U, to help your country.
No, thank you.
We want to educate the world about Nigeria, and that's because they've been in Nigeria since in the 60s. Once again, USAID. USAID come to mind, Abi. Since in 60s, now they don't get office for Nigeria. They begin control our financial run. Since then, there's a longer version of this interview that I'm trying. If I get that long. The ongoing war among countries doesn't stop Japan. No, wait. I forget that. It's a longer version of this interview. We will put everything into perspective. See now it arise, Abby. Um. What the heck is that video?
It's a lovely Monday morning, and it's time now for us to take a look at news stories making headlines around the globe. Former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, has joined the race for the office of National Chairman of People's Democratic Party, PDP, and he is expected to pick his nomination form today. Lamido told this day that he would pick the national.
What's going on, man? No.
Often have different outcomes than people expect, and sometimes when they start, they can be lasting for 5, 6, or 7 years. And so I think it's incumbent on all of us to worry about it. It doesn't stop J.P. Morgan from expanding. We want to serve clients and serve countries and be respected wherever we do business to help Nigerians in Nigeria and Nigerian companies here, and also Nigerian companies that go overseas. So we still have expansion plans. So about that does stop us from doing.
When they don't come tell you, say they will help your company go global. Oh, anything where they tell you where you do, you will do it. Oh my! Did they take that thing off YouTube? It's a longer version of this interview that Let's fuck out though. I don't know. God, I don't trust these people again. This video, I still listened to that video just a few days ago, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, a few days ago. I don't see again, so. Hmm. What the fuck is wrong with this? I'm busy my blessed. Say search engine on phone and on laptop, they different. Fucking can't find out to get it on and I just pull it out, just put it on my phone and boom, it's here. The shit I've been looking for.
So, again, I love to look at history and read history. So if you look at the history of mankind, it's done pretty well, over the So, I love to look at history and read history. So if you look at the history of mankind, it's done pretty well. Over the last, even since the World War II, billions of people have been taken out of poverty. Most countries are developing over time, some with more difficulty than others. And policy really matters inside countries. And technology has cured so many ills and problems. I know the Gates Foundation is here. I think AI will be another round of technology, which will probably cure some cancers. And that's kind of an amazing thing. And while sometimes technology is disruptive, it is also the thing that lifts up mankind over many years. So I'm optimistic about the technology. We have to navigate the complex geopolitics, but hopefully mankind will continue to grow, get healthier over time, and good policies and good medicine and good issues will circulate the world. And I'm hoping that America, plays a very healthy part. Like, one of the reasons I'd like to be here is America should play a very healthy part in expanding into Africa, helping African nations, through diplomacy and business and foreign investment, education, all those things which can actually help countries do better.
Thank you. And it's interesting you mentioned technology. So over the last decade, you've seen the rise of neobanks, payment institutions, and the definition of bankings, in a sense, has sort of changed in the last 10 years. I guess the question is, how do you see banking and finance industry evolving into the future in the face of disruption and emerging technology?
Yeah. So actually, after this, I'm having a lunch with a lot of the fintech companies here. Technology has been changing banking my whole life. And if you look at, certain things we do, if you didn't have mainframes, you wouldn't have mutual funds. It wasn't possible to calculate things that quick. And so, but part of banking will, I would say, ask the first question, what will remain the same? Well, people are going to have to raise money, lend money, move money, hold money, for themselves, for businesses. That will stay the same. And banks will play a critical role in that.
He said after this meeting, he's going to meet with the fintech. Fintech and then be Nigeria, Silicon Valley. So the money that is making those guys, their brain explodes in terms of trying to tag along with the latest, the development around that, area. Now them see the finance arm. I met one guy, I forget this guy's name, that I met, was that many years ago now? 2 years ago when I go Harvard, just to, COB and the rest of it. There's this Nigerian, the so-called techpreneurs in Nigeria. Young guy, I call approach and they come. What is the plan in terms of mobilizing, organizing young people along to be politically inclined, pretty much? That I use Mark Zuckerberg as an example, that the coming of Biden, Mark actually played a very large, important role. Just like Kilon Kweyansin, Elon Musk did for Donald Trump, put millions, not that they buy vote or no. They invested those money on people, a group of people who are politically inclined. So I asked these guys, how many percentage of their annual, budget is geared towards empowering and educating the young people politically? The guy open mouth, they look at me as if I speak a different language. He get what I was saying. But because of the commitment, and this is my own conclusion, because of their commitment with all these people who gave them money to start all these things, they no feed one. He couldn't. I tried to convince them that there's need for even doing 100 naira every month, but it should be geared towards young people who are politically inclined. So the guy was struggling to say, okay, this is because as I said, I started example to which he agreed. We never disagree. The role the tech giants play in terms of bringing ushering Obama or the rest. But can they do it? So you see the reason why they can't, because the money that they are using to exploit is not coming from them.
How that happens will always change. So now you have some great fintech companies here, you have some great fintech companies around the world, but we've always been able to adapt to use technology to do those things for our clients better, faster, cheaper, more efficiently to use.
Those who are calling, those who are calling Americans to, who Nigerians who are calling to, he said, this is the America that Nigerians are calling to come and save them. They don't know say the country is if they don't say they are to come and save them from who? From the Nigerian leaders, I mean from the Western capitalists. Because now the people when they come in, they can't save them. Now them be their problem. So they don't understand. They will come. They will come and save them.
Data to help the clients. It is really important to have a healthy financial system. I mean, a financial system is kind of the flywheel for the health of an economy. It allocates capital, it raises money, it gives entrepreneurs money to do things. So wherever I go around the world, where you have a healthy financial system, you usually have a healthy economy. If you don't have a healthy financial system, you usually don't have a healthy economy. So, and whether it's fintech, and I'm never worried about competition.
You don't have a healthy economy. You don't have
together. Very often we partner with what you and I would call fintech. But the goal is to do a better job for the client. That client could be an individual, a corporation, the government, the sovereign wealth fund, etc.
Thank you. But how can regulators and financial institutions balance innovation with risk management in this evolving technology space?
Okay, now you ruined my day by mentioning regulations. Regulators, obviously you want a healthy system, and if you don't, and the financial system collapses, it's obviously terrible for a country. So I think it's very reasonable that regulators are always trying to make safety and soundness, but some of the safety and soundness is very basic. A lot of regulations go way beyond that in terms of safety and soundness, and if you look at the United States, we have healthy banks, but the regulations have taken on social causes and a whole bunch of other things which may not work in favor of having a better system. So if I was a regulator, I would always be asking and talking to financial companies about it. What is it that works? What doesn't work? What stops you from banking people? I don't know the banking. I just got here, so I haven't had a chance to talk to a lot of people here. And get caught up to date what's happening in your country. But, you know, in the United States, a lot of banking regulations have made people unbanked. And, you know, we have a hard time describing that to, you know, to senators and congressmen and regulators. There's their regulations that drove people out of the banking system, and being in the banking system is a very healthy thing. So I know here like 40% of the people are unbanked. So a lot of the fintech people are trying to reach out to the unbanked. Getting them in the system is a good thing. It's much cheaper for them than being unbanked. It's safer for them. And then also, if we get them in our branch in the United States, we have branches in the United States, and we try to educate everyone about saving money, getting your kid to college. How do you buy a home? You know, some very basic things, but people need to have that kind of financial education, a good job for them. We also do that for small businesses. How do you start a small business? How do you sign a lease? How do you negotiate a contract? So a lot of small business entrepreneurs can get a start. And so regulators should always be thinking, what is it they actually want the outcome to be? You know, very often it's just, you know, rules and regulations are passed out of anger or simple, you know, ideas, but they actually have the adverse consequence on what you actually want to accomplish.
Right. Oh, thank you. I guess if I come to Nigeria, JP Morgan has been operating in Nigeria since 1960.
Actually, 1960, that was the year they born Nigeria. They don't be on ground. So other than talk, say all these people we get now, all our leaders, every spheres of the country, every industry, they are all USAID products. This is what I mean. This motherfucker have been in the country since your independence was granted to you. At what cost? I don't know.
We were involved in the setting up of Nigerian textile mills, which is the first major private US business project in Nigeria back in 1960. We've operated a representative office in Nigeria since 1982. We had advised the federal government on a number of initiatives, including the setting up of the NSIA. So we see ourselves as partners in progress with Nigeria. But Jamie, my question is, how integral is Nigeria to the JP Morgan overall strategy, and what is the trajectory from here going forward?
Yeah, so, you know, obviously Nigeria is a very large country, probably, I think, one of the fastest growing populations in the world, and should have a very bright future. You know, so one of the things that JP Morgan does, and when we go to countries, and so I inherited JP Morgan. I've been here, I've been running the company for a little over 20 years, but being around the world gives us huge knowledge. And that knowledge that we have around Nigeria, so on the way over here, I was reading our research. That research, we educate the world about Nigeria. We educate central banks about Nigeria. We help educate the IMF about Nigeria. And so being here is a very important thing. And what we want to do is be, you know, open in more countries in Europe, in Africa, so that over time, the next generation has a footprint here. And when you're here, you actually have much more local knowledge. So, you know, you're in Lagos, you know, you know much more about what's going on in Nigeria than I could know sitting in New York City. And, you know, we're quite optimistic about the future of Africa. I wish.
So you see, some person where they on ground have more knowledge about what is going on ground than somebody who is sitting elsewhere. That's why they have office in Nigeria since 1962 to know what is going on in Nigeria. They don't need to rely on our second uneducated information. They know what they want. Even if they listen to you, they tell the ra. They know exactly what they want because they've been on the ground. Nigerians who were around in 1960, they'll be bragging about how successful the 60s was thanks to the textile industry. Right? The likes of my senator, Oshomole, will be bragging how, you know, he rose as a textiles worker to the top of. Now, America can get down. Now, then see kill him at the same time. Because there's no way you can have a successful textile industry, can't get oil industry, can't get, no, you'll be too. So they have to kill one for other. That's what it is. So there's a reason they have office on ground since 1962. My God. Since 1962, Chase Bank get office for Nigeria. The following year, 1963, USAID, bam. Connect. USAID was formed in 1962. So our, in 1961, our country is their first target. So all our curriculum, everything that we know now then teach us. Just like Bob Marley will say, we only know what they taught us. They think we only know what they taught us. So for anybody who is looking for change and how or when it's going to come, we have to go back to that Bob Marley song. We have to what? Not just re-educate ourselves, emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, from what they have educated us on, so that we will give birth to a generation that will come and implement that the second verse of the Bob Marley song. They think we only know what they taught us, but we know better than that. As we that are living now, which generation now, we don't know anything. Everything that we know, now then teach us. So they understand exactly how we could behave, which goes to one of my favorite book, The Education of the Negro, that I've always quoted countless times, by Carter Woodson, that one should control a man's thinking, which is if you manipulate a man's thinking, if you educate a man on how to think, how to assess things, how to process things, you ain't got to worry about his action. So that's why if you listen to our argument, we argue the same way. We see the same thing. And if there's somebody that come with a different way of arguing or seeing things, either you be Igbo smoker, or you be the problem, or you are working for the August. No. It is because you are still basking and flourishing in what they teach you. You have not taken your time to educate yourself. So that's why you see. And if you pay attention to all our medias too, we often refer to want to be like them, want to be like. That's why people like Pueblo, a full-grown man who is vying for the position to govern every place, he knows how to speak English. Of course, because if Okpawole they talk, people like their ogas, which is the Western capitalists, those who capture our own elite, those who capture our media, they will not understand. That is so we are still, raising our shoulder, getting award, getting promoted, getting money in the way they want us to. That's why you can see there's a ceiling to which we feel rich, because that's how much they have educated us. So they've been on ground working in our psyche for decades. Then if you can't find yourself for the West, you think because you are too intelligent, you are too smart. Now no. They selected you even before you were born. They don't push you to a system that if you are diligent enough, you end up in America. Diligent in the sense that you follow the school, you go read some certain course, you pass. If you make a first class in America, Nigerian university as a computer engineer, where the fuck are you going to flourish? Your dream is to end up in Silicon Valley. They make it like that. Wow. Is this Masca brother true? We think alike. Yeah. We argue alike, we think alike. We go all of us are the same way. It doesn't matter where you go school, safe at this point. If you go school for England or go school for America, or are the same, unless you take time to educate yourself. Now that's the only way you'll be thinking different. And because you think different, Boom, the majority cannot stand it. Who do you think he is, right? Yeah. And if you don't speak like them, the only way to counter your reasoning is to say, oh, you know fit, you are not educated, pass English, not D7 you get, yeah, you get F9 for all the your WAEC and you won't lead. You see how would they think? So now them stay standard for us. For you to pass English, now them tell you say you pass. For you to pass chemistry, now them tell you say you pass them. For you and if you are obedient enough to just give them, say school, once you give your professor, your teacher, waiting in give you exactly as in expect you to do them, you get A, you get A for that class. If you can just give exactly what the teacher expects from you, you get A. But if you decide to add your own common sense, your own reasoning, you get F. You don't fail with that. Because you are not expected to think on your own. You are too dangerous to think on your own. And if you now match that with the system, even the American system, those who are making changes, those who are engineering how the world works today, they were disobedient students. That's why they drop out. You have to be a disobedient student to drop out, and just go your own route. So you see the reason why I say the carry first, they carry first. And I always fight with people who say, my child carry first. First of what? Your child cannot reason, it cannot put 1, 2 to practically, cannot even weed around your house, can nothing, but you say you are happy because it's progress. They carry first for school. Because your dream for your children is framed along how they want it to go. You have to be a doctor. In order for you to be a doctor, you have to go through the system that says, yes, you are a doctor. So, but again, there's a reason why it's more profitable. When they can't ship us a master slave, make sure that they beat us to follow rules and regulation. Right? That is because everything is in the open. When I mean everything is in the open, where you won't walk, it is open. So you now by direction, you have to follow order. But when they move from the field to inside factory, inside warehouse, inside office, because people think it because you be doctor, you be accountant, you be an engineer, you don't that AC they work. You think you are better than the slave that was on the plantation. Now lie, you are not better. Matter of fact, if you want to actually argue and wear, I would say the slave that time is better than you because he's not even paying anything back. He work, but everything else are free. You do the same work, but you still have to pay for everything. You work, but you still have to pay back. So if you go read, that's why I say this. If you study America as a country, you understand. During the debate around to free slave or not to free them, if you listen to some argument, you no go fit chop. When you see somebody go, because those who are arguing for the slave institution to continue, their argument is based on, they say, if you have a car, if you buy your own car outrightly, and if you go rent a car, which one will you take care of the most? Literally. So if you own a slave 100%, and if they rent them as kind of a worker, make it they go as they come, who are you going to take care of the most? That was the argument. So it's the same thing. You as an employee or you as an employer, so We are not different. Like, but they just they go with the time. The next stage of this now is that they don't need us again. They don't need your muscle. They don't need what they teach you. They don't need that, because guess what? There are other things that do it better, and they are not humans. It's called practical robot and AI. AI reason faster than you, think faster than you, compute faster than you, do whatever like that is needed upstairs better than you. So what's the point? No need you again. You will go to grumble. You made them pay you this. Get the fuck out. And you know, basically, if you work 24 hours. Then a physical robot that is doing all those physical things we people they do is also out there doing the same thing. Then who know their muscle? You feel lift the 1,000 pound from ground? You can't. Can you stand on your feet 24 hours? You can't. So the future it's not the way we expect it to be, the way it is it will be anyway. Blessed, you say true, we think alike. But do you know they prefer people like Okpabolo? There was a book I read, Nigeria and the West. Africa, the British Parliament was so mad that Southern Nigeria wanted to be like the British. Yes, isn't this not our aspiration? We want to be like the West. Why the North is going the other way around? The title of the book is Nigeria and West Africa by Wendy McCoy. Yeah, I've heard about that book. No, it's obvious. No, me and you know there no be Bodo Yibo with this. That's what exactly the book is talking about. What be like that? So if yes, the people like Opabolo, that's why I think that is my argument to those people who see never understand why they support Opabolo. Right? People who put on there, they know why they put on there. And it is because we, the educated class, can see it clearly. That's why we diverse. Why you go diverse? The whole point of being educated person is that you see problem, right? Then you find solution to it. But we never find solutions to see how we will make sure people we know like no get there. That's why they love them with my argument. You say you are educated, but illiterate. They choose an illiterate over you. That should tell you everything you need to know. Those who are arguing that Monday Pablo was rigged into the system, why they go read illiterate go there instead of you? That should be your concern. If your education cannot actually make you organize and make sure that no happen, then who is to blame? So I totally agree with you. It's not that you don't support that either. You don't have control over how you enter. See it for what it is. who are you to support? Unless you are a billionaire or you are a millionaire who have skin in the game, you can say you are not in support. The algorithm with you. But as just an ordinary person, it's beyond your pay grade. It's above your pay grade. You can't say you either you. So no, it's not up to you. That's why I did tell people the democracy, the presidential system of that we are practicing has little or nothing to do with poor people, because the protest now selection, not by election. The process started with selection, which is what primary is all about. Primary is by selection. Who they select them? They call them delegates. You are not in. Even when they make it an open primary, my brother, you spend money pass, now go get. So now who register as a member of the party go vote. So at every stage at that beginning, now they selected few. That is why people like Monday or Paolo had no problem. You know, campaign for primary now. No be after primary they begin campaign. So there's even in America, just like them, the last election was nobody wants both the President Trump and President Biden. The country, 99% of the country know one day, but what choice do they have? They have to, because the protests go through a party, and they are not member of those parties. Even if you are not a member, you are restricted. So that's why I thought when they define democracy as a game of majority, The hidden fact in that definition is that the majority that are allowed to participate. So, blessed, if me and you are allowed to participate in the primary, we no go select Monday. Or just say today, as a country, if you have the power to pick somebody as a president in Nigeria, I guarantee you all these men, me and you, they talk about every day, will not come to mind. So again, when I argue, say that the system is built to annihilate the majority, that's what I mean. That the educated class are hungry now because they are baffled. How come an illiterate like Monday get in? Because we did not support the system to allow people like him to get in. So you understand? So the people who are actually not in support of people like Monday are educated class. The billionaires and millionaire class are happy, which is what you are talking about, that they put people like Opaholo. Now people will get money put on there. Listen, am I making sense? So instead of you to say, I don't support how he, you have no choice. They don't exempt us from the beginning. So as much as this democracy want to define that as a government of majority by the people, but no, that's bullshit. If you put education aside, put textbook definition aside, sit down and reason and well, you say, man, this thing, they don't rig on from the beginning. Not by selection. Just like as they select Oba, they select the Emir, they select Sultan, they select Oni, they select and the same way that they select president anywhere in the world. Those that have skin in the game select who can oversee their investment successfully. So, as much as they say Monday represent the majority, no, I am not blind to the fact that it is not the majority that put him there. I am not blind to the fact that it is money back that put him there. I am not blind to the fact that the economy of Edo State is largely run by private investors. It's run by private investors. So yes, I know who he's representing. I am just my own supporting game is to say maybe one day this educated class will wake up and say, oh shit, this guy not laughing, they laugh at us. Because that's basically what I'm doing. I am saying it all with all your degree, all your grammar, you still lose. They don't see select you. However you want to see them. Either you lose by people not voting for you, or you lose by you not being selected by the people that own the system. You understand now, blessed? So I totally agree with you. So they like people like that because other people like us who won't be like the West, no, we know they believe that we know too much. That's why they rig the system against us. Instead, they'll carry visa, give you me, come and implement that brain weight is you get. Don't use it there. either you go look for visa by yourself or you verse find way come out. Either way you do them, now them engineer you come in for Nigeria. Not because you are too smart or too intelligent, you are too special. But if you feel that because you are too smart, intelligent, and special, well, you are not needed in the country. Get the fuck out. So again, these men have been on ground from day one. And nobody said Nigeria they use and practice. So they don't use and practice. They don't perfect them in the America first before they begin export them. And that's how the world is run. When the French people, because one, I will credit the French people for bringing the nation state idea into mainstream. Before the French Revolution, the idea of a nation state is neither here or there. Now empire now they get now territorial. They don't really get states. There are very few people they claim states. But when the French Revolution was carried out and it was successful. The success of French Revolution, people never, unless you go read about that, they think that just they change leadership. No, they changed the whole society. They changed the world as we see the world today. They changed acts. Because when that revolution was carried out, they wiped pretty much everybody out, all the leaders there, even those who are behind the movement. They cleared them too. That's why, if you pay attention, those who engineer revolution, they know they survive. They kill them too. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are prime example. So when French succeed in doing that, those who now in charge now say, shit, we actually did something. And this thing can only be done because we are French. We are special. So therefore, export it. And then start this revolutionary changing of things. Now then begin exporting everywhere. People begin liberating themselves and proclaim state and state being given and all that. So it is the world, no be so America perfect their own, but to actually understand it better, blessed, because again, people say China are our savior. That is how it was when the British arrived, talking about Africans who wants to be British, right? Now the people where they use conquer every other person be that. Go and read this fall apart too. You understand that. By the time they descend on some people who can they propagate, this is the way. Are they worshiping are evil? Now we can't they do them to ourselves. Right? What am I trying to say? The British came and said, what? Civilization. They're civilizing us. These are the people who looted us. After they don't come loot what we get, they're not telling we are not civilized. Up to today, Benin, for example, those artifacts that were looted, nobody feel replicate them. Why? Because that it is a civilization that bettered those artifacts. That civilization have their own way of life, education, and like wisdom, the thing that went into bringing that thing to life, then wipe them out. That's why nobody can replicate it anymore. But they are now coming to tell you that civilization that produce artifacts that today no kind of civilization can replicate it. They told us we are not civilized. So they came to civilize us and they get the better of us. They weed out every other thing. Then when America come of age after the Second World War, they're now in charge, which began in the 60s, where these people they come. What did they say for us? Democracy. We don't civilize now. British are civilized us. We need to democratize. That's where we are seeing all now. Democracy, 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 democracy. They get the better of us. Guess what? The new kid on the block is called China. What are they selling? Development. They are building rails, building. It's just one. They are taking turn after the other. They're selling us development. So our civilization could not give us development. Our democracy could not give us development. The Chinese won't give us development. Guess what? If they by the time they assume world power, they will descend on us too. It's the same thing. Don't let anybody deceive you. These are not different. And also they thought the Americans are not different too. The same thing when the British arrived. People who are on their side say they are the people. That's the way forward. So it's a So do you think they are planning to create genetically modified mosquitoes for sub-Saharan African, and what do you think will happen after that? What I don't understand. What do you mean? I'm trying to place it. What do you mean by genetically modified mosquito for sub-Saharan Africa? Things fall apart should be every Southern African Bible. Yeah. Well, that was then. These people were this so they know if it allow happen. So what do you mean by planning to make I know exactly if they not already do with you they talk so?
I really do wish that America helped get our companies over here to help Africa, to help grow and expand and bring capital, ideas, technology, et cetera. And that's kind of why we're here. And and then we rely on local talent, you, to make sure we're doing the right things to help your country.
No, thank you. Please clap. If you want to, thank you.
They say thank you.
Banks in
Don't top your
Nigeria
head. You say thank you.
have been accused, or sometimes been accused, of making supernormal profits against the background of a weak macro. I think this is not particularly dissimilar to the US. The proverbial tug of war between Wall Street and Main Street. So I guess my question is, how do you balance superlative corporate performance with the well-being of the general populace?
Yeah. So, obviously, if you're not financially healthy, you will fail. So this notion that somehow you are balancing, I don't balance at all. We are going to be a healthy, vibrant bank. The reason we're being a healthy, vibrant bank is so we can serve our customers. Again, and so when they say Wall Street, is that the investor? A lot of veterans own our stock. We think 100 million Americans own our stock. And we're just a piece of the flywheel that lends money to companies, gets entrepreneurs, takes people public. And, like all things, people make mistakes, and we make mistakes, but we try to make all citizens in all countries. And I would hope wherever we are that we're respected for helping that country and those people. And so I think it's true for all things, like even in business, we have to educate the world. Jobs, capital, and jobs are good for countries. Investing is good for a country. All jobs are good. That first job is a dignity job, and when I go around the world, when we get kids jobs, that gives them dignity. It gives them income. That first job is the first rung in the ladder. They often, get promoted and they can form families and buy homes.
Your thoughts on leadership?
Oh, leadership, yeah. I think leadership, I'm going to divide it into three parts. It's not really divisible, but, one is And I've been in, tons of companies that don't get this part right. Analytics, facts, detail, analysis, repeat, rinse, facts, detail, and honest assessment of yourself, what you do well, what you don't do well, what the competition is doing, and constantly doing that. So at JP Morgan, while we've been very successful, we also look at all the mistakes we made, lessons learned from mistakes we made. How come, other companies, ate our lunch in this country or that product or that services, even in areas where we're number one in the world. We're not number one in Africa. We may not be number one in every country in Asia, maybe number 8 in somewhere in Europe. And there are reasons for that. It could be the quality of your people. It could be your technology. It could be, so we're quite critical and analytical of ourselves. And that's essentially to do. And your people have to do it, and they have to be very honest about it. A lot of companies I go to, they don't have those honest assessments. The people are busy telling the boss what the boss wants to hear. And as a corollary, that's very important that we all get out, that we all listen to each other. So when I get around and I go to Africa or Europe or even cities around America, I learned a tremendous amount about my own company, my own clients. I can go to any branch, sit down with any teller, and they'll teach me something I don't know about JP Morgan, including something we're doing which is really stupid. And so that's one thing. The second is, I'm going to call it administration, but you got to run it well. You have to be very thoughtful,
Oh my fucking word. Boy. No verse. I don't know that I don't mute self. What was the last thing you heard from me? Make I repeat it I talk. African is kind of immune to mother nature, warrant, and the weather is conducive to human, or would I say a better habit for human? Maybe I am overthinking. You muted. Okay. Now okay, I understand what you mean by that mosquito. I don't think so. I don't think in terms of Africa being more conducive to human than no, I don't think so. Because fuck. How do I there's so many ways to look at what you just said in respect to other climate. Right? Make a narrow one to America. Again, when I mean America, I'm not talking America. When the revolution that bettered the United States in the 1776, 79. At that time, right, the British, because they revolt against the British government to get their independence, the British they done the British don't discover India that time. 2, the northern part of America, be this West Coast is called the New York area, the New York, Boston, which now there the British people first run come. They don't abuse it. When I mean abuse that, they don't overuse the land. About 400 years, they don't farm because nothing are farming did that time. So they don't kill all those places. And they don't enter treaty with the Native Americans who are the other side of the Appalachia, right? The Tennessee area, the Arkansas, where the Vice President J.D. Vance come from. So they know that if they leave the Americas, the United, they are not necessarily losing anything, because they were still winning militarily when they fight the revolution. I mean, the British Army, even though they are also fighting 7 years war with the with the French people and all that. So they could afford to leave the America for that two reasons. They don't discover, I mean, they don't finally get the better of India. Because India, people don't know, it took them quite an amount of years for them to finally conquer it, because they conquer them little by little with the proceed that is coming from the United States. That's why I talk, say, literally every state go through two phases of freedom. You get your freedom to govern yourself, to insist your way of life, your culture, and all that. But economically, you also have to liberate yourself. So it took America about another 20 to 30, going to 40 years for them to actually get their economic freedom and liberate themselves from the British people. So during that period, the money that was still coming from the American empire, now they used to conquer India. Now, what am I trying to say? They don't bastardize those areas. That's why the feel say it's not conducive enough, because no, every place where you feel like, if America, yeah, if you go California, or go some place for America, yeah, it's still in terms of natural, but it's still way better, more habitable than some places for Africa. In terms of nature, no be saying the other technology that was contributed, no. So I don't really think the only way they will come and wipe us out, right? If, let's say, oh yeah, they don't finish for the Middle East, or they don't, Middle Eastern people don't pursue them. I mean, if there's no other place for them to explore again, now they will say, okay, this motherfucker should get the fuck out of here, so that, you understand? That's the only way. So I don't think there is a need for that. These days, I want to develop mosquito. If the one nuclear bomb no work past mosquito, whatever biochemical they want to use at this point, nuclear weapon is still the fastest way. I mean, you feel the thought, oh, they're not going to do one because the whole world is watching. Man, you are deceiving yourself. Oh. At this point today, America will do anything and get away with it. Nobody will stop there. They're going to wipe you out. I mean, we see what they happen for Middle East. they're about to take out Maduro. So they know that's not the no fool ourselves. So if the need comes for them, say, man, the only for them to their survival to continue and to get access to our land, it doesn't matter if they are coming to live here directly or not. One nuclear bomb will take care of everything. So yes, that's the jack. So I get your point, but that's not their problem. Mona know say I mute. Not just because okay. I think I go to minimize the screen to
people get things done. So you could be the great analysis, but very often people are a hot mess when it comes to running things. They're not organized. They don't show up in time. They don't have follow-up lists. They don't tell people. They don't delegate properly. And you've seen this, and I've seen it everywhere, where companies, they may be really smart, but they're unable to manage themselves out of a paper bag. But the third is, I think, the most important. Real leadership is that you earn people's trust and respect. You do not earn people's trust and respect if you are always blaming them, or if you're taking credit for everything. You need people to work who want to work with you because you earn their respect. I've seen a lot of bosses that people don't want to work for. Well, how are you going to build a great company if that's the case? That's true in the military. It's true in government. It's true in business. And to earn people's trust and respect, I think is something they don't talk about a lot in business. It's about your heart. Do you care? People know if you really care or not. It's about your curiosity. Are you always learning, or is it always the boss thinks he knows the answer to everything? And those things create trust and respect, so that the team around the table speaks up. They contribute. They want to do their share. They're part of that team, because at the end of the day, it's that team that's going to get the stuff done. And that's true whether you're talking about technology, branches, countries, and then, my job is to support you. So by the end of this day, I'm going to learn a lot from you about what, and I'll ask him later. I always ask Logan, what more can we do? If you were making decisions, not in New York City, what would you do differently here? And, we may find a way to do things better. And so it's a broad set of things, analysis, facts, really tight administration, like run things operationally, and then, have enough heart and soul to get out and understand that you don't know everything, and you're not going to do a great job if people don't want to work for you.
Get one video we just come over and see now.
So before I sort of open the floor to questions, I've got two personal questions to ask you. One, you're the longest serving CEO within the financial market on Wall Street. What would you say was the worst day in office?
The worst day?
Yes.
I've made plenty of mistakes, so I can go through a whole list of them. And the hardest days when the world was collapsing, the financial crisis, and you're sitting in your office. And I remember we bought Bear Stearns at the request of the United States government, but then fined me another $5 billion for it. But knowing that when we did that we were subjecting our own people to 9 months of literally 12-hour days, 7 days a week to assimilate Bear Stearns, people, the systems, the risk, to de-risk it. And that's kind of scary. I mean, it leaves you kind of breathless when you do something like that. And of course, there was one other day I'll just mention, since people have such fun with it, I'm sure when I die, they'll put it in my, that he did a great job running JP Morgan, but he did have that London whale trading problem. But when I remember, I didn't realize how bad it was until I got back to the office. I went through the actual trades, and I said, my God, we have a real problem. I thought it was a small problem until then. That was a punch in the gut.
Right, no, thank you. I guess the other question is, how is your table tennis going?
How's what?
Your table tennis.
My table,
right.
So we have a guy, one of our guards in New York City, Musa, who's there.
Musa.
Who was your tennis tabletop tennis ping pong champion, and he plays all the time with a great friend of mine. And so Musa, if you're watching this, hello from Nigeria, and I do play tabletop tennis still. I'm not as good as Musa, of course, but
right. No, thank you very much, Jamie. I will open the floor for a few questions. I see Aikioke. Aikioke, please.
Good afternoon, Jamie. And thank you for a very enriching conversation. My name is Ike Chioke. I'm the Group Managing Director of AfriInvest, an investment banking firm based here. And I also have the distinction of having worked in Wall Street at Goldman Sachs many years ago. My question is this. In view of the long-standing relationship between JP Morgan and Nigeria, and given all you've spoken about and that what talked about establishing business here in the 60s, and also given all the American businesses operating in Nigeria, when can we expect JP Morgan to set up a full-fledged bank in Nigeria?
Answer that question.
You see the kind of foolishness. You invite your enemy to come establish bank for your house. Okay. Oh, these people, they don't finish us.
I just got here. I think it's a great question. As a matter of fact, I was asking earlier about our licenses and our plans here and things like that. So I don't have an answer for you. I wish I did, but you might.
We will pack that for next time.
But wherever we do business, we slowly expand. Clients, lending, payments, foreign investment, et cetera. We just always expand. We're almost always in an expansion mode.
I guess the next question will go to Amina Maina, please. Right here.
Hi, my name is Amina Maina, and I'm the Group Chief Operating Officer of a company called MRS Holdings. We're an oil and gas company, but I sit here as the third Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. And my question to you really is with regards to the vantage point which you sit on, which you hold, and what would you say about global capital today? Because recently there's been a lot of conversations around global capital, but particularly as it flows towards sub-Saharan Africa. What can you tell us? But what would you also say would be the key drivers for FDIs? Thank you.
Yeah. So there's no mystery to that. Capital goes to where it's taken care of, where people think they can make some money and have a return on capital in the long run. And very often countries, I'm not talking about Nigeria, if they have very inconsistent policies, companies don't want to go there. And the real capital is going to come from companies. So I think, we in America could do a much better job in what I call development finance. If you look at our development finance institutions, we could double or triple that. And I think we should. And as they grow, JP Morgan will double or triple our investment in the development banks. But the real capital is private capital. It's companies around the world that might be sovereign wealth funds. They want to come here for investment opportunity. So, to do that, consistent laws, consistent regulations, consistent rules, consistent legislation, consistent legal environments, you will get plenty of capital here. But it's got to be consistent because in a lot of countries, when the legal environment flips back and forth and the government flips back and forth, people are just afraid to make those investments. And, our investment, when we try to do it, at least since I've been to JP Morgan, we've never left the country. Once we go, we get better and smarter, and then we try to enhance what we do here. But those rules to get capital are pretty basic everywhere.
Right. Thank you. There's one more question for IJ Ojeneme. She's there? Right.
Thank you very much. My name is EJ Onejime.
Right.
I'm with Veranda Energy. My question is this. The global financial architecture has long been creditor-centric. For borrowers, sovereign lines of credit come at a premium and have unsustainably expensive terms for repayment. Consequently, low and middle-income countries run their economies having large development finance gaps in a financial system that does not accommodate their development needs. On the other side, creditors have an established practice of convening, coordinating, and aligning positions on debt treatment. Stretching as far back as the 1950s, creditors like the Paris Club and London Club have gathered to discuss and resolve debt repayment challenges faced by borrowers. So my question, Mr. Diamond, is, do you think we need a borrowers club in Africa to match geopolitics of financial architecture? Thank you.
I would answer that by saying not really. That won't solve the issue. The issue is, like certain countries have gone bankrupt 10 or 15 times. For capital to flow, it's got to be sustainable. And so you need really sustainable policies. But I do think that like I've already mentioned, the IMF, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, that we could do a lot better in. In fact, I met, next week is the IMF in DC, and last year I met with all these development banks, and one of the things that surprised me is how small they are relative to the needs of the world. And they could actually be the capital that brings in other capital. So what will bring in a lot of capital is projects that are successful. And, roads, bridges, ports, tunnels, mines, that's what's going to bring in capital. And, if you have a borrowers club that's going to negotiate, that won't bring in capital. That'll just help you make up for mistakes. And so I'm not against doing something like that. But I think we could do a much better job, literally bringing more capital into Africa. I think America could do a better job getting American businesses here. America's own regulations sometimes make it harder to do business here. And I'll give you for example, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. I'm for it. It's a very important thing. It helps countries have standards and things like that. But if an American company makes a mistake, the punishment is so high that any board of directors will always be asked the question, why are you going there? If you make a mistake, the criminal penalties can far dwarf what went wrong. And so I think it's just a lot more we can do. And we've taken upon ourselves to try to double our own effort in development finance.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. I guess we just have some time for you to give your closing remarks in terms of your view of the meeting today and what you expect from Nigeria going forward.
Say it again?
Your closing remarks.
Oh, conclusion. Well, I just got here. I'm going to know a lot more about Nigeria and maybe some of the things by the time I leave here, but I am thrilled to be here. I had wanted to expand in Africa 10 years ago, and you may not know this, but my own government stopped me. Because it was after the crisis, and they said banks are risky, and they didn't want us to add any risk. They were wrong. They didn't hurt J.P. Morgan. They hurt Africa. By now, we probably had 6 or 7 additional countries. So we bank, I think you told me 14 countries in Africa, but we want people on the ground. There's nothing like local knowledge and local people and local research that can enhance us and help the flow of business between, in this case, Nigeria and the rest of the world. Remember, when we educate people in Nigeria, that education goes to China, Europe, Latin America, and the United States, not just the United States. And so I'm thrilled to be here. I hope that we expand over the years and that, that people who succeed me, they'll inherit something in Africa and help them grow for another 100 years here.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you, NSG, for inviting us.
With the commissioning and flag off of projects and constituency empowerment. This letter therefore serves as a formal invitation to you all to grace and participate in the activities marking my second anniversary in office. With the commissioning and flag off of projects and constituency empowerment. This letter therefore serves as a formal invitation to you all to grace and participate in the activities marking my second anniversary in office. The ceremony is scheduled as follows. Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's residence, plot 101, Jimo Akpoti Street, Ihima, Okehi, local government area of Kogi State, for Sunday, November 2, 2025, time 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The venue is accessible by air through Obajana Airstrip facility near Lokoja and by road from Abuja. While I look forward to welcoming you, please accept the assurances of my highest regards. Yours truly, Senator Barrister Natasha H. Akpoti-Uduaghan.
This woman get jokes.
Congratulations in advance.
Oh, I love that woman, man. She got jokes.
Your Highness, I remember in those days when you were the CBN governor, we know all the conversation that you had about this same issue, and the fact that what is required was the leadership to take the right action, and like Mr. Atadopita said just now, not just the one-day action, but the policies and processes that follow, making sure they are executed. In fact, I remember there was a specific time that you said you've done your best with monetary policy and that's your job as the CBN governor. The rest of it is left in the hands of those who were politicians. And I think that was part of the reason you said you got a query from the SGF. So you got a query at that point and it led to so many other things. But let me ask you, sir. Now, in terms of those in power in Nigeria listening, several Nigerians commended the position of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, when he appointed both Mr. Wale Edun and Mr. Yemi Cardoso. They said these are some of the best brains and best minds. And yet, we're in a situation where people are crying. Is it that Nigerians, and I would refer to even the time of President Jonathan, some of the best brains, including the likes of Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, including the likes of even my dear sister and friend here, Aruma Otewa, in government and working for government agencies? Is it that the people at the helm of leadership in Nigeria just consistently don't listen to advice and fail to do the right thing beyond the one single action that Mr. Atedopitesai described as 24-hour decision?
Thank you very much, Kaide. Well, first of all, let me say that it's extremely important for us to try to understand economics and how the economy works. And a failure to understand economics sometimes leads to misplaced expectations.
Blessed.
There's a role for the central bank.
And Natasha gets sense of humor. She's celebrating consistency project. I like her though. I like her. I like the way she go about it. This is for real. Yeah, so she just celebrate she's celebrating a constituency project. I think the point she's trying to make is that even though not suspend me for 6 months, I am still doing it for the people.
With the commissioning and flag off of projects and constituency empowerment. This letter therefore serves as a formal invitation to you all to grace and participate in the activities marking my 2nd anniversary in office. The ceremony is scheduled as follows. Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's residence, plot 101, Jimo Akpoti Street, Ihima, Okehi, local government area of Kogi State, for Sunday, November 2, 2025, time 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The venue is accessible by air through Obajana, airstrip facility near Lokoja, and by road from Abuja. While I look forward to welcoming you, please accept the assurances of my highest regards. Yours truly, Senator Barrister Natasha H. Akpoti-Uduaghan. Congratulations in advance.
Akpoti-Uduaghan.
Akpoti-Uduaghan's residence.
Oh my God, she get joke. Bless her. You see the game now. You see the trick. I swear to God, man. She know how to laugh at these people. That's a good one. Now, this is taking me out for 6 months. That doesn't still stop me from standing for my people. Natasha Akpoti, she got jokes, man. She got jokes. She got goddamn jokes. That is a joke of the century.
Welcome. And in the spirit of Breakfast
See all
Central.
this one. You see this channel, Blessed. This now, what did they want to replace Arise News, the Obedience. This one, Obedience channel. And people who invest in Obedience and get this thing. They don't understand the Arise is gone. Tinubu don't take over. Because if you don't play along, you stand the chance to face the fate of AIT. So if you see now, they are living gradually. Abati is fully in, which is what matters. So they see ahead, they know the government will take over the arise from them as they take LP. So they decide to invest in their own way of media, which I second them. I recommend, I give the kudos for that. I'm one of the best way they criticize, especially the Southeast space, why they don't invest in media. And again, that's still now the offshoot of New Central, now be Precious. Now you understand the networking.
You know the drill. We always open up with wake-up conversations. And this is, we've not even reached the period of proper science.
Bless you, you should know how this game they work now. Now them be this, now them be New Central, now obedience be New Central, now them be Pressure. So that's why they tell us they have dominated the internet. They've done enough. I'm not saying they should slow down, but it's that time you replicate that on ground, like locally. That's the only way you can bring people out. Because this platform, yes, it's good. You can control your narrative, your propaganda, your truth, whatever it is, But at this point, don't put your foot for ground. It cannot be uprooted. They don't have in-person's office. Yes, they don't have it. I think the excuse is that they fear attack by the oppositions, which is okay. I agree, but that's how the game works. Why they fear attack? Why attack? My critique of the obedience space going to 2023 was, why would I always the offense? When always they defend, now they always the word say maybe they push. No, you got to hammer them at points. So I'm glad even this their propaganda news media said they just see they go ahead, they cogitate what is already out there. Yeah, no, our Pressure is now one of them now. Then there's another platform again too. Something radio, people's waiting. That one too is now one of them too. So they need to go on ground. They need personnel. They need this energy that they chunk out on internet every day. They have to replicate it on ground though. You have to be going door to door. There's still no other way to bring people out to the poll than that. But you just have to back it up with resources. The people you are going to put on the field need to survive, need to keep going. That's where the money comes into play. I recommended to them what Charlie Kirk was doing. Tony Port Nigeria. I recommended it since when they lose the election. I said, you guys need to get to work. That was the height of Donald Trump campaign anyway. So I follow Donald Trump, the MAGA movement on ground, just they see what they are doing. Just as I'm following what is happening in New York, which is the future of Democrats. Got to go door to door. That's what Mandani and the rest are doing. They put a lot of people on the street. Just you got to get people to the polls. That's what the Bola Tinubu people will do. Mark Zuckerberg put almost 300 million towards Biden election just to bring people out. They not do them on the election day or election week. Months and years ahead, they begin to spend that money. They put 1 million for that community. Go see the activists go job plenty. They go put 500 for that community. They go put that. That's how the same thing with Elon Musk. Over the course of 5 weeks, Elon Musk dropped 250 million. 50 million every week. To do what? Bring people out to the pool. Because on that day, it all boiled down to who lead people to the poll the most. That's why people they pay to the. Why you not go pay? If that's what you know is going to get your people out to the vote. It's fucking crazy. Why anything things will be say that's why they invest for opposition now. Why knows they don't stand a chance 2027. You already know, say Tinubu game na money you go spend at the dime minute. You dey wait for them. You got money to spend like her. Even when you have the money to spend, you know if you bring her, they will go after you. That's why you have to play the long game. Go and be with the people. So the energy that the obedience are spreading, they expand online. There's nothing to show for it on ground. That's sad.
And we wait till the end of the year for New Year predictions. But this man seems to have one up. What's the story, Joe?
Okay, so the story simply is a so-called prophet. Let me use that word.
Now, blessed. Don't again. Some people will come out and say, "Oh, no, lie, no be obedient network, no be." Because the guy is from Kogi State, now from Niger, Abuja. Aguari guy, the guy that owns New Central, Abuja. So you know go understand how it works by just me looking at it from that. Again, don't follow where the money they come from. And I think he has other media house to the guy. He get other newspaper or something like that. Who no be journalist these days? Journalists no be to just do the talk. Everybody is a journalist. But the guy, the owner understand journalism business. I think that's what matters. Some of their staff are from Arise News. Some of their staff are former Arise employees. So they are professionals behind. I don't know all these guys individually. I know they go look on all this. But the engine room of the company, professionals they there, experts they there. And maybe I'm jealous. They just beat me to the game. That's not my plans. Have been that to get like a solid media out as many component to it. So yeah, they are there. At this point, journalism is pretty much. I don't know. Is there any? Is it still a profession that is exclusive to only those who can afford to go the school can afford? They said no. I don't think so. Right? Even once you are reporting anything you see the way it is, because that's pretty much journalism is all about. Just report what you see as it is. Then allow the people that are listening to you use their common sense. They are not stupid to figure out which way to go. But today, journalists, they had to spin it because the organization they are working for, they are profit-oriented. And the only way to make profit is click and beam. So instead of say, Blessed was on unapologetic platform today, and they had a very intellectual conversation back and forth. That's, how it should be reported. But if you want to spin it for profit, you say, Blessed was on unapologetic platform. They were just flirting. So people say flirting. What the fuck does like? So they want to. So again, now is that now? And I thought journalism. No, you don't. They add your own spices to round. Now that's just an example. I'm not saying they go like that, but once you cannot report things exactly the way they are, they try garnish and with drama, with philosophy, with theory and all that. You are now doing something that is money focused. You can still have your dream. The world is big. Oh, of course, that's not normal now. That's why I say they beat me to it. I'm not saying everybody. it's a I want a number. That's you don't forget saying now we get media. Now we are not just Edo people. Edo North. We at a point we dominate the media space. Now we get channels to the momo. Now we get AIT, A Power, so many. So we are there. So it's something that I know I'm from town. That's why I switched to communication where I did school. So it's still there. And I just say, now resources now I need not to. Because that's the difference between you and everyone. You got money, you get access to, you employ people, and you keep it running. So my goal is to run all my politics 24 hours, but I'll need a journalist on ground to key in. So there, it's something that we do. Let me see now, and just time. I say I take my time. I'm still educating myself.
So-called prophet. His name is Aliyu Barnabas, and he has a so-called
Blessed. What you need to know about these guys in the studio, they are not actually there because they know the job or the other. No, they are there because they have the good command of the English language, and they get the voice. I say, so if you listen to most of all these content creators, now waiting the day of the none of these content creators fit stand on platform where only them. They do it here, they do. I'm not saying that I'm good, I'm the best, no, but there's it's different. That's because you know you have access to some kind of information, or you did reason some kind of way. That's why if you do this thing. So that's why other people they will talk for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They come, people come, they begin just they go back and forth, back and forth. So what is for profit business news organization does is to bring out people that have the look, the voice, and the command of the language that was expected of them. That's it. That's all you need. So you don't necessarily need to be a journalist. So that's why most of them they cannot go deeper than what the airlines are saying. You get my point? That's why you see people they always challenge Rufai within his study. How you know? Because it is very telling that the way in they analyze things is just too shallow. It just is on the surface, and most of them are propaganda to which are being propagated by other people who he or she look forward to. That's why they always look at CNN. At times people they refer to New York Times as the most credible. No. Just because a New York Times carry news, no means they know the fake or they are not spinning it. No. I lie. So these are all opinion-driven institution, profit-driven institution, and power also driven behind all these people. You understand? That's why at times you go even see self when Rufai is kind of going out of the way. People like Abati want us in them they be professor of journalism, they go on start against. So most of these people you see on TV now because of the looks, the voice, and the commands of the language that was expected of them. That's why they are there, not necessarily because they have knowledge of. And again, to be fair, one don't need to be special, not to be expert in world affairs, in current affairs. All you need is just somebody who pay attention and who is ready to put in the work. You are ready to spend a lot of time thinking and assuming order that came before you, or as in the game, they are thinking, their process, then you match them, examine on, and you are ready to spend hours. They read extensively, books, articles, blogs, because like you just have to be immense. But most importantly, know how they work. When you see headline on your front, there is a reason why this headline appeared first, even if it's a breaking news. There's a reason. Then two, you pay attention on how they word the headlines. 99% of the time it tally with the idea of that institution or what they want. So by the time you understand all these things, you just once you listen to them, they filter them as the words they come out of their mouth. Because as I said, most of these guys, they get teleprompter from their phones. As you see, they get book, they get a phone gadget, which just you understand. So it's not that they really have it like that. I'm not saying all of them. Few of them are experts. Those who actually know the cost of the job, they know they very hard for them to keep employment. They very hard for you to keep the employed.
What he did was
he gave a so-called prophecy.
He gave a so-called prophecy. And in that so-called prophecy, he said that a giant fintech company by the name, I mean, for purpose of this story, we need to use the name, said OPay, will indeed crash, will collapse. And he wants that people should ensure that they either you take your money or something. He was so poised.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Yeah, he was saying, do this, do that.
With full confidence.
Full confidence. He said he saw the vision. He did this, he did that, and he talked about that so much so that it got a lot of persons talking. But I want to be sure that we do have the videos, and if we do, we'd like to take the very first video, and let's see what that prophecy looked like.
That so-called prophecy.
Yeah.
They go say they get what happened for OPay. Everybody lost all money for bank. No OPay, they call them OPay. If you are here or anyway, they watch me about the wallet now. Anywhere they watch me that now, just into best case. I'm talking OPay. I never talk what not happen. Yes, sir. It come today, come tomorrow. OPay is about close. And OPay is a ritual. And say some people after they post that, some go insult me. And okay, after he insult me, now go see the result. Yes, sir. Now go see the result. I'm stuck OPay. OPay is about close. I see serious case for OPay, and the OPay later closed. Nobody, many people lost money, many cry. And when you go see the action from December to January, you go see the action. But for next year, you go say this man in talk. I am Prophet Barnabas, the land all nation. As I know, I give prophecy concern OPay. I no get attention to spoil any person business. I am sorry, if that professor I prophesy, if it's spoil any person business, I'm not just proposed to prophesy. Now what God sent me to do. I'm sorry if that prophecy did that in Jesus' name. Pray.
Amen.
Yeah, bless in Jesus' name. Let love lead.
Before I listen to these people, that guy might be up to something. That pastor is up to something. Open a Chinese-backed app in Nigeria. The war is on between Chinese and America. If you go back to listen to Jimmy Diamond, their goal is to capture every fucking citizen on ground. And Bola Tinubu has already put that policy in motion. The goal is for fintech to develop a hub that will reach everybody, regardless of where you live. Even as far as you know what money is about, you will be taxed. Again, they always refer to Bola Tinubu stopover in Netherlands, one of the first trip when he came up from Nigeria. I think it was in our way to Saudi Arabia for China World Economic Forum program or one of those, globalist function. And he took a stop over in Netherlands. He met the Queen. But media did not focus on that. There was a propaganda that hit our airwave the same time where they travel. Remember the propaganda where they say our jet they need to either refuel. Something happened to the private jet. I say presidential jet. Either it don't spoil or something. There was that was the headline that came at the same time with the Bola Tinubu stopover to see the Queen of Netherlands. The reason they stopped over because now she did in charge of road things that has to do with rural modification, something like that. That might not be the right terms, but the goal is to reach every human being on the planet that knows that they can reach. Nigeria, just like what Jimmy was talking about, 40% of Nigeria don't have that, are not reachable, but they spend money. So the goal is to reach it. El-Rufai too, if you remember during one of his rants when he was going against the Northern's power that they have to support Tinubu presidency. And remember the monetary policy that if then central bank governor, wait if it is our uncle name again, you know, the immediate past central governor, when then decide to change money, change the color, change everything overnight. When Rufai got into his element, started to say next 35% of Nigeria are not bankable. All those things. We tell the guys, don't worry, it is our agenda. Now, I am saying this, if that is already on motion and is the goal, how the fuck would they now allow a Chinese-backed company to stay ahead of the game? Again, I will refresh our memory. Go back and listen to Adeyemo's speech when he visited Nigeria as one of the highest Biden administrating employee that visited Nigeria when Bola Tinubu took office. Wale Adeyemo then was the Deputy Secretary to Treasury of the United States in Biden administration. He was a former chairman of Obama's foundation. He was a former employee of BlackRock. Is everything making sense now? In that speech, he said it specifically that the goal is to connect everything within the Nigerian space, infrastructure-wise, our groceries, everything had to be connected. Go listen to that Adeyemo speech. He said it. So things that is happening. So when I say this guy, this pastor, where they does it for see Opel having a problem closing, I would not be surprised if it happened because, as I said, Americans will be damned for them to allow Chinese company to get the best of the Nigerians. They will not sleep if they wake up say the 70 to 80% of Nigerian money is going through OPay. They'll find a way to bring it down. So if that happened, it's not because the guy is speaking in how do I think it's one a revolution, I've been a miracle. No. It's already so maybe the guy they pay attention, or is there somebody within the cycle that is technically and current, that is very current in how the world is moving. That make him to say that yes, that OPEC will get problems. So I will not be surprised. Hopefully, we visited this conversation again as in the nearest future.
I'd like to advise him to keep his so-called shalom and face the consequences of his actions.
It shocked me.
You know, a few moments later.
Wait. What's going on? Wait. You prophesied. Later, you say you are sorry. So the prophecy
you
is
didn't
fake.
mean to spoil somebody's business.
That means the prophecy is fake.
I guess so. Or it's a conditional prophecy.
So you see all these all of those with them pack full stadium. You see the way that they rationalize the thing. Now, if me, I feel they know and giving reason why, and a Chinese back app will not be allowed. That's the last thing the financial institutions from America, the JP Morgan Chase of today will allow. They would never allow it to happen. They would kill it. It's just like TikTok. They're not going to allow. They will find one way to destroy them. That's exactly what that pastor is speaking to. Now Pastor MB, for sure, he has to also, talking about journalism, he also have to market, because what he's doing is marketing. In case that thing happened, you know how many people will flow to his church? But again, these people who are are paid a performance, even if they know, as I said, I don't think they are that dumb, but they cannot reason that. Imagine say they carry people for them and they talk like this. You think say I go see get the job. I don't go there for the following day, they go take me out. But let's see. And again, it may be not Chinese company, they also be part of their financier. That's a different ball game. Never talk about it. Always focus on the West. Because as South, now see this year, I did a show about how the Arab nation are taking over the Nigerian media space. I did something like that. Let me see. I do one show. I just an episode on how the Arab nation via UAE, Qatar are spending billions in control of our information, because we all focus on America and Chinese influence, but we don't forget today's world, the Arab money is in full display, is on action, and they are using it. They know they come directly, of course. They don't get the people to, they don't get the expertise. So they are taking advantage of that space via third party. They collaborate with Indian companies, American companies to run our media space. So nobody say you go just see Arab money the way I'm saying it. No. And they try, I think I have an, yeah, let me bring, they try find, so that yeah, make I see if I go fit play. See, they are ahead of these people. Where, make I see, when was this? Are they ahead of the curve? And if you follow my platform, you will also be ahead of this. That's why they always invest when these people are regurgitating waiting them pass. There's I did a show 5 months ago. Let me bring it up. Bam bam bam, bam bam bam. Yeah, you see, I know I'm not just the as at that time, people they think I'm a conspiracy theorist, now only 9 people, but anytime I bring out anytime a conspiracy theorist, Gulf states and US redefine influence in Africa, proxy wars, social media. I'm back to.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. What a great place. What a great place, but more importantly, what great people. I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for that incredible introduction. He's an incredible man.
Trump visited.
Known him a long time now. There's nobody like him. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. Very successfully. It's been an amazing thing, the Abraham Accords, and it's my fervent hope, wish, and even my dream that Saudi Arabia, a place I have such respect for, especially over the last fairly short period of time, what you've been able to do, but we'll soon be joining the Abraham Accords. I think it'll be a tremendous tribute to your country, and it will be something that's really going to be very important for the future of the Middle East. I took a risk in doing them, and they've been an absolute bonanza for the countries that have joined. The Biden administration did nothing for 4 years. We would have had it filled out. But it will be a special day in the Middle East with the whole world watching when Saudi Arabia joins us, and you'll be greatly honoring me, and you'll be greatly honoring all of those people that have fought so hard for the Middle East. And I really think it's going to be something special, but you'll do it in your own time, and that's what I want, and that's what you want, and that's the way it's going to be. When I left office, the only thing still standing between this region and its unbelievable potential was a small group of rogue actors and violent thugs.
A few moments later. Wait. What's going on? Wait. You prophesied. Later, you say you are sorry. So the prophecy
you
is
didn't
fake.
mean to spoil somebody's business.
That means the prophecy is fake.
I guess so.
No.
Or is a conditional prophecy?
It's a fake prophecy, because if it was real, would you apologize? I mean, the prophets of old that we've read
never
about,
apologize.
They tell you this will happen,
and they go to bed to
sleep. It doesn't matter who works is God or works, it will happen. So they shake you small. You know, if I were the fintech company, I would sue him.
Yes, and examples need to be made out of.
I would sue him. I'll
Not
ensure
everything
that,
is content, and
I'll ensure that he visits. He appears in court.
They cannot
for more than the number of days he can ever imagine.
I mean, and beyond court, I think some of these people need some form of mental evaluation to check, because you can't just wake up one day out of the blue in the name of you got a spiritual hunch that you begin to prophesy that someone's business, a multi-billionaire business that have been built with sweat, that is CBN registered, that is insured by the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Company, is going to fail. I mean, who does that? You're hurting their business, and I can imagine how
what do you
far
mean is
this.
You see, bless you see what thing that make me they listen to all these people. So as I did, so I know Victor say Google is going to fail. Google will fail tomorrow. I'll prophesy, and I know Victor come again. Need they go arrest her. Hi, you see, these are your journalists, blessed. Pastor preach to me, they go arrest her. What did he thought? He didn't insult anybody. I can just as I did here, just as them they inside studio say they talk rubbish. They go say Bola Tinubu government is this, is that, is that. But Pastor, what do you expect me to say? He prophesies. Does that mean is he asking his church member to go to destroy the even if he's telling his church member to withdraw the account from that, he has, I mean, it's not, they force anybody now. Are they kids? But again, now journalists we get.
Videos have circulated, and the worst thing is the apology videos never, and the retraction videos, they never make it as far as the original. So an example should be made out of this. Prophet Barnabas, a so-called prophet.
I agree, and I think if I were the fintech company, I think this is the time for you to use this as an example. We also have to be very careful. Africa is so vulnerable. And I say Africa because we still live like we are in the medieval times. We're so vulnerable when it comes to, especially if we come down to this side of the country, I'd say West Africa, there's also East Africa. Remember Kenya's story and so on?
And even just yesterday, I believe it was in Malawi, there's a prophet that they said he hasn't eaten anything in 7 years. He just drinks water, and he plans to eat in 2056.
Okay.
And how is that biologically possible? Proponents of religion say no, it's his belief. He's not hurting anyone, so we have to respect him. Somebody that will go and eat akamu and press more pizza
inside belly and they come outside.
In the morning, he'll be acting meek.
Listen, if you're watching this show this morning, I think we need to be very careful when it comes to what is faith and what is not. If a man of God claims, remember we also saw a pastor who came out and said,
these people
about Chelsea, talked about the World Cup, how the clubs would lose, and Chelsea, and as soon as he failed in that prophecy, he disappeared.
Then it's not even their business. There are bigger things that are happening in this world. There are wars, there are life and death issues, there's healthcare, and prophets and these so-called men of God decide to go into the sporting arena. And are they into betting? I mean, why are you predicting football games?
You look at, you say sports betting today.
Of what use is it?
I think Arsenal will win. Is that your job?
Exactly.
But then again, we'd like to see what Nigerians are saying about this. I did see a few comments during his first video when Nigerians were warning against his speech. They said you have to be very careful with these things you're saying, because when they come at
backlash,
are you sure you'll be able? When the fintech company comes directly, when they come on, are you sure you're going to handle it? If they come at you, you sure you can handle it? And then again, we now saw the apology video, and the apology video is, for goodness sakes, the most horrible thing I have seen. You're trying to retract a speech or a statement, and then you say your words were taken out of context, it was misunderstood. What do you mean by it was misunderstood? Does the prophet speak with both sides of his mouth?
Clear terms.
You know, sometimes, Benga, I wish I could meet these prophets one-on-one. Yeah. Unfortunately, no, serious. I always look forward to it. I wish, like,
should explain
maybe if he's watching, we'd like to have you on the show. Methodology. I'm sure by the time you sit here, there are many questions I'm going to ask you, and so on. Anyway, OPE did reply. They said, "Hi, Chooks Eric." I'm sure Chooks Eric had showed them the video and pointed to them what someone had said, and they say, "Thank you for contacting OPE. Kindly be informed that the circulating video by the said Prophet Ali Barnabas of Mercy and Grace Deliverance Ministry is false and misleading. Our legal team, I like that, is taking action." Thank you.
We are taking legal steps.
Yes, legal steps. I'm sorry,
Barnabas, prepare your lawyers.
Lord, you said those people behind him that were saying, "Go on, Papa, fire." Somerville says he will provide proof of that.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why. If you go find it, you will see that they do business with they do business with OPE. Okay. If you go as make it easier. You see, you now see why all these fools they talk the way they talk. Now they are paymaster. Now that guy don't touch. The guy don't touch them where their money they come from. So they gotta strike back on their behalf. Because I don't just believe in that just because the guy say professor I say the bank will close. Now they dedicate a whole show. They dedicate a whole show. They dedicate the whole show. I don't understand this fucking computer. This regional competition where all these search engine don't start. So if I use my phone, do the same thing, it give me a different answer. It give me a different result, and I find it difficult to. Now their job is that. You say I nobody pastor they lie. That's what every business person does. Show me one business where no they lie. Now, because you they see church, say you don't carry you go heaven. Now, if you see them as business people like every other person, you know they surprise anything when you talk. Now, normal. Just as the man where they inside studio, they twist news to their favor, right? It's the same business, the same thing. So when I zero in on, if I use my phone, which is crazy, to Google the same question that I just do, you will see, I mean, I rubbish at the time. You go see, say, they give me different results. Yeah, I asked and said, does OPE does business with New Central Nigeria? I say, yes, OPE does advertise with New Central Nigeria. That's all you need to know. So they not say that they give them money direct, but they place their ads on their station. Because that ads they mix them, they go. Imagine, say, okay, maybe OPE can advertise for my channel, and I charge them whatever, 5,000, 10,000, 100 million, whatever. And I can't use that money now to recruit staffs. I mean, I don't have more expenses to the business. Do you think I will ever speak negative of OPE? All they would do, they will just put their ads from my platform and not get money again. I can't pay my staff, and that's the end. So when they say, then that's exactly what is happening in this situation. So if then they advertise with them, that's why you see that they take energy. Like, imagine what did the man talk? The man the man no lie. The man just they speak to the future. That's not a lie. If 50 years from now, OPE pack come for Nigeria, his prophecy no come true. Again, that's the idea of prophecy. If I say blessed, in the 100 years from now, you go die. That's a fact. if you don't take him as I talk about, that no be lie. If he can't even die before you, that doesn't still mean that what I said is not coming to pass. So if all the pastor does in the see vision is prophesying that OPEC might run out of business, even though he talk and say he talk on this morning, say in the evening of today, OPEC will run out of business, it's still not lying. So I don't see anything wrong, the man said, other than just speaking to reality of things. There is a war between America and Chinese going on. What the heck do you think that is going to be? By the time they said to, if America win, they will descend on Nigeria. I mean, you see Jimmy Diamond, which is for it. I don't know about a coincidence. I just played Jimmy Diamond as a banker of our bank. You know why it's there. Tell Luna. The goal is to reach every individual. There are 40% of Nigeria who are not in the banking system. How do we bring them in? And if that is the goal, I don't know if they will allow OPE to stay ahead of the game. The talk and saying that then they finance the fintech. I'm not saying I am not saying the Chinese people are not doing the same thing in our competition. They invested in the Nigerian fintech too, so why not? But they are coming after the innocent man just because they demand. I mean, it's crazy. But again, the guy he touched where their money they come from. I would do the same thing too, I guess.
Grace Deliverance Ministry is false and misleading. Our legal team, I like that, is taking action. Thank you.
They are taking legal steps.
Yes, legal steps. I'm sure you received the letter.
Prepare your lawyers.
Lord, you said those people behind him that were saying, go on, Papa, fire. They would have run away. Somerville says he will provide proof of that message from heaven.
Whether it's by email.
From heaven.
SMS.
Whether it's by mail, SMS.
Like for a
why
news
lie with the name of our God? It's normal. We see that a lot, and that's
A
pathetic.
country that is
Hadiza
real
French
shit.
says OPE needs to come and address this ASAP. Nigerians are religious people, and they take messages from the church and the mosques very seriously. If OPE doesn't want panic withdrawals, they should get the illegal team ready, and they've done that already. Like in the first tweet we did see. Peter in Montana says, this is the funniest video I've seen this week. This man better change his business. I enter comedy. I
agree.
God.
But either way, it's working.
My time will be to use Samuel Leach. As in, thank you.
Exactly.
As if God doesn't have anything important to do. I want you to talk about it.
Yes.
Come on. It says, OPE should not allow this fraud to go unpunished. They have used God's name to fake so many things and destroy so many, as well as in the name of prophecy. God told him nothing. And I agree with you, absolutely nothing. Mr. Bongo says, Oluwatosi Oderinde says, these people need to be arrested. Anyways, I'm a Christian and still remain a Christian, but the liberty to just wake up and start church is the problem of the church. Most of these people didn't go through training. Some that didn't even understand Christianity. Funny. That's from Oluwatosi.
I think the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I just want to beg, don't be angry before you bring up. Can we play his apology video again, please?
Yes.
I think that would be the video of the week for me if you ask me. But please, let's just play that video again. I want to really hear his apology.
To spoil any person business. I am sorry, if that professor I prophesy, if you spoil any person business, I'm not just proposed to prophesy. Now what did God send me to do? I'm sorry if that professor in Jesus' name pray.
Amen.
You are blessed in Jesus' name. Let the Lord lead. God bless you.
I like this guy.
Shalom, my brother.
Do you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yes.
He's in tune with the times. He's in tune with the times.
Love of spoiling other people's hard work and business.
I mean,
love that is wicked.
Just have business money. You only should talk about that.
It's Friday edition of breakfast.
You know, I mean, so on a serious note, I think the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria and the Christian Association of Nigeria need to step up and self-regulate, because you won't want the government to
people will give an allowance
because there are people that just wake up and say they got a calling. They have dragged Christianity, it's almost like a joke. You see videos every day. You're making a mockery of God. You know, you see videos of people body slamming, you know, lying, saying that this hand was shorter.
Oh, I did
insulting our intelligence.
I did a video on that.
So,
and I think, I mean, I'm talking to our producers now as well. I think we should do a special on that.
Yeah.
The fake miracles. It's a special package, a special report. It's an insider story. There's a lady, you know that lady that always extends her hand, that it will become long. She's been to different churches. 4 to 5 different churches, performing the same. She's an artist. You know, they pay her fee, artist fee, stage performance. She will do. They say, ah, nice one. Backstage, you did well. Take your money.
Yeah, so I mean, they need to step in and do something about it, and also protect vulnerable Nigerians.
By the time
move on to next story.
Most definitely. So our next story is about a teen who did put out a video that we found to be very interesting and also addresses the societal issues in the country. Now, the video we're about to show to you, it shows a very young girl in Nigeria talking about the opportunities that lie in wait for teenagers. You may be one of those in Nigeria who's wondering why there is so much increase or rise in insecurity. Moral values are dropping like a pack of cards, and the youths are indeed wandering the streets thinking and hoping that they will be able to get something to indeed latch on. And in the process, like Benga just said, they're picking up vices that would indeed turn around to affect each society, community, and the country as a whole. But in this video, this very young teenager addresses a very critical situation that we think it's ripe and enough for us to bring to
As debates around governance, civic rights, and accountability continues, Nigeria's democracy once again comes under focus. Recent developments have sparked conversation about how freedom of speech and also the right to protest are being...
Now, waiting in the read, so who write down? That's the question we should ask, because he's reading, obviously he's reading it from teleprompter. Who write down?
Exercised and protected. Tonight we examine the state of democracy and freedom of speech in Nigeria and what these issues mean for the nation's democratic journey. Now, joining us to further discuss this is Omoyele Sowore, the convener of #RevolutionNow movement. He joins virtually. It's great to have you again. Thank you for your time.
But I don't know, people I know they, let's say if you are there, you know this thing, are you not concerned? Sowore has a political party. Sowore is a founder and a chairman of a political party. At this critical time of party politics, they know they use and introduce them. Is the convener of hashtag. Like, and people see they follow this guy. Me, they carry that party give Obi, I don't they talk on since. Somebody who want to liberate his people, forget about being president now. What, you have a platform, 100% yours. Now, hashtag 9 they take. Now, grown men where they follow this man, say go come save them. Now him be my, now them be my concern.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
All right. I think we're having a bit of audio issues. I couldn't really get you. But let's get straight into the conversation right now. Let's do a bit of, what I call it, a drawback into the recent protest that happened. And, of course, we know you were arrested and then you are detained and then released and then held again, and now you're free. Can you just quickly walk us through, what happened during that period?
Well, as you guys are aware, I was part of, I helped organize the Nnamdi Kanu Now protests in Abuja and across many cities in the country. Prior to that, we did inform the police that there will be a protest and we're going to Aso Rock.
If you spend this kind of energy, they
even invited us to a meeting. Don't you know that before I went to the FCT command, they said, no, you're not the one we want to meet with. While we're meeting with them, I mean, while that was happening, I left their office and only to get to town a few hours later while we were mobilizing from market to markets in Abuja and streets to street, that they had rushed to court to obtain an order of court against us.
Showore spend more energy and resources promoting a protest than he spent promoting his political party. At a time when Nigeria they cry, say Bola Tinubu don't turn the whole country to APC as one party system. AAC is supposed to be the different, but the guy put that for one place. He also for his grant first, and they are grown men, people, papa, they follow this guy, say na him be their savior. Ten years ago, Sahara Reporter is the biggest platform on African continent. I feel argue that one in terms of how people they visit Sahara. For a reason, it's over. I think it was contracted for that period. Give and promote the business. I mean, it's just fucking crazy.
Initially, they wanted the judge to ban the protest altogether, but I think the judge was smart enough to avoid that pitfall. And then they went into the chambers of the judge to get a different order.
I like Shore. He did struggle ever since to gather momentum for his 2027 campaign. So I talk and say, boy, let me see how this will be successful. Nothing, but he's trying to carve out a narrative, right, from it.
Which says we cannot march around sensitive areas. But it was specifically stated in Schedule 3 of the order that we must be served on Friday. They made no effort to serve us. They put it on the internet that we've been stopped. They created a lot of...
Let's see. Showore is doing the job very well, doing exactly what Tinubu sponsored him to do. Distraction. Yeah, but don't forget, the two of them, they get the same organ. The two of them get the same boss. The Western business, the Western capitalists. Now then they sponsor both of them. Now then put Tinubu there. Now then they give this one to the distract. So I agree with you.
misleading information in the public. So, but eventually, on the day of the protest, we did come out and we were brutally attacked. So I left the scene of the initial scene of the protest in front of
you ran,
and we successfully mobilized and had the protest around Abuja. Markets were shut down from Abuja to Akure and the south.
I like the guys,
all over. It was a successful protest, and I think that's what got them upset, that they couldn't frustrate the protest. So some of our colleagues were arrested on that Monday. They were tortured, and I went to the SCT command, met with them, and told them I was the organizer of the protest. That they could arrest me if they want to leave all these innocent persons. They were 13 in number at that point. But they said no, they didn't even say anything about it, because then they promised that they will release them on bail. Only for us to get outside of the SCT command after we met with them. Once CSP Barao Elias came to me and took a walk with me, he was saying, can you move people out of here? That was the 6th place we visited on the day of the protest. And next, he mobilized some mobile policemen and started attacking us right in front of the FCT command, and we left. So we discovered that they took them to Kuje. They informed their lawyers. First, they took them to a place they call Abattoir, which is what used to be former SARS torture chamber in Abuja, still there. And then next day, drove them to Kuje. We ran to Kuje. Before we got there, the judge had denied them bail because he said the lawyer that showed up said their original lawyer, Barrister Maxwell Okpara, was on his way, and the judge just summarily denied them bail and remanded them in prison. So we came back to town. Next day was Kanu's trial. I also had a trial at the Federal High Court, but the judge didn't show up. So I went and tried to enter into the courtroom where Kanu's trial was taking place. They didn't let me. So
everything is
around and met with him briefly. First time I met him since 2019, and uploaded the meeting on my social media handles. Next thing, I was standing in front of the court and the police officer came by and said the commissioner would like to see me. So I followed him and I met the DCP CID. And he said, we'd like to know more about the protest. I said, but this is weird. I was here. You say you don't need me. I came here the other day. I talked to you, say you are releasing, and the next day I said, this is very sad that this is what the police has become. And he started to get rude with me, and he invited this same CSP, Oyasu, Morale, to go and interrogate me. So I got upstairs, he presented some paper, I said, you should write statement. I don't write statement. I'm not going to write any statement. There's no crime here. And because I knew they had planned it. Next, they brought a vehicle and they took me to their detention center, same abattoir.
The same
and
abattoir?
Detained me overnight. Yes. Detained me overnight, and they took me to Kuje Magistrate Court, where they took the other guys. And when we arrived there, they brought the other guys, and they charged me along with them. And we took a plea. We were granted bail. Where the bail was granted, I saw Barao, this same CSP Barao, and Adama, who is the chief legal officer of the FCT command, go into the judge's chamber.
Everything sounds like it.
As I was about to follow them, Barao had seized my phone from one of my assistants, and I had to collect my phone back from him. While we're having that argument, they told the judge to leave, that there's going to be a crisis, they can't guarantee his safety. But before he left, they got him to sign my remand order. Well, at that point, we had already concluded our bail conditions because they were simple bail conditions. The Jade Onju and our bail people were there, so it was kind of liberal.
So what was
then,
yes. just to cut to it, what was now the reason, the main, even though we know that there is, reason out there, what was the reason they held you for?
Peace, and they claimed in the order that we violated court order by embarking on a protest. But what I know about law, I'm not a lawyer, is that if you go to a court to seek an order, and there's a violation of that court order, it's called contempt. You go and file your Form 48 and 49 to commit the person to prison. But they never did because they know that they won't have any valid grounds in court. So they took laws into their hand and claimed that our arraignment was based on a violation of court order, that we were trying to enter into one of the restricted areas. I never heard of it before that a constitutionally restricted area exists in Nigeria where you can't protest.
All right. Just before we go on this break, please. Talking about the restricted, quote and unquote, restricted areas that they accused you of breaching during the protest. Were you aware of it prior to the protest, of these restricted areas?
No, that's what I was telling you. We're supposed to have been served with the court order. They never served us.
All right.
So it is only when you serve that the order can be activated. They never did.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, we'll definitely dig more on the impact of protest and some of the challenges that have been experienced even in the country's nascent democracy. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
This is not democracy narrative.
Many thanks for staying with us. It's still Politics HQ on News Central Television, and of course I still have my guest, Amele is the, of course, convener of the #RevolutionNow movement, and joins me virtually. Thank you once again for staying with me. Now, I just want to know, how you feel, because I know a while ago you did protest in support of the welfare of police officers. You went out on the streets, you galvanized, and you of course led that march. And fast forward weeks after, is some men in this what I call it field that you protested for, that still picked you up and locked you up, and they were of course used to quote and unquote, to sort of stifle that protest. For you as a convener of, multiple protests, does this dampen your morale? That the same set of people you came out for sometime in recent past are the same set of people you're having issues with, now?
No, my commitment to human rights, my commitment to welfare of workers, or the respect for the dignity of man has nothing to do with who the person is. Even for my worst enemies, I'll fight. I knew the police is an irresponsible organization. I know it has a lot of bad egg from the top to the bottom, but I also realized that they, retired and serving policemen, need better conditions of service. That those who are retired need gratuity and pensions that shows that they serve the country. So I wasn't expecting any response or favor from the police. You're talking about this latest one. My hand was broken by police the week after I protested on their behalf. They came to FID cell in the morning. My hand was injured by a CSP. The same policeman I fought for, they invaded my cell, beat me up, ruffled me up. This time around too, they ruffled me up. They forced me into a car after they forcibly obtained a remand order that I couldn't meet my bail condition. Chased the judge away. I had to stay in Kuje prison for 3 nights just because they were trying to get back at me. And part of the reason they were trying to get back at me is because I fought for the welfare of police. Over 29,000 policemen were promoted because we had that protest called the police protest. But I don't do anything or any of these things, in expectation that somebody will be kind to me.
Given what you have experienced, in the hands of the police, will you still organize a protest? In favor of policemen in the country again?
I would do protests for police, prison warders. I'll do protests for anybody. But if you go on my Facebook page today, we're planning a protest for contract staffers, people who have made staff for contracts for 20 years. So protest is something that has to do with our fundamental rights. It's how we reset, our society. It's the way we use our conscience to fight power.
But what do you have to say? What do you have to say to people who feel that protests don't have effect as it used to be anymore? We've seen multiple protests in recent times happen, yet those challenges still persist. Do you think that the approach should be changed?
Those who say so are saying so because they don't know how much go. They don't let people know the kind of change.
Dan, you say what? You see the Protea Hotel for Chevron Lekki. Na near my area with that now. That's how it is. Now there all your favorite cash TVs they meet with my uncle and him people for right night those days. Mo Abudu gets that hotel. You are right, yeah. Before now, what be this hotel with the just in front of Chevron said before that that Protea. I agree. And my hood be that now. And my hood be that. I last live for Lagos.
Changes that happen when the protest happens. That's part of the strategy of the state to make people feel like protest is useless. I just told you now, and I'm sure you didn't know that over 29,000 policemen who had not been promoted from 8 years were promoted because of the protest. The guy whose video I uploaded to my Facebook page, who said was paid 2 million naira as gratuity, eventually got 6 million. Now there's a major debate to create a police pension board, which should give them better conditions of service. There are conversations that are happening because of protests that otherwise would not have happened. So I know this because I've been involved in a lot of protests. It was protests that brought us democracy. And let me tell you, all these people that tell you protest doesn't work, you go and cheat them today. They'll protest. There's likely no former Nigerian president that has never protested before.
Now, who they sponsor the I think
protested. Tinubu.
Try educate Amori, Dr. 3 things. It's not about protest work or it's not working. Today, everybody don't understand. Nobody, the access where you get in terms of books and everybody don't get that now. So if you tell us you cannot educate anybody in terms of protest. Protest don't need any qualification. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry, dumb, foolish, stupid, and that's why you did breach, you can protest. That's not the point. The point is that who is doing the protest? What are we protesting for? And where is the resources in organizing this protest also coming from? In this case, now she already organized protest. She already, you are a politician, already you are polarized. You don't alienate 99% of the people that actually see you as a true revolutionary, as a true activist. As soon as you decided to jump partisan politics, I am not saying it's a bad thing, you have already excluded yourself from that privilege where people they give you as a neutral man who just doing his job innocently. So you are not fit for that position anymore. There is no protest that you will call that will be successful. Make I no deceive you, unless the reason also has challenge other people to come in, because now that's where the reason comes in. What reason are you protesting? You pick a narrow issue, you expect it to be successful. When you decide to pick Nnamdi to protest, already you don't annihilate also 90% of the people, because Nnamdi Kanu is not a public figure that is undergoing injustice that 100% of people actually agree with. Some people will pay to make it remain there. So that issue is very narrow. No northern people will join you to protest Nnamdi Kanu release. That's short. Then two, you spend so much resources going from one platform to another. Where's this money coming from? The last time we checked, you tell us that you no get a job because you're no longer in charge of Sahara reporters, quote unquote. So where is this money coming from? So people will not understand, when do they take time to reason or read or do their research, and then they lost about people like this. It's who he is. He's a presidential candidate who is playing politics, and we all know how that games work. So they say protest, we have the right to protest. Nobody is stopping you, my brother. You just that you no qualify again. It's that simple.
Protested, he was paying people for protests in this country until he became president.
So who is paying you now?
You know, people protested for good
or whom are you
when
paying?
he was hemmed in by the Yaradua Kappa.
Is that also
was,
sorry to interrupt you, Omole Rialishore. You have listed a couple of presidents who followed the line of protest. Is that also your plan? What I call it, your strategy to get to the top?
This guy, you won't lose your job.
No. If protests were to get somebody to the top, I think I would have become president some 20 years ago.
Because you've
there were men who are ahead of you 20 years ago. So shut the fuck up. And one of those men is Bola Tinubu.
One might want to say maybe that is your strategy to get there.
No, I was protesting when I had no political interest. So I'm just trying to correct the impression that I'm not trying to do protest to power. That is what the APC people did. My own partisan involvement in politics is to fundamentally change Nigeria. You know, the people who will become the next president may be people who have never protested before. So I'm just trying to tell you that, yes, I know that trick question, but that's not my intention. I've been protesting since I was 21 years old, when I wasn't qualified to be president, even if I wanted to.
Okay, but I mean, since you said that, so what's in it for you?
Betterment of the country. You know, I'm hoping that
what does that
protesting all these terrible conditions, everybody can be conscientized, mobilized, and educated enough to seek total liberation.
We are not looking
because
to be mobilized,
it is when we put our feet on the ground. Everybody protesting at once is called a revolution.
Now, let's talk about protest and how this current administration has handled it. I'm talking about the APC government since it assumed power. I mean, you said that quite a couple of them were part and parcel of protest in the past. But do we still see a government that is a product of protest rating protests now?
You know, this APC regime, the All Progressives Congress, has treated protests the worst almost in the history of democratic rule. You remember Lekki Toll Gate, where they opened fire on protesters, even during military rule in this country. I don't remember, except in Ikorodu Road when Abacha was passing and we were protesting against G12, and he said his convoy was intercepted or interrupted, and he opened fire on people. We were almost killed on that day too, killed several people. Since then, the APC regime under Buhari was the first to kill that number of persons for protest. They killed Lekki Tollgate people. They massacred Shiites for protesting. What led to the massacre of Shiites was a protest in which an army officer claimed that, one of the protesters touched his chest in uniform. They went and mobilized at night and killed them and buried them in shallow graves. Tinubu is doing it. One of the reasons why I started my campaign against Egbetokun was how he handled the August 2024 NBAC governance protest. How he picked up kids, shot at people indiscriminately across the north in particular, and then there was no remorse. Till today, he denies it. But he was the first Inspector General of Police who used his office to charge underage kids for treason. And some people have forgotten. And since then, I said, well, this guy have no place in modern, in a democratic society and in a modern police place. So that was cause of it. So I can tell you categorically that these guys don't want expression of opinions, like freedom of movement or freedom to protest. They use the courts the most. They have judges who do their bidding when it comes to what they call Cybercrime Act. Any little thing you say about an APC person, you're in jail. Anything you say about any protest, you're in jail. High-handedness, they're brutal at, protesters. But what I can tell you is that minds are hardening, and one day they'll get their comeuppance.
All right, let's move away from protest, and let's talk about a recent development that, came, even though it's pretty much at the level of the shadows. And that's the rumor of, a coup plot that has, been at the center of conversations. We recently saw Mr. President even overhaul his service chiefs. I mean, with all of these recent developments, what's your take on Omoyele Sowore?
Well, as you are aware, it's not a rumor, but there's a coup. There was a coup plot, and people were rounded up. And the revolution came from Sahara reporters. The newspaper I found it, and their reaction. It's fake news. They sponsored their trolls. They were attacking everybody who revealed this. Well, we knew a long time ago that this was a situation. I think they started planning the coup since 2024, and I think it was foiled in 2025.
They started, and, from the intel that you have, they started the planning from 2024.
Yes. Some of the sources that I spoke to told me that part of the reason the crackdown was very hard on the NBAC governance was because they knew around that time that some people were planning a coup. And I think some arrests of military officers were made around that period too. So if you notice during NBAC governance, their major grasp was that, there was Russian flags on the street and this would promote coup. And it was a time that all these Sahel countries had been taken over by military jackboots. So they started that around 2024, from what I heard. So, but I think maybe they didn't strike then, and then they kept monitoring some of them. A lot of them are disgruntled officers in the Nigerian army who felt that things are not going the way they should. But let me make it very clear, I can never support military rule. Again, I've seen the worst military rule in my lifetime. Nobody can come and tell me, fellow Nigeria, we know things are wrong. These military guys that are planning to take over, that are planning coup, will be worse than the civilians we have. What we should do, and I've said this, anybody who loves Nigeria, it's all of us to take on the system at once, have a revolution. You get another government in uniform. All these army generals we're saying, colonels, a lot, they're the one reason why there's insecurity in the country. Some of the most undisciplined set of people you can imagine in the country, corrupt, they own real estate in Abuja. They're the ones, some of them supply weapons to terrorists and bandits. So I'm never going to support a military takeover of power. I'm just giving you information that I have.
All right. Just before I let you know, do you think that this recent overhaul of the security chiefs by Mr. President would improve the security situation in the country? A simple answer.
If he was serious, and you can accuse me of bias, you should have fired Ebetoku. Then I would know that he wants to improve the security architecture. I think one military guy said today that even in all of this, you should go and overhaul the police. That tells you that this is a joke.
All right. It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you, Omoyele Sowore, convener, #RevolutionNow movement. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back to Breakfast Central. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has officially decorated the newly appointed service chiefs at the presidential villa in Abuja following the confirmation by the Senate. The new military leadership includes General Olufemi Oluyede, the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, the Chief of Army Staff, and Air Marshal Kennedy Aneke, Chief of Air Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, and the Chief of Naval Staff.
The president directed the service chiefs to crush terrorist groups and declared that Nigeria is in a hurry to celebrate victory over enemies of the state. But beyond the ceremony and the rhetoric, what does this reshuffle mean for Nigeria's fight against insecurity, military professionalism, and civil-military relations? Joining us live in the studio for this discussion, we have principal partner at Monarchy and Associates Consulting, Akinkunmi Von, is here live. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thanks. Thanks.
The first question everyone definitely will be talking about and will love to ask is the change of the security chiefs and the impact it will have, especially looking at the military, the Navy, name them. That change, was it very necessary?
Well, to be informed about the change is within the Constitution of the Nation, Section 218, subsection 1 and 2, that the president can make those changes. Even in the harmonized terms of condition, Section 11 there, 0.8 and 0.9, it tells that after 2 years, or they can say for as much as 2 years, then thereafter, if the president sees fit, he can extend their stay. You asking from the civilian angle, because we're all civilians.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm not totally civilian because the former, I'm from a breed. They call us ex-boys. Yeah. The former Chief of Air Staff and Chief of Naval Staff, they were 6 years my own senior. Yeah. So when you're speaking
in the
military, Nigerian Military School, sorry.
Okay, I went to Nigerian Military School too.
What set is that?
NMS 93, Echo Company.
Okay, Foxtrot Company, 88.
Wow.
Okay, so we're speaking military language now.
Yes.
Okay,
so I'm the odd one out there.
No, you're not.
Right,
you're not.
Right.
I'll bring you online.
I'm going to represent the masses. So
I'll bring you online. Now, where?
Now, it's been described as a pardon too far. President Tinubu's prerogative of mercy list, which included convicts serving time for serious crimes, something that sparked widespread outrage and left the administration churning and roiling in controversy, forcing it to make a U-turn of sorts. The list had sparked debate about the balance between mercy and justice and eventually led to this urgent reappraisal, but the opposition had been quick to seize on the decision to review the pardon only after Nigerians expressed outrage. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar said it was too little too late and that the reversal was an act of shame. In a statement, he said that President Tinubu had cancelled his own pardon for drug traffickers, kidnappers and other hardened criminals, but only after Nigerians shouted loud enough to wake him up from his moral slumber. Mr. Abubakar said the controversy raised fundamental questions about governance and accountability in the current administration. If the public had kept quiet, would convicted drug lords and kidnappers be walking free today under the president's blessing, he asked. Well, let's get the perspective of the government. And for this, I'm joined now in the studio by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Good to see you again. Isn't the review and reversal of the pardon list an admission that the initial decision was flawed? And what does this say about the President's decision-making process?
Well, you know, what Nigerians ought to have seen by now is that this president is not one that is afraid to reverse himself. If he feels that he has made an error, he has been consistent about this. He's a human being. He can make mistakes, and he listens to the public. He's a president who wakes up in the morning. The first thing he does is to read all the Nigerian papers, to watch the TV, to know what's going on. So he tries to understand what people are talking about. So I don't see it as a matter of weakness. It's something that I think is a matter of strength. That you do something and then you reappraise it and then you make some adjustments. And that's what he has done in this case of pardon or clemency and so on. When people talk about public outrage about what he did in the first instance in consultation with the Council of State, I don't agree that it was a general outrage. Most of the criticisms were coming in the case of Mariam Sonda, who the court said found her guilty and sentenced her to death for killing her husband. I think that was where the criticisms were coming mainly from. And so whether he freed drug convicts and so on, even the second list still contained some drug offenders who were also given clemency, not pardon, clemency. And Mariam too was given clemency. What I know about
in other words, they reduced their sentences.
Yeah, no, she was sentenced to death.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that
President gave him 12
years, right?
12 years.
And in the case of the drugs people, they were also reduced.
Some of their sentences were reviewed downwards, but not that they were not pardoned. They were given. The sentences were commuted,
right?
So to say.
So
the president is, as a person on his own,
right?
He's a compassionate person, and then some of the things he does at times shows where he is coming from, his own personal philosophy, his own attitude about a lot of things. He has compassion, he has feelings for people. Let me cite the case of Mariam Sonda. Yeah, the court found her guilty of killing her husband, a very young man at that time. But her own case was a bit complicated by the fact that she has 2 kids, 2 children, I think 2 daughters or so. And I've read something about Islamic jurisprudence where people said that the court ought to have taken into account her children. Who will take care of them? The father is no more, and the mother is in jail.
Yeah, but she must have been aware of the fact that, I mean, she
it was a crime of passion. It was a crime of passion.
Right.
Crime of passion. Crime of not.
It wasn't premeditated. Is what you're saying.
It was a crime of passion.
Right.
So anything could happen between a man and a woman in the heat of argument and things like that. Something could happen. So I said, our president, is moved more by compassion and nothing else.
But don't you think this, what appears to be a flip-flop on issues as important as this, undermines the president's credibility and his grasp of the rule of law?
There's no flip-flop in what he has done. As I said, he's a man who's not afraid to check whatever he has done, make corrections, and then move on from there.
But there is the sense that the presidency's response to these accusations is a knee-jerk reaction to public pressure rather than a thoughtful reconsideration of the parliament.
If you read the second statement that we issued about this prerogative of mercy, it will be clear that even the Ministry of Justice is not actually in charge of prerogative of mercy. There's another government department in charge. What the president has seen in the review done also transferred that the secretariat of the prerogative of mercy committee to the Ministry of Justice that they need to work together. So it will now be supervised by the Ministry of Justice instead of being under the Ministry of Special Duties. So that's what they have done. They've looked at where did the problem come from, and then they found out, no, maybe these people ought to move to the Ministry of Justice. And then look at the people, the committee, the members of the committee itself. They are very, very important people in our society. And whatever they decided, whatever they recommended, I don't think people should just look at that and say if there are some irresponsible people who made the recommendations. They must have considered a lot of things before telling the government that this is how to go about this case and things like that. And if you just go and read the details, the people who are giving clemency, there are many of them young people in their 20s, some of them teenagers, for example, people convicted for illegal mining. They are not young Nigerians.
Yeah,
you want to waste them?
Yeah, I understand that. But, I mean, people have to wonder what, the presidency was thinking. 70 individuals, I'm talking about the original list, convicted of drugs-related offenses, about 30 of them for financial or fraud cases, 25 of them for violent or capital offenses, and a list which includes a former member of the House of Representatives convicted of receiving $500,000 in bribe in a country whose image has been virtually ruined by corruption. I mean, what was the presidency thinking?
In the case of the member of House of Rep, we're talking about Lawan, he had served his sentence. He was a free man. What the president presumably did was to pardon him, so that he could live a new life. He could come back to office, and he could at least. We cannot continue to punish people. That guy had served his sentence. He lost everything, and I think the state has a duty to rehabilitate people who have shown some remorse, who had served their sentence, who had at least seen that this thing, what he did, that led him to jail, is not good enough.
But the feeling seemed to be that the president was in effect telling Nigerians that it is okay to be politically corrupt in this country, and that you will be pardoned if you've been convicted by a court.
No, that's not the message.
I mean, he's free, he's walking around.
I would just say the case of Lawan, that's not the message. I said this guy, he had already served his sentence. Oh, are you going to accuse the president of doing the same thing with Macaulay, for instance, who the colonialists,
those are totally different.
Colonialists, almost 100 years ago, convicted for embezzlement and things like that.
Yeah, that's a completely different scenario.
Or are you going to accuse him of pardoning Ken Saruba and the other Ogoni 8? No. Look, I think society must have the heart of forgiveness. And we cannot continue to have grudges against people who have made some mistakes, who have committed some crimes. If you read the notes that were attached to all those things, they are saying they have shown remorse, that they have demonstrated, some things to show that they will never do the same thing all over again.
Right, because a lot of questions are being asked about the specific criteria that were used to select individuals for the pardon list and how the process was actually carried out. Because, for example, in the case of Mariam Sanda, the president, we're told, forgave her without any consultation with the victim's family. Didn't it occur to the presidency that it would give the impression that he was condoning extreme domestic violence?
The biological father came out. The biological father came out.
Subsequent to the list coming out.
The biological father was one of the people who pleaded for her release. The biological father of the husband,
yes,
Biliamiyu, that's the one who came out. The Bellows, who were saying who kick against
the maternal side,
they were the people, the boys. He lived with them all his life, and before he died. So they, of course, they are also in our tradition, they are also the parents of the boy. Right. But the biological father of Biliamiyu also came out to say, look, this woman needed to take care of the children. The husband has gone, and the woman is still there. What is the point in the state holding the woman in prison? You are also punishing the children.
But then you've gone back and kept her in prison.
Let's say this case. If you look at the case of capital punishment, for instance, some countries in the world, people will go and kill, and then some will say 10-year jail or 15-year jail term. In some other jurisdictions, it's death sentence. How do you evaluate the two?
Yeah,
the same kind of offense.
Yeah,
in some countries, say no, you are not going to kill. Even in America, in some countries, in some states, America,
yeah, differences.
In some other states, it's just sentence.
Yeah, but the point is that in Nigeria, there are laws, and it is the job of the president to uphold those laws. But at the same time, I agree with you, to have the capacity to assess situations and exercise the prerogative of mercy if he needs to. I mean, the power of the president to pardon is absolutely clear.
It's clear.
The Constitution grants him that power under section, I think, 175. But from a moral and political standpoint, how can the president justify forgiving, for instance, dozens of drugs-related criminals in a country that is battling a huge influx of drugs that are often used by bandits and terrorists to commit terrible crimes in this country?
He didn't pardon them. He didn't pardon them. Most of the one I read, I don't know which one you read, the one I read, the president granted them clemency. Some of them have served 12 years, 10 years in jail.
But it's the message that it sends, isn't it? It's the message that it sends, even if they've served their sentence.
If somebody has already been public, you see, I just gave the example of the way states all over the world respond to a capital offense like murder. In some countries, it's jail term. In some countries, it's death sentence. In some, they say life jail, life sentence. 3 different parameters for the same offense, globally. But if somebody has committed a drug offense, and the man has served the larger part of the sentence, why should we still continue to hold him? If the man, I said, the same man is saying he has shown remorse, he's now showing that he's a good person, and he's learned some new trade.
But if there is a problem, if there is a major problem of drugs in a country,
from a moral point, I always ask.
You don't send a signal by going to forgive.
If the state keeps somebody in jail, people should keep asking, to whose benefit? If the person that you have kept in jail, if he's a different person, if he has shown that he's a reformed person, because that's the purpose of the prison anyway, to reform him, to show that the man can be corrected, his life can change. So, if he has demonstrated that, and the people who recommended that the man should have some kind of clemency, you can't blame the president. He's acting on recommendation.
Well, let's be clear on what the Constitution allows the president to do, which is to forgive or pardon after a conviction. But does it allow the president to override a judicial decision, such as reducing a conviction for murder to 12 years in prison?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I cannot categorically answer that. But if you go by what happens all over the world, we've seen even the US, people forgiving all kinds of.
Yeah, but I don't see the president of America reducing the sentence. In other words, taking a judicial decision.
You are going to a legal area. I am not a lawyer. I'm not.
Well, I understand that, but the reason I mentioned that is I'm wondering whether that would not be in violation of the Constitution and, in effect, usurping the powers of a court. Because one would have thought that that process would have to be judicial, not through a politician. It would seem that the president's action undermines the doctrine of the separation of powers, because the power to try, convict, and punish offenders rests with the judiciary, not the executive.
But the same Constitution says the president has the power to exercise prerogative of mercy. After the judiciary has completed its own task, the judiciary does not keep prisoners. The executive keeps prisoners. So, after the judiciary has done its own part, the executive they keep people in jail, and they can say, oh, this is how the president can exercise their prerogative.
Right.
And even governors can exercise prerogative.
Okay, I've got a question here from a member of the public. Does the president have the sole power to review the list after he has consulted with the Council of State? Shouldn't he take the review list back to the Council of State? In other words, after he's given the list to the Council of State and they've given their response and he reviews it, he's reviewed it now.
Don't let us forget, I'm not a lawyer, but let me just tell you that in exercising that power prerogative of mercy, all the president needs to do is to consult.
Right.
Consult. That's the key word, consult. It's not that the council will tell him go and do this. He merely consults them. He merely consults them.
I'm sure you know that quite a number of, I don't know if you know this, but quite a number of senior lawyers are now calling for Section 175 of the Constitution to be repealed and expunged from the Constitution. Their argument is that it cannot be fair for the law to give one person, even if he is the president, and we're talking about the context of Nigeria, not the United States, that it cannot be fair for the law to give one person, even if he's the president, the power to forgive people who've been investigated by this country's law enforcement agencies, properly arraigned before competent courts of law and subsequently convicted. Because retaining the power to forgive demoralizes those law enforcement agencies and undermines confidence in this country's justice system. What is your reaction to that?
Well, let them take their suggestion to the National Assembly to amend the Constitution. As of now, the Constitution we have, the 1999 Constitution, empowers the President to exercise prerogative of mercy. So until an amendment is done by the Assembly, that's what we are going to have for now, unfortunately, if that's what they are talking about. That's what we are going to have up to now.
So there are no plans to review or reform the prerogative of mercy process to prevent similar controversies in the future?
If they sufficiently feel that that section should be reviewed, they can take their case to the National Assembly. Incidentally, the Assembly is reviewing the Constitution, so they can take all these matters there. After our country keeps evolving, things keep changing, and they can take it there. We can review it, so you can limit the power of the president to do so, or even limit the power. You can even expunge prerogative of mercy from the Constitution, and so you can handle it differently. But first of all, we have to amend our Constitution.
But you're comfortable with the review process the president has carried out, and it's all over now. Let's move on.
As I said, the president don't act alone. We have a prerogative of mercy committee made of senior Nigerians. I don't have the details here now. Made of senior, reputable Nigerians. They made the recommendation to the president, and they must have some facts that they base their recommendations on. The president took this thing to the Council of State for consultation. Not for their approval, for consultation.
Right.
That, I have this list, and they concur with him, and then the list was released. And following the reaction of the public, the president, let's have a look at it. And he has done something that we are not emphasizing here today, that the committee, the secretariat, he has said he should move to the Ministry of Justice.
He did.
So that the Ministry can have an oversight on whatever he does, and know, and then be guided by certain things that, we can't do this, we can't do that. Maybe they were not looking at it, at all those other various factors that they need to put into consideration before saying X should be given clemency or be pardoned by the president.
In that regard, what lessons has the presidency learned from all of this?
Well, I said this president is always ready. He listens to public opinion. He's guided by what people say. And as I said, he's a president who's always ready to admit his errors. If he has made errors, he doesn't consider himself a Superman. He sees himself that he listens to what people are saying, and he corrects himself, and then he moves on. I said it's not a matter of it's not a weakness. That is one of his strengths.
Right.
To make amends and then to move.
Okay, let me move on from that, because it's not every day that we have you sitting here. So, I mean, we take advantage of you being here to ask you a lot of other questions. The president has just changed his service chiefs, the military chiefs in this country. What prompted that change?
Well, I would say it's a routine change. The president is concerned about the way the security situation is being addressed, and he feels that maybe it's time to have some new people in charge.
So he didn't feel the other people were doing enough.
He gave them a marching order that we should not allow a crisis that began in 2009 to fester. 16 years of insurgency war, 16 years from 2009. The president said today, he told the new service chiefs that they must do everything possible to make sure that this country ends this war.
And this is not related to reports flying around and rumors of an attempted
rumors.
Well, reports as well. I mean,
well, there are rumors. You see, I don't know. I was telling some journalists today that sometimes journalists, the way we report, I'm a journalist. We sometimes don't ask ourselves some basic questions. In Latin, they say, cui bono, of what benefit will each story be if I publish it? Of what benefit? Of what benefit will it benefit Nigeria? Of what benefit will it see to Nigerian journalists or the Nigerian public disseminating rumors about a so-called coup attempt? The military authorities issued a statement and said, this is what happened. Let journalists keep writing all kinds of stories, that so and so happened.
Well, that's why we have you here to clarify the situation.
Yes, I'm saying, I don't speak for the military, but the military spoke, and they gave a reason, the reasons why they arrested those people they said they arrested. And of course, the media, a section of the media, maybe they are looking for traffic, or they are clickbait and all kinds, they are writing all kinds of things. Today, for instance, one newspaper said the NDDC MD, Samuel Buku, was arrested, and they transferred some 40-something billion to somebody, they said somebody, a politically exposed person, who they say had fled Nigeria and so on. Today, the same man they said was arrested, appeared on television, Arise television this morning, live.
Yeah, we saw that. But you know,
so you can see in the bit of some section of the media to get traffic, to get clickbait and so on, they just write all kinds of salacious things, sensational things. As I said, they don't ask the basic question of what benefit is this.
Yeah, but you are a respected journalist yourself, so I'm sure you know the difference.
I said they don't ask the basic question.
I know, but what I'm saying is that I'm sure you know the difference between social media and traditional media. Anybody can write anything in social media.
No,
I mean, somebody can write in social media that you got two heads.
When you have respected media, like the Punch, for example, today was the one that carried sort of a Obuku being arrested, being investigated for transferring for some
but
billion.
It depends on, you see,
and they were feeding on a tabloid.
Yeah, but
that's no credibility whatsoever.
But the point is that you're a journalist, and I'm sure the first thing you look at is how the story is written, the sourcing, the language that's used to describe it, whether or not they're attributing the story to a particular place or a particular. I mean, whatever. I didn't see the story, so I really don't know.
No, I read it.
You know, but I think the Punch is a reasonably well-respected
I said, wow,
newspaper.
this is the man who said has been arrested. I said, this is my life on TV. I said, where did they get this story from? You see, it's a matter. Some media like salacious stories. They like something sensational. They keep asking about this alleged coup, this rumor of coup, and I keep telling them, wait for the military authorities. They said they are still investigating. In the first one they issued, they said they are investigating. And why don't you wait? Why don't you wait for official response? And you keep feeding on the same information.
Yeah, because the bits of information trickle out that, and sometimes those
they are investigating.
Yes, but
they are still investigating.
But we know, I mean, from history, and I'm sure you know this as well, that oftentimes governments use the term investigating to try and keep everybody quiet. I mean, the bottom line is that if something as serious as that happened in this country, should it not be incumbent upon the government to come out and say, no, this is what happened?
The military authorities are investigating. So my plea to our journalists is that wait for official information. They will release information. When they conclude the investigation, they release the information that this is what we have found. Whether it's a coup attempt or not, they will tell us. They cannot. And then they take those people to trial. We should wait instead of speculating. Wait for investigation. If someone thinks they're right, if they're investigating and you are saying they arrest number A or B, you may be tipping off some other people. So you may be actually compromising their investigation. So the media should tarry a while. We should do this our job. I think it's some responsibility.
I think the consideration is always the public's right to know. In a democracy.
And the media, there's something we call the social responsibility of the media. The media as gatekeepers, it's not everything that we tell the public. The media doesn't tell everything. We don't tell everything to the public. They suddenly say, no, let's not. As I said, cui bono, with this, if I write this, of what benefits it to the people of Nigeria. If you write about coup, do you know the effect it causes?
Yeah, but
let me learn.
Yeah.
The effect it causes for the country.
Yeah, but the potential.
A country that is looking for investment, and the media are shouting, coup attempt, coup attempt, coup attempt. Do you know what it causes for Nigeria? It will draw away investors.
Yeah, but the
media, with their own hands, will destroy the country.
Yeah, we need to know the truth. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I said, wait. The army, the military authorities said they are investigating. By the time they complete the investigation, we know whether it's a coup or attempted coup or whatever it is. We will know. Wait, let's study a while.
Yeah, how long?
They said they're investigating. No, the military will speak. I will say I don't speak for the military.
Course, yeah.
I'm just talking as a responsible Nigerian, a journalist. That look, as journalists, sometimes we need to apply some breaks in what we do at times. Not everything is fit to print. As we say, not everything. There's anything you don't say no. Let's leave this one out. Let's allow these people to actually finish what they are doing, and then they issue a report.
So your contention is that the media should not have reported that there are reports or rumors flying around the place. Evidence.
Rumors. The media should not report rumors.
No. But what I'm saying is that the evidence because people talked to people. That's where it came from. I mean, some people who were supposedly in the know put that information out.
The military, I think about more than 2 weeks ago now, they issued a statement. They arrested some people. This was the reason why they arrested them. The media kept probing. Oh, something else. It must be 2 weeks after. I think it was a reporter that started it. Oh, that was a coup attempt. And everybody started lashing on that. Not all the media. Till today, not all the media have joined all this rumor reporting about a coup or a coup attempt. Not all of them. Some have kept out of it because it's unofficial. People I said the purpose is for them, they are looking for traffic, they are looking for clips.
Yeah.
And they are promoting something, a story that can be inimical to the economy of our country.
But it's also a situation where people simply do not trust the government. A lot of people do not trust what the government says or what it does. And therefore, there is this reliance on the media to dig into things, even when the government says that this thing is white. They want to take it to a laboratory and see if it's actually white.
It's not just in Nigeria. All over the world,
yeah.
The people generally have a distrust for government. All over the world, there's a distrust for government.
Yeah, but we're talking about Nigeria,
aren't we? I said it's not just a Nigerian issue. All over the world, people don't really trust government. All over the world. It's not just a Nigerian matter. But I'm saying that the media also have a responsibility under our social responsibility of the media to be cautious in reporting certain things. Because I said, whatever we report has implications. Has implications not just for our country. And we need to, as Nigerians, as patriotic Nigerians, there are certain things we don't say, no, let's really hear from the officials what really happened. I've seen, there was a day I called a media house here. Something happened in Niger State. And the media house reported many soldiers killed by bandits. And that same story also says there has been no official confirmation yet. In fact, the report says scores of soldiers killed. Do you know when the official confirmation came? You know how many people were killed? It says 7. And I called and say, you see what you reported at that time?
Yeah, but that's 7 too many, though, isn't it?
7, yeah, 7 were. They use the word scores. That is 20.
Yeah.
20. They said score, it could be 20, it could be 40, it could be 60.
That certainly sounds like an exaggeration.
I didn't say man, I said scores. It says scores. And I said, look at what you said the other time. You said scores of soldiers killed. Now, officially, you said 7.
Right. Okay.
So, there's need for caution in our reporting. And I said these days, maybe because many people practicing our profession, they don't go to journalism school, they just report anything. Anything goes.
That
and
is
they don't
true.
look at the implication of the report.
That is true.
That's very unfortunate for me.
On that note, I want to thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure having you here and getting your considered assessment of developments in this country.
Yeah.
Bayo Onanuga is a special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shares.
President Bola Tinubu has charged Nigeria's new service chiefs to deliver results in tackling terrorism and emerging security threats, warning that new armed groups must be smashed right in the head. State House correspondent Adesua Omoruwan has this report.
When he reached, President Tinubu, assisted by the service chiefs' spouses, decorates the newly appointed commanders with their new ranks, marking what he calls a renewed push to secure Nigeria and protect its sovereignty. The event, held at the council chambers of the State House, followed their confirmation by the National Assembly. Among those present were the Senate President, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Deputy Senate President, and National Security Advisor. The President commended the armed forces for their sacrifices and patriotism, but urges the new chiefs to act decisively and innovatively as security threats evolve across the country.
Our grave concern to our administration is the recent emergence of a new armed groups in the troublesome area of North Central, Northwest, and parts of the South. We must not allow this new threat to fester. We must be decisive and proactive. Let us smash things right in the head.
He charged them to strengthen intelligence sharing, deploy technology, and work as one team, assuring full government support.
I charge you, as the head of our nation's armed forces, to carry out your duties with patriotic zeal. Nigerians expect result and not excuses. We cannot allow the crisis that began in year 2009 to persist any longer.
The newly decorated service chiefs are Olufemi Oluyede, Chief of Defense Staff, who is decorated as a 4-star general. Next, Emmanuel Udendeye, now decorated with the rank of Lieutenant General, retained his position as Chief of Defense Intelligence in the reshuffle of the military hierarchy. Waidi Shuaibu, Chief of Army Staff, is decorated with the rank of Lieutenant General. Also, Chief of Naval Staff, Idi Abbas, is decorated as Vice Admiral. And the Chief of Air Staff, Sunday Aneke, is decorated with the rank of Air Marshal. Speaking on behalf of his colleagues, General Oluyede pledged a safer Nigeria and to safeguard democracy.
I want to assure Mr. President and all Nigerians today that I will do our utmost best to ensure that we rid Nigeria of all forms of criminality and make Nigeria safer so that socio-economic endeavors can thrive. We pledge our loyalty to Mr. President and we assure you that we continue to support the flourishing democracy and support all your government aspirations to make Nigeria better.
After the ceremony, he reaffirmed that commitment, urging Nigerians to support the military's mission.
Without the support of Nigerians, we hardly achieve anything. So I want to enjoin Nigerians
of all ethnicities to please support us. And at the end of the day, I believe we'll make Nigeria safer.
Nigeria faces evolving security threats from banditry to terrorism and even emerging armed groups. But as the president has charged the new service chiefs to deliver on concrete results, they are in turn pledging a safer Nigeria, loyalty to the country as a whole and its flourishing democracy. But the real challenge is turning that resolve into lasting peace. From the presidential villa, Adesua Omoruwan, Arise News.
Okay, following the complete change of guard of the top military hierarchy in Nigeria and the swearing in of the service chiefs, joining us live, we have General Anthony Atolagbe, who was the former theater commander operations, Safe Haven in Plateau State, and also former first commander of the African Military Intervention Mission in Sudan. And he is also a security consultant to the ECOWAS and the African Union. Thank you for joining us live on Arise News Daybreak, General Atolagbe.
Good morning, viewers, and good morning to everyone.
Okay, now going into the heart of the story now, the president has given the service chief a clear mandate. He said, no excuses, we want results. Smash the new emerging security threat in the country. What do you make of this? Do you think there is enough political will, enough mandate and resources to address this?
Thank you for the question. If we take from what the president has said, I took some key points, some key words in his statements. He talked about being proactive. He talked about being preemptive. He talked about innovation and that the adversary should be smashed on the head. On the top of all that is to bring defeat to the adversary.
And no excuses.
And there will be no excuses. So if the service chiefs want to do their checklist, which is what I'm here to do, and perhaps contribute to that checklist that they need to prepare, and then they should take some of these areas one after the other and see how they key in to achieving the mandate of the president, which he has put before them. And in doing this, people just want to hear a change of narrative. We want to hear that there are no issues of resurgence, of crisis. We want to hear that people, our troops, are not giving surprise attacks, thereby having casualties. We want to see a situation where efforts are made to ensure that ambushes are predicted, or perhaps we have information to prevent us from running into ambushes. And we also want to see a situation where, how do we warm ourselves into the hearts of the people? Not by dropping bombs on innocent civilians. So some of these areas are the ones I would just like to highlight on. And everything emanates from having to do some reviews. You need to do, for the fact that, yes, you are coming from the theater and the CDS also was there. Perhaps there will be need for us to look at how to do new things. How do you do new things? You conduct reviews, carry out some researches, find out what you have not been doing or what you need to do better. And in doing this, I just have perhaps one or two areas that I want to add to their checklist. First, what do you do? How do you, put the heads of the enemy down so that you can bring him to the Iran table to discuss how to end the conflict? You have to ensure that most of your operations are effect-based operations. When we talk about effect-based operations, we want a situation where once a place is cleared, we don't want to see a situation where someday we just hear that people have come back to the place, or you only succeed in pursuing them out of the place only for a minimum period of time, and then the next thing you see them coming back again. Then we talk about the use of precision-guided weapons. This has not been seriously employed over the period. And why I'm saying this is because of all these civilian casualties that we normally experience.
Right.
It doesn't make people happy. But if you have precision-guided weapons, you find a situation where casualties, civilian casualties are minimized. And then you actually pinpoint on the very target on which you want to drop your payloads.
Right. General, before you go on, you're actually touching on a subject that I wanted to speak more about. You know, in your assessment, what should be the immediate priorities, do you think, for these newly appointed service chiefs, given the current security realities that you've kind of highlighted on and spoken on, from terrorism, banditry, maritime, and cyber threats as well?
Okay, from what I was actually explaining, I talked about carrying out reviews. Some of these reviews, for instance, if you want to do a review at the level of the defense headquarters, for example, their reviews surely must address what the national security strategy is talking about, what the national defense policy is talking about. And when you do such reviews, they must all conform with those areas. Then we now ask ourselves, when was the last time the national security architecture when was it reviewed? Because the operating environment is fluid, continue to change from time to time. The threats continue to increase, and then you find a situation where if these reviews will reposition the operation, will reposition the forces, will realign them, where you have kept maybe about 1,000 troops, now you now look at, do I need to get more troops? Then I also look forward to a situation where the first generation, we've been talking about this, and I think the armed forces are doing something very cogent in this area now, recruiting more men over and over, and in fact establishing more training depots across the country. And I think this is the way to go. When you have this level of threats coming from almost around the entire horizon of the country, you need enough foot on the ground so that people will not, this adversary will not have the means of just taking over ungoverned spaces and then taking over areas and perhaps creating their own method of governance within certain local governments or within certain states. These are some of the ways I think they should be included in their checklist for them to proceed.
Okay, now let's do a kind of periodic assessment now. The outgoing, immediate past Chief of Defense Staff said, General Christopher Musa said, he's been able to push back security threats and also been able to dislodge the stronghold of the terrorists and also decimate them to a large extent. So now, taking over with General Oluyede, taking over the reins of the military now, he's taking over, would you say he's taking over at a very good state, looking at the state of things now, and what are the possibilities for him given what's already on ground?
Okay, let us just go back a little. You know that the new CDS was the Chief of Army Staff. So I'm sure the outgoing CDS will not be talking out of a vacuum. And I'm trying to say this because he knows that the Chief of Army Staff actually has some knowledge of what he was talking about. So I want to look forward to a situation where there has to be some improvement on perhaps where he has stopped, and a situation where he needs to see how to create more synergy with the rest of the security agencies, because that is one area that we usually have some slowdown. And then we also need, like the President has promised, there are areas of great support that the President needs to actually come in terms of equipment. I'm aware that one of the areas that the renewed Hope agenda actually has keyed into supporting the crisis or the conflict is in the provision of 4 satellite stations, which was pronounced in May 2025. And one of such satellites, one particular one, which is a kind of an aperture radar equipment, is dedicated to security. And I look forward to a situation where this particular kind of radar will be, stepped up quickly so that we can have a complete lightning where you have such radars over an operational environment or a conflict zone. You light up the entire horizon so that whatever movements the adversary is making within those locations, they are open and they are made.
I guess you're talking of security drones now to create a kind of surveillance.
Yes,
on those
the drones are another type of equipment.
But now let's focus on General Oluyode now, leading Nigeria's military. Now he has outlined plans by saying that he would want to promote foreign partnership. He would also want to boost local production of arms, and he would also want to engage the civilian, promote military-civil relationship. Do you worked with him, and you know him very well? Do you think he has the capacity to drive these reforms in the Nigerian military?
Okay, I will just touch on two key areas you have talked about. The first one is on peacekeeping operations. This is my own domain, and it's actually makes me to feel a little bit unhappy because we have pulled out of major global participation in peacekeeping, apart from that which we are doing within ECOWAS. At a point, we were the first to set foot in UNAMID in Sudan, and with our arrival there, we had 4 battalions along with Rwanda, and this gave us a very good. In fact, the reimbursement that countries even get from some of these participation is enormous for us to even add value to the economy of our nation. Right. And not only that, when you talk about military-industrial complex, you go to Egypt, they produce so many things, and a lot of other Arab countries are partnering with them in the provision of avionics, in the provision of a lot of equipment that has to do with this kind of conflict. When you go to South Africa, most of the trucks that they are using, they move on gradients of almost 90 degrees. It's such that they can climb any location at any particular time. When you go to Sudan, they are in war, but they are producing everything that they are using. Right. So you see a situation where we are actually challenged to see how we wake up and see how we can, fall in line with some of these arrangements so that we can also bring our nation to the forefront of war fighting and able to defeat our adversaries.
General, I'm glad that you brought up the situation that's going on in Sudan, because it's actually a very sad situation that's happening there. There's an enormous loss of lives that's going on at the moment. What lessons from your command of the African Union mission in Sudan could inform how Nigeria now approaches things like regional cooperation and peacekeeping with this new defense leadership?
Okay, if you talk about the regional arrangements, I think the only region that is at the vanguard of the African standby force is ECOWAS. The ECOWAS standby force is the one that actually is being like a model for the rest of other regions. And in IGAD, Intergovernmental Organization for those in the northeast of Africa. So you see a situation where, number one, that synergy, that level of cooperation that we enjoy in ECOWAS is not so much within that region. Now, what I see is that one of the things that actually happened was the coup that took place, which displaced the UN mission that was there. And in fact, it shrank them and pushed them into Khartoum. So most of these areas where the UN was deployed in El Fasher, in Yala, in El Janina, and the other areas in Darfur where we have some of these our troops, they were asked to leave, that they are able to govern their own area themselves. Now, if I want to take a lesson from there, I look forward to a situation where, in our own case here in Nigeria, we don't have foreign troops on ground, but there is a way in which we can maintain some level of security across the entire spectrum. How do we do this? If you find out that the level of threat in a particular place, because within the UN, they are rated 1 to 5. At 5, that is top level of insecurity. So when you have a level 5 insecurity, those are the ones in which you have pure military deployments without any police, without any correctional officers around the area, because it's just there are major threats. So you keep stepping it down up to such a level that we don't have to leave any space and because these are some of the areas where some of these adversaries take advantage.
Let us streamline this discussion again, because the essence of all our conversation is the safety of Nigerians. Against the backdrop of possible coup reports, and even though the military has denied it, that the 16 military officers were arrested based on breach of military regulations. But look at this trend now. We have reports that over 500 senior military officers have been forced into early retrenchment since under the Buhari's regime and Tinubu's regime. Do you think this would have, what are the implications of losing the best of our finest soldiers?
Well, I've had to talk about this particular issue somewhere else, and with all due respect, and to all those who were there taking such decisions, I am of the opinion that if they had reached out enough, perhaps there could have been a better way of getting rid of officers in this nature. Currently, we have officers who still have like 2 years to complete their tour of duty in service. Some have 3 years, and they just have to go. But what I'm actually driving at is what are the solutions to some of these problems? For instance, in the UK, we find a situation where military officers who have certain competencies are deployed within MDAs. So what is wrong with getting some of these guys engaged? There are a lot of our officers who are qualified engineers, who are qualified people in aviation and the rest of it. And there's nothing wrong in getting some of them fixed in some of these areas. If they don't have to wear uniforms to cover the remaining period of their service. But then there has to be a lasting solution so that we can stop this recurrent this thing, and that will need some people to sit down and work out the modalities.
Unfortunately, we are pressed for time. Yeah. Thank you very much, General Anthony Atolagbe, former Theater Commander, Operation Safe Haven in Plateau State, and security consultant to ECOWAS and the African Union, and also Force Commander of the African Military Intervention in Sudan. Thank you very much for joining us live on Daybreak on Arise News.
Thank you.
And that's all we have time for here on Daybreak. Don't forget, it's Friday. Make sure you have the best of time. I'm Benga Ashur. It's goodbye from me.
Please do keep it here on Arise News. The morning show is next. I'm Yolanda Robert. Goodbye.
So, after more than 65 years of independence, ask many Nigerians and they'll say that hope has turned into hopelessness and laughter has fallen silent. They say that there needs to be a significant turning point in the huge political turbulence that's engulfed Nigeria for decades. And the way to achieve this is through a new, all-inclusive People's Constitution. Nigeria's National Assembly is currently conducting a review of the 1999 Constitution, aiming to amend key areas. The goal is to address issues and gaps in the current Constitution and ensure its legitimacy through public participation. But while this process is going on, the call is out by many eminent Nigerians, including the legal luminary and former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Wale Olanipekun, for a much more root and branch constitutional overhaul. He, the Patriots Group, and many others have been leading a citizen constitutional intervention driven by what they say is a growing sense of public urgency to completely overhaul the 1999 Constitution to make it more inclusive. So, can the National Assembly be persuaded that what they're doing is simply tinkering around the edges, and that Nigeria is in dire need of a new constitutional framework that reflects the aspirations and realities of its people? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by a member of the Joint Secretariat of the National Political Summit, Dr. Akin Faponda, who is also an eminent member of the Patriots Group and is the Director of Research at the Afenifere Group. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you very much. It was
good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
So basically, Mr. Olanipekun is sending out an urgent call to the National Assembly to stop this review and amendment process of the 1999 Constitution, drop that Constitution altogether, and focus instead on coming up with a fresh People's Constitution that would be subjected to a referendum that would give it the imprimatur of the people. Do you agree with him that this current Constitution review exercise is something of a waste of time and money?
Absolutely. Olanipekun Wole and Olisa Agbakoba, they are the two brightest minds we have in this country. And they've spoken truth to power. But for what no reason at all, the political class, they are just deaf and dumb to reason. Okay, what they are doing now, in American football style, the clock has run out. Because what they came up with last month is for them to amend the Constitution to consider 74 bills through the 36 state assemblies. Do we have minds in those assemblies to process 74 bills in the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months? Do you have the mind? They want to create 46 new states. I was at the public hearing that was held, and they want to change 83 sections of the Constitution.
Yeah, but is it that they want to create new states, or that is what the public want and they're considering whether it is feasible to do?
The fact that if your child says he wants what is not feasible, if you have leadership, will you lead them on to say, okay, want to shut them straight?
Yeah, but you could make the same argument about a new constitution. I mean,
you
have a right to go to them and say that. But I mean, they're not going to shut you up. They're going to listen to you. They have an obligation to listen to you.
All those things is because they have expended 100 billion naira for this process.
Right.
And they want to justify that they have spent that money. And nothing will come out of it. In any case, they are using our sovereignty. They are actually executing a coup against Nigerian society. The society says, let us sit down and talk. And we have been saying this in 1999. And they have been going on this process, and they have not. Okay, we now have almost 320 clauses in the current Constitution. It's job for the lawyers, interpretation. Everything is wrong with it. The Constitution we have now is not fit for purpose. Absolutely.
But I mean, if you're saying that, I mean, they're talking about fixing some clauses, arguably in dozens of parts of the Constitution. They're also talking about things like state police, distribution of states across the regions to make it a bit fairer, lots of other bits and bobs. I mean, if that bit that they're doing to an existing constitution, tinkering with bits of it, to you sounds like a massive rejig, what about changing the constitution completely, which is what you're asking?
Yeah, they want to amend 83 sections of the Constitution. And there have been 3, 4, 5 votations before. If you have some cloth garment that you are patching in 83 places, if you have common sense, you want to say, come, let's just think out of the box. What are the real issues in this country? We have 4 major areas that we need to fundamentally look at. The bottom line is that the federal government is bloated, is not fit for purpose. A true federalism, there'll be 2-tier distinct structures, each one with its own constitutional framework. Absolutely. And then the functions to each tier, the federal government will take not more than 12, 14 of the 68 items. Maybe foreign affairs, currency, passport. That's it. But what does federal government have to do with roads? Umar is going around the whole country wasting money to be inspecting roads physically across almost 1 million square kilometers of Nigeria. Himself alone. We're supposed to have 6, 7 ministers of works in the regions to take care of their own area. where they even know. I mean, okay, when I was in government, I traveled around the country because I was director planning in the federal system. How many people know where Dambo is? How many people have been to let's say, Kotepene? How many people? You're all in Lagos just talking theory, or you're in Abuja. So until we decentralize and then give function to the regions without any ambiguity, very, very importantly, why not propose? Supposing we go to parliamentary system, leave president, a governor in the state will be first elected in the parliament in the state. He will be first among equals. Will it be emperor the way we have governors now? It will not be, because he will first be elected as a constituency in his own state. It is the parliament members that will elect him as the governor or premier of that state. How will he be able to now pocket all his colleagues?
Yeah, but listening to you, I mean, you're making a lot of sense, and what you're saying is very reasonable. But I'm thinking in terms of the time. I mean, this new constitution, when do you actually see it taking effect? Because, I mean, there are presidential elections coming in less than 2 years. Do you see that constitution being ready by then?
If the patrons eminently considered and discussed and proposed a bill that has to be submitted, is for a process to make the change. The constitutional alternative, I have a copy of it.
Right.
Everybody is well has copies of what's supposed to be parliamentary system, a separate regional constitution from federal, isn't it? And then decentralized functions of governance, and then revenue allocation decentralized. Those are the elements we need. And then elections now will be parliamentary. If you are elected to represent your state in Abuja, your state will pay your salary. You won't have salary in Abuja. So you are subject to recall by your state if you are not doing what is correct. But when you are elected now, the way it is, you come to Abuja, you don't go home again for 4 years unless you are going for election. So the document that will speak to this is available. Petros have drafted it, and there's a bill on top, which the president, if he's really interested in solving the problem. When the Petros met him last year, he said he's interested first in economics. Okay, now, he said economy is now good, that he will now consider politics later. Okay, this is time to consider politics. If he takes Petros' bill this month and send it to National Assembly, and they pass it, there are drafts that will be given to the public to debate. And within 3 months, there could be clean copy. The real issue now is to have referenda.
Right. But I've heard you say that what you want is not just an all-embracing national constitution, but a whole set of sub-regional constitutions for the 6 geopolitical zones that will reflect the way they want their zones to operate.
Absolutely.
I mean, would you like to expand on that?
In the bill that's supposed to be passed, we authorize the regions to have their own conclave to decide. Okay, we now have 6 regions, 6 geopolitical zones. Even the National Assembly recognize these zones, and they already have commissions, so it's recognized. It's for those commissions now to be transformed into the nuclear to starting point of what to be the regions. I agree there may not be more than 6. So that some area might say, no, I want to belong outside. We might actually have 10 geopolitical zones eventually, once there is proper discussion. But then, we have the draft of Eastern Regional Constitution, we have Western Regional Constitution. There is document to
build upon. Right.
And then the bottom line is that we now agree that each region will differentiate and will be good neighbors, and they will cooperate and they will compete, and they control their resources. They will maintain federal government as a club, the way we maintain United Nations. That's the model that will not, you don't need to be fighting for 100 million to buy form to be president of in Abuja. You don't need that. You have to have some access to some unclean money to want to pay 100,000, 100 million naira. That's just form. Not the real election. You have to go 36 states, hiring private jets and fueling it, and just shouting one nation, and that's all. no manifesto, nothing.
It sounds like, well, certainly the sense that I'm getting is that you think Nigeria's leaders, and that includes members of the National Assembly, have really no respect for their people, and that they believe that their personal interests are the interests of the people, because that's an assessment I've heard you voice in some of your public comments.
Absolutely, because some of them are my friends, they are from my area. If you sold your house and you bought from 50 million to run for Senate, and then you go to Abuja, you have to rent house 10 million per annum, pay 5 years. You are just investment, you are recouping what you have brought in. So they don't listen. I've sent documents to me, they don't reply me at all. They don't. Because I'm talking now, they're trying to survive. They're in survival mode, but they're in darkness until we put on the light. In fact, they are suffering. I've been with some of them where people from their village come in and say, give us Trump, give us money, we can't go back. They have to raise money to pay their constituents to go back. Otherwise, they have to pay hotel bills for them. They are in big trouble, but somehow, somebody has to call them to say, look, you are just killing yourself. If I'm a senator now to come back next time.
It's like being a drug addict, isn't it? Unless you go through rehab
absolutely
to get you off it, you're just going to keep doing it, even though you hate yourself for doing it.
So to contest next time now, you are raising 100 million to survive the next election. Otherwise, you will not come back again.
But I'm sure you know, Dr. Faponda, that some people have argued that it is not the Constitution, but the people that matter, those whose job it is to implement that Constitution.
No.
I mean, if it doesn't matter, why have a Constitution at all? I guess that's a question that
No. Structure and form and format matters. If you land in Heathrow Airport today, you will behave. You, Senator, you carry your bag. You enter the train. Do you have people carrying your bags everywhere in Heathrow when you land? The structure, the format there is different. Well, here is for big money, it's for godfathers. It's for you to have 50 SUVs following you. So the system here allows us, as I said earlier on, supposing the governor is elected first into the House of Assembly, and then from there his colleagues now do electoral college vote to say you are first among equals to run the government on behalf of our party. Will it transform easily to an emperor the way we have now? But you don't know how the governor got his election. He got in there on his own way. He bought his way through annex or BSA through police, and he's not going to listen to you at all. If you don't do anything, he will starve you of funds. He will dissolve the local government council, and nothing will happen. Because it's just on his own. It's actually on his own. Let me not talk about the president that just awarded contract, 15 trillion. And no apology for it. It's being claimed as, but the process is very important. Even if the road is built, that process is faulty, is flawed forever.
Right. So it is about the politics of self-interest that's being practiced in this country, where I think I've heard you say this again before, where everything is mine versus yours. And if President Tinubu does something today, someone from a different ethnic group will say it's bad, not because it's really bad, because it doesn't benefit his people. In such circumstances, how would you use a new constitution to change all that?
If we decide now, I believe, honestly, something will have to happen. They can't on their own. Like it's what you said, a drug addict cannot just walk to rehabilitation on his own. It's very rare. Something has to happen. I pray it's not going to be the extreme. But in the last few days now, the mere talking about who it has entered into a psyche now. We used to know, but no one want to even say it before, up to this last week. Now that we have said it, is it not? So we have to welcome more of such aberrations in the next couple of months. If the political class want to be reasonable, somebody have to call them. Our former head of states are too quiet. General Gowon, General Bangida. So there's some leadership in the society that will call people in a private say, look, we can't continue like this. Former Chief Justice, and I'm disappointed in the Council of State, they were in a meeting, they could not pick out some cases they just were sleeping in the Council of State or what? President can make proposal for clemency, but some of these justices were on seats while the cases were going through the appeal process. Were they not there in that Council of State for say, this Sandra woman, we are just convicted her.
So they were simply rubber stamping everything, basically.
So it means we have nobody to have moral right to correct us. And if you don't have that, I pray we don't have some extra legal, extra judicial means to say no.
Right.
What you are doing is wrong.
Well, I mean, as I mentioned before, the National Assembly has said that if the people make it known loudly at the public hearings that they want a completely new constitution, that the National Assembly will have no choice but to hearken to their demand. Are you mobilizing the people to make that call loudly, or do you think it's up to President Tinubu to lead that charge?
No. In any society, there are some elites that dictate direction. You don't expect common market women, gate man to change what's happening in Arise News. It's not possible.
No, but what I'm saying is that you've been attending those public hearings. I mean, how loud is the call for a new constitution?
If my voice,
yeah.
We are all colleagues. I'm about 70 years. We all lived through this country. I lived through the 50s and the 60s. We all know where the shoe is pinching. If they cannot take us, if I ought to someone, Baba Anyaku, for him to stand at 92 years, where do you want to speak? What does he want? Even me, do I want position? No. Most of us speaking, we just want goodness for this country before we depart. We don't want this confusion where people are carrying guns everywhere, and look, the chaos that will happen in January when this tax reform comes to effect. When I'm reading all the provisions, everything, many people will just go to jail. Or you lose all the money you have, because all the steps before you start paying taxes. Maybe it would make people to revolt against the government when you start, seriously.
Well, actually, you mentioned the word revolt, and I say that I pick that up advisedly. But are you puzzled that Nigerians are not more angry than they are about all that is going on?
They are angry. They are angry only that the political class, they are used to shitting you down. How many people died in Kurodu during Abacha time? See the way people are shot during NSAS. Do you know their name? Do anybody care? The report they were set up, if I come out today now, I'm shot. So what happened? There is no consequence to you to protest in a civilized manner. I was talking to a former VC. In the last 3 days, come out to Abuja, I will join you. He said, but I will be shot.
And he certainly didn't want to be shot, did he?
For no reason. He will be shot. If every small thing, they just roll out guns, they roll out tear gas, they roll out
live
everything.
Ammunition.
Everything. So they just look. The colonial system was even better than what we have now. If they were white people, but they are among us now. They are colleagues.
Well, that's a controversial statement, so I wouldn't go that far. But to sum it up in a nutshell, your contention, in a nutshell, is that the 1999 Constitution was not designed for Nigeria to succeed, and that the Constitution of a country is always negotiated, where you come together and agree how you should live together, whether under a parliamentary or a presidential system of government, with unity in diversity at the core of it, not diversity in disunity.
Absolutely.
Is that a reasonably accurate summary?
Absolutely, absolutely. We have to get to that point. I pray we'll get there in sane environment. But if the political class remain pretentious, if President Tinubu is not listening and is not acting, it will be very bad that everything will just collapse on his head. But he's a reasonable person. But he has played all his cards. He has enjoyed the presidency for all these years. 4 years is enough for anybody to do good. You don't need 8 years. He has body loan house to retire to. He has his own comfort. What is he enjoying in the villa that he cannot pay for himself? It will be good for him to authorize this bill that patrons have produced. And in 3 months, there will be debate. By May, there will be a referendum. By October 1, the constitution will be ushered in, proclaimed. The next election will be parliamentary. Go to your region and Just make bills, do door-to-door knocking, win in your constituency. Once you win at that level, subsequently, it's electoral college. You submit your CV. If you are 30 members in the assembly, submit your CV. We all look at it. You are an engineer, okay. Commissioner for Works. You are educationist, this. No need to do dog-eat-dog, all these things. Temperature will just come down. And 2027 will be a rebirth of a new country. It doesn't mean everything will be perfect. I agree. Because in the 6 geopolitical zones, there are people who say, I want to be alone. And it's not strange. In India, there are 28 states. There are 8 federal territories. Those who say they don't want to belong to a particular state, they are federal territories. So there are many clauses that we can do to accommodate everybody, but by consensus. That's what the patriots... That's
the key thing.
That's what patriots are advocating. And we would really want National Assembly to remove the ego. Ineka is senior, more experienced than any of them, including the Senate president. Why not give him the honor? Call him to the National Assembly. What is there? You
mean Chief Emeka and your...
Yeah.
Right.
They are all fighting Natasha. That's what they are doing. What else? What else are they doing more than that? Let's take serious issue and call this man and call his team. Let's debrief and let's do what is necessary.
So are you optimistic?
I'm not. But I'm pessimistically optimistic. Because they're just... Something has to push them, not on their own. Something has to push them.
So are you going to intensify your lobbying efforts then?
Appearing on this TV, you are doing the greatest service for the country, a civilized service, a more decorous service. We don't want where we'll be shouting and beating each other. They will hear what we are saying. They listen to your channel. But the president is the anchor person that will take initiative. The patrons met him and he said he's doing economics. He has done economics for 1 year. Now it's for political. It's to take the bull by the horn.
So the time potentially is now.
Oh,
it's
and
got to
they
be
can
now.
finish in 6-7 months.
Right.
Because the drafts documents are ready. It's not to do any conclave, to do 3 years assembly, no. The document is available for public to debate all the nuance. For instance, we don't want INEC anymore. No federal election. Once you're elected in your region, your state, you come to electoral college in Abuja. We don't need INEC. The census is faulty. Census will be concurrent, not exclusive. There are many things that will bring the temperature down. Revenue, again, you work and eat, not share and go and eat.
I wonder why people like you aren't the decision makers in Nigeria.
Well,
but I want to thank you very much indeed. What you say will make a lot of sense to a lot of people. Dr. Akin Fakponda is a member of the Joint Secretariat of the National Political Summit. He's also an eminent member of the Patriots Group and is the Director of Research at the Afenifere Group. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for
Good
the
to see
opportunity.
you.
Thank you, sir.
One-time Nigerian Minister for Agriculture under the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, and since 2015 President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CON, is in the final lap of his second and final 5-year term at the helm of Africa's biggest multilateral financial institution. Known to don a signature bow tie, this multilingual global leader has had his plate full in the past decade, leading development finance interventions across Africa's 54 economies and helping to amplify Africa's voice on the global stage in matters ranging from climate change, food security and agriculture, as well as debt relief, youth and women's empowerment, and technological innovation. Under his leadership, the bank's shareholders recently agreed to a 150% increase in the bank's capital, moving it from $93 billion to $208 billion, the largest capital increase in the history of the bank since 1964. On the occasion of his receipt of the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo Leadership Prize at a ceremony in Lagos, Nigeria, we sat down with the AFDB president to talk about his leadership journey at the bank, food security in Africa, Nigeria's economic trajectory, amongst other topics. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CON, President of the African Development Bank, thank you for granting Arise this exclusive interview. It's a real pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
So you are in Nigeria, in town, on the occasion of your award as a recipient of the Obafemi Awolowo Leadership Prize by the Obafemi Awolowo Leadership Foundation, which celebrates leadership excellence and legacy. What does this award mean to you?
Well, first and foremost, I must say I am tremendously humbled by the award, and also all the great things that Chief Emeka Anyaoku and the selection committee had to say about me. And of course, I'm also following some great leaders. President Thabo Mbeki, and of course, you have Professor Wole Soyinka and Are Babalola, and so on. So it's humbling to have to be in that category. But this means a lot to me. I've, by God's grace, won a lot of global awards, but it's the most personal for me. Personal because of its name after the person who gave many of us opportunities to be able to go to school, without Papa Awolowo actually doing free education. In the Western region in those days when I was born, maybe I wouldn't have been able to have education, and maybe you would not be here interviewing me today. And that's because I think it's an award that speaks to the importance of leadership, public-facing, people-centric, welfareist policies, and how that can change opportunities for people. So this is an award actually that's a home award for me, yes. But also an award that brings me back in history and reminds me of what I need to continue to do to improve the lives of people.
Indeed, it's fair to say, you mentioned Obafemi Awolowo. He's clearly a leadership inspiration. Do you have any other leadership inspirations?
Well, yeah, there's so many leaders that I can refer to, but I'm not going to try and do that. What I try to do is to learn what are the secrets of leaders and what makes them effective leaders. And I think, at the head, for me, I ask myself in my own leadership journey, what are some of the things that are unique to me? First is I don't think leadership is really about your head. You have your brain to think about what you have to do, but effective leaders and impactful leaders must lead from their heart. It must be really that. And secondly is that, I really value the importance of public accountability in leadership, that at the end of the day, you're given all these huge opportunities to transform the lives of people. And so I think leaders don't have the luxury of resting. They have to constantly push themselves to improve the lives of people, because they put their lives and their livelihoods in your hands. And the last thing, I guess, when it comes to leadership for me is I really think that leaders should always bring the future faster into the present.
So they have to be visionary. And one of the things they say about leadership, we know this saying, on easy lies the head that wears the crown. It's been almost 10 years now with you at the helm of one of Africa's biggest multilateral institutions. And it's fair to say every leadership journey has its ups and downs and its milestones. So what were some of the big milestones? And some of those may be challenging times. And what would you say it drew in terms of your leadership ability and skills? How were you tested, and how did you overcome in this almost 10-year journey?
Yeah, first and foremost, when I was elected president of the African Development Bank, I became the first Nigerian in the history of the bank since 1964 to be president of the African Development Bank. So I'm actually always very much aware that I'm not my own person. I represent a whole continent, but also I also represent the confidence of 208 million people from my country that actually supported me to be there. I think when it comes to the issue of some of the things about leadership, it's, when I was elected, I asked myself the question, now, what exactly am I going to do? And I told myself that there's nothing more important for me than to be given the responsibility and the resources and the confidence of our shareholders to go and transform the lives of the continent of my birth. And so it's not a job as far as I'm concerned. It's a mission and a responsibility that I have to this continent to do that. And so I started off by actually laying out a clear vision of exactly how I want to see Africa
different.
Okay.
One, I don't accept poverty as normal. I think we have to end poverty in Africa. And so I said, look, 5 key things we're going to do is light up and power Africa, give Africa 100% access to electricity, feed Africa. You know, I believe that if you cannot feed yourself, you cannot develop with pride. And therefore you have to feed your people, and nutritious people, productive people. The third is to industrialize Africa. You know, I don't accept that Africa has to be at the bottom of the value chain in anything that we have natural comparative advantage on. So how do you turn that into real assets for yourself competitively and globally? That's very important. But also to integrate Africa. We've got 54 countries, you know, and we've got a population of 1.4 billion people. And so we must be able to effort to industrialize and not get stuck at the bottom of value chains and use that market size to grow ourselves, okay? And finally, the fifth one is to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa, and that you have improving the skills and the education for young people in particular. I try to make sure financial systems work for young people, and in particular women, because I'm a very, very pro women person all through my career. The importance of water and sanitation, but also making sure that people have top quality healthcare services. So those are the things that I set out to do, and it kind of was a bit funny in the beginning because people thought, oh, high fives, it's like hi, you know. But in fact, the very powerful thing with my team and the board of directors, there was an external assessment done of those high fives by the United Nations Development Program. You know what they found? They said if Africa achieved those 5 fives, Africa would have achieved 90% of the Sustainable Development Goals globally.
Wow.
And they will have achieved 90% of the Agenda 2063 of our heads of state, which is the Africa we want. So we're relentless in making sure that we push for this. In fact, we just developed a new 10-year strategy for the bank. And we're trying to think of many things that we could do. We went back to the countries, and guess what they told us? Just continue doing the high fives because they're having impacts on us in our countries. And in the last 8 years now, that almost 9 years now that I've been president of the bank, those high fives have impacted on the lives of 400 million people. So as a leader, I think that's the excitement part. But there are also challenges that you have to think about in trying to do that. One, of course, is you can have a great idea, a big ambition, but they say money answers all things. So if you don't have the money to do it, it just dies, you know. And so the first thing that I had to do was to, very early in my term, seek the support of our shareholders. We have great shareholders. We have 81 shareholders of the bank. You know, 54 of them are from Africa, 27 of them are from outside of Africa, to increase the capital of the bank. And it was not a walk in the park because no president of the bank ever since 1964 has tried to do anything like that in your first term, you know. But I knew that if we didn't have the resources, we couldn't really transform Africa faster. So, but at the end of the day, the shareholders agreed, and they increased the capital of the bank from $93 billion to $208 billion, increasing it by 150, literally, billion dollars.
The largest capital increase
ever in the history of the bank. And so I am very, very satisfied with that. And the other one, of course, is we have quite a number of low-income countries. There are 37 of them that cannot access what I call it, the more commercial part of the bank, which is the one I just explained to you. So we have something called the African Development Fund. And so we do it every 3 years, replenishment and so on. Again, by the confidence of our shareholders, we had our 16th replenishment in 2022, and that we were able to raise, this is donor money, grant money, we were able to raise $8.9 billion, which again is the largest ever raised in terms of replenishment for the African Development Fund since it was established in 1973. So those are the things that I felt were very important to do. But you were mentioning the issue of challenges there. There's nothing you do that does not have challenges. I think the courage to continue to pursue what you believe in, not being selfish, being focused on people, and being driven, and which are the things that I really like to do. And we continue to do those things. And I am delighted that despite challenges that Africa faced with COVID,
challenges that Africa faced, and we can talk about in terms of food and all that. We've been able to collectively, I wouldn't say just the African Development Bank, with the countries and also with other partners, been able to keep Africa's growth resilient.
Yeah, fantastic. And congrats on those 2 significant milestones. Now, I want to take you back a bit, just on this issue of leadership. Clearly, you thrive on results and outcomes, and you're very passionate and driven about the work you do. There was a time you were Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, and from a leadership perspective, how does that compare to leadership of a multilateral institution? Because the way I think about it, you're leading a group organization or a country of diverse interests. You run for elections. You may get re-elected if you're lucky. And you also face the challenge of using limited resources to achieve development outcomes and goals. So how would you compare those 2 leadership stints in your life?
Well, I think being a minister prepared me for the global assignment that I have today.
Right.
And some of the things that I did as minister are exactly what I'm replicating at bigger scale for the continent, which is when I was minister, I was relentless. I was very sharply focused. I felt that my responsibility was not the flag of Nigeria, but to make sure that the results are impactful on the lives of people. So I held myself and my team. I had a fantastic team when I was Minister of Agriculture. We worked very closely with farmers. I'm a results-driven person. I think leadership must be all about accountability. You don't have the luxury of ululation. You have the responsibility of execution and delivery and impact at scale.
Yes.
And so that was what we did. But now, being head of African Development Bank, Africa's premier financial institution, and by the way, the only AAA financial institution rated by global credit agencies in Africa. Well, that means I've got to work with 54 African countries. I have to work with 27 non-African countries. So your ability to listen, your ability to respect people, your ability to manage diversity, your ability to compromise on what needs to be compromised while not losing track of your vision. And sometimes your ability to even get people that may have different views to coalesce around what you think is the right vision, if you actually do believe in what you're doing. So it's a much more, several times more complicated than that. I didn't have to raise money when I was minister. There was a budget allocation. Now I got to raise a lot of money. But I think that I would tell you it gives me great satisfaction because I'll constantly tell my staff and colleagues at the bank that, our role, we're sitting there in the boardrooms every time and we're looking at proposals, for countries and private sector. I always tell myself first, and also have to tell my staff, which they know, is the poor people, or the people, general people that we represent, they are not in this boardroom, but they are not statistics. And therefore, if you strain your ears enough, you must be able to hear what their feelings are. And you must make sure that when you're making decisions, you have to fast track things. There's no reason why what people should have should always be in the future. It has to be much earlier. And so it's a much complicated and much complex set of challenges that you have to do at that particular level. But I enjoy it because, as I told you, it's not a job. It's a mission for me. And I remember when I was re-elected in 2020 for second term, and I was so happy because I got great support, of course, from President Buhari. He stood behind me here and beside me here, despite the challenges I was facing at that particular time. But I was re-elected with 100% of all the votes of all the African shareholders and 100% of all the votes of the non-African shareholders. You see, in the African Development Bank, we probably have the most competitive election in the world for any position. And I mean that because you have to win what we call a double majority. Right? You got to win the African votes, and you have to win the non-African votes. And so that's a show of confidence in your leadership on that. And by God's grace, I'm 100% on both sides, which is the first time it has ever happened in the history of the bank since 1964. So I think at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that your bank is only as strong as your shareholders.
Indeed.
And you are only as effective as the trust and confidence that people put into you. So I always value trust. I have to manage trust, but I have to deliver on the trust because that's most important. That's why I'm there.
Yeah. And, you know, sometimes in the course of leadership, you also have to take difficult decisions. Looking at some of the statistics around food insecurity, it's fair to say agriculture is your first professional love.
Yes.
You have a PhD in agricultural economics. In 2017, you were awarded the World Food Prize. A year before that, the Food and Agricultural Organization had put out a statistic saying there were about 224 million people around the world who are undernourished. And fast forward 7 years later, there's about 224 million people who are undernourished. And so the question in my mind is, are our development interventions, the development finance interventions, especially around food security, then when you then layer on the complication of climate change, are those interventions working in your view, including the ones that the AFDB is undertaking?
No, absolutely. I think they are working. There's still quite some journey, some ways to go. But you know, when I was minister here, what I pushed for, which was very successful, was that agriculture is not a way of life. Agriculture is a business. Because 70% of the population live in the rural areas. So if you're ever going to change their lives and trajectories of themselves, their kids, good housing, health, and everything else, you've got to make agriculture a very, very wealthy sector. That way they can get jobs, they can do many things. And that's what I did as Minister of Agriculture, and it worked. But when I got to the African Development Bank, the first thing I had to let central bank governors and ministers of finance understand is that, you know, it's something where you got inflation. And of course, we all know that in macroeconomics, it's pretty straightforward in times of tightening money supply, and you raise interest rate and make people save more money and all that. Yes. But the fact is that in many African countries, majority of African countries, is that if you look at a consumer price index, 65% to 70% or 75% of that is the price of food.
Yes.
And so if I am trying to manage it from just the monetary policy side, you can't succeed. You therefore have to have a structural approach to that. So I am very big on making sure you can drive the price of food down. So that's why at the African Development Bank, when I became president, I put top priority on food and agriculture. And we are investing over a 10-year period, $25 billion into agriculture. And let me tell you some of the things that are really working with regard to that. First is, in agriculture, is you have to have high-performing technologies to raise the yields of farmers so can produce more and make more money and lower the cost of production. So I set up something with my approval of our board called Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation. And it is, I'm not going to go into all the details, but basically what it does is that taking high-performing technologies and putting it in the hands of farmers, not hundreds, millions and millions of farmers. Because for me, I always tell my staff, I don't do Mickey Mouse stuff. You know, if we're going to solve a problem, solve it at scale of tens and hundreds.
Are we talking smallholder farmers?
Smallholder farmers, medium-scale farmers, but largely 80% of them are smallholder farmers. You know, and so what we did was, I'll give you an example. In the last 5 years, that platform has delivered high-yielding technologies for 13 million farmers across many African countries. I'll give an example from Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, we supported them to have access to heat-tolerant wheat varieties. You know, wheat is a temperate crop. But in the context of climate change, you are able to get technologies that can grow in a tropical environment very well for wheat. Well, I was talking to the Prime Minister, and we're encouraging Prime Minister Abiy of Ethiopia. So in 2018, they started with 5,000 hectares. You know how much they grew this year of those varieties? 2.1 million hectares. Ethiopia became self-sufficient in wheat in 3 years. This year, Ethiopia became a net exporter of wheat. And so I am convinced that since Africa has 65% of all the arable land left uncultivated in the world, that's got to be the source of wealth for us. Look, oil is important. Gas is important, don't get me wrong. Nobody drinks oil and nobody smokes gas, but everybody eats food all the time around the world. And so that's why at the bank, we went further. I was actually quite scared when the war in Ukraine started with Russia, because it just actually was quite eye-opening, because I didn't even realize that Africa was depending on Russia, on Ukraine for almost most of the wheat and most of the maize. So the prices just went up globally. Price indices, for food price indices went up globally. So I said to myself, no, this cannot continue to happen. And so I remember I was asked to give a testimony in front of the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. And I said, well, look, I don't believe that the way we can solve this problem, they were asking how it could be solved, was Africa going with bowls in hand and begging for food. No way. But the way to solve it is to put seed in those bowls. Africa put seed and plant those seeds and produce yourself. Because there's no development with pride without being able to feed yourself. And so what the board of our bank did was, I went to them with my staff and presented, asked for a $1.5 billion facility, emergency food production facility to help Africa to produce massive amount of food, of wheat and rice, and also maize, And guess what? Today we are supporting 20 million farmers in more than 34 countries that are producing now 38 million metric tons of food. And why is that important? The total amount of food that we were going to lose from Ukraine and Russia was 30 million metric tons. So we're going to produce 8 million metric tons more than that. Now, with that confidence and seeing how the countries reacted, I felt encouraged to now go to our leaders and say, let's do more. And so I got together with President Macky Sall of Senegal, who was then the chairman of the African Union Commission, African Union, and said, Mr. President, let's go all the way, because short term is short term, structural long term is what's most important. So we decided to have what's called the Feed Africa Summit, which we held last year in Dakar. It was mind-blowing. We had 34 heads of state and government that showed up physically. President Buhari was there at the time. We had the president of Ireland who was there, the first lady from Ireland, for 4 days of the meeting. Here are the things that really excited me about it, was this was not a summit where heads of state read speeches. No, in fact, I said, we are not going to have speeches, but speak from your heart about what needs to change and the responsibility and the leadership that our heads of state have to take on. And they were amazing. We organized them into investment boardrooms. We put investors, we put private sector, we put multilateral financial institutions, everybody into a room and say, what is the plan for your country to be food self-sufficient in 3 years? Sovereignty in food. And we put that plan together. And while we were putting that plan together, I remember one of the sessions, and the president of, I think it was Sierra Leone, President Bio of Sierra Leone, it was 3:20 or 3:30, thereabout. They hadn't eaten. And so I said, Mr. President, just finish your panel. How about you guys go have lunch? But we also have the option of going to the boardrooms because all the investors are there. Which one will you choose? He said, no, we're going to go into the boardrooms and figure out how to feed our people, and we give up our own lunch. President Macky Sall had a state dinner for these presidents. He didn't get takers. Why? The presidents, many of them were in those investment boardrooms till 11 p.m. You tell me which meeting you've ever seen in Africa that happens. So that tells me that our leaders understand the importance of developing with pride. The neighbor may love you to death, but it's not the job of your neighbor to feed your kids.
Yeah, indeed.
And so you got to be able to do that. So I'm very proud of that. And, within 72 hours of that meeting, we had raised globally $30 billion to implement those things. And within 6 weeks of that summit, globally, we had worked to raise $72 billion to implement them. And so what I'm trying to say is that, leadership, in my view, dealing with a world of complexity, requires humility. It requires that you manage your ego. It requires that you understand, this is me, that it's not about my flag, and this is what I do, this is what I've done, this is what I've achieved. No, people don't eat your ego. People require us to work together. And that's why the bank, they have a way of leadership principle that I call the baobab principle. And the baobab, is a big, giant African tree. And you try to put your hand around a baobab, you can't do it. Yeah. But if I had so many people stretch their hands around a baobab tree. Guess what? We can do it. So they know me at the bank, and I am relentless because I am impatient for accelerated development. But you cannot have that if you walk alone. You have to work with others. So effectiveness in being able to mobilize people for global action and impact is what matters to me.
Indeed, and you know, one of the areas of leadership as an African continent that some observers may have criticized in terms of Pan-Africanism is around the climate change debate and narrative. And so the question for you is, does Africa have strong enough leadership on climate change as it impacts the continent? COP after COP, the commitments are made. Some would say the elusive $100 billion of funding commitment made by countries in the global north. Around 70% of funding from your institution, AFDB, climate funding goes to climate adaptation to help the continent cope with the effects of climate change. But year after year, we see it here in Nigeria, the rising sea levels, the drought, the food disruptions in the supply chain from all sorts of climate effects. How can we really, at least for the rest of your term, amplify Africa's needs and requirements on the world stage and take more ownership of the solutions for the African continent?
Well, climate change is very devastating for the world, but even more devastating for Africa. You know, we didn't cause climate change. And let's be clear about that. Africa accounts for no more than 3% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, but it suffers disproportionately from the negative consequences of it. Today, we lose $7 to $15 billion a year to climate change. And if we do nothing, that trajectory continues, that will easily reach close to $50 billion a year by maybe 2040. And so that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. So when you talk about how we make sure that Africa's voice is heard, I think Africa's voice being heard is not enough. There has to be a vuvuzela on Africa's voice, which is really loud and clear. Africa needs a lot more financial resources to tackle climate change. So, but you know, I don't have the luxury of complaining. My job is to find solutions with my institution and with the support of my shareholders. And we are doing that and providing exactly the kind of leadership globally for Africa today on climate change. Let me give you a few examples of that. So adaptation to climate change is what we got to do because we didn't cause climate change. So we have to adapt to the negative consequences of it. Most of that will affect our farmers. That will affect our waters and our streams. It will affect us in many, many, many ways. And so at African Development Bank, as you rightly said, we put 67% right now of our resources into climate adaptation. So helping to support farmers, helping countries to deal with the consequences of climate change. So that's what we do. Now, we also, I got together with former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who is the chair of the Global Center on Adaptation, and with the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation, Professor Bakrijan. And we asked ourselves, what is it that we can do for Africa at scale? And so we set up what's called the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. It's AAAP. Kind of like it because my initials are my own names, AAA. But that is to mobilize $25 billion for Africa to tackle climate adaptation. It is today the largest adaptation program in the whole world. And the rest of the world is trying to copy or borrow.
And is it yielding results?
Absolutely. And I'll just walk you to one of the things that we also did and what the results of that would be. Take, for example, the 37 countries I mentioned to you that depend on the African Development Fund that I talked to you about. They are the most vulnerable to climate change and the ones that have the least resources to actually adapt to it. 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change are in Africa. And they happen to be in those countries that depend on the African Development Fund of the bank. So what we did was our donors put together $429 million for that particular vehicle. And we want to grow it into anything between $4 billion and $13 billion. But forget the money. Think about what it will do. For example, it will provide climate-resilient agricultural technologies for 20 million farmers. Lack of information in how you actually know when weather patterns are going to change on you, and therefore you can make your decision, is one of the reasons why farmers, most rural populations cannot adapt to climate change. So it will provide climate information to over 20 million farmers and pastoralists across Africa. It will help to rejuvenate over 1 million hectares of degraded land. It will provide about 9.8 million people with access to water and sanitation, and the list goes on. And so that's the kind of thing that I really believe is important. And the other part we're taking leadership is how to use markets to transfer the risk, climate risk that countries face into the market. And so the African Development Bank pioneered what is called the African Disaster Risk Insurance Facility. So essentially what it is we just pay the premium for countries to transfer their climate risk, exogenous climate risk, straight to the market. And it works. Take, for example, like in Madagascar, it helped them to provide about $12 million, allowed them to be able to support over 2.2 million farmers when they had, you remember the cyclones that hit them, that hit several other countries. It helped in Malawi when they also had droughts. We supported them to be able to support over close to almost 2.5 million farmers with that. Now we are even going a step further, because you mentioned COP, because it's something to have COP, conference of parties, but I always ask myself, the cup should not be empty. The cup should be kind of full. And one of the things that we took there is now what we call the ACRIFA, Africa Climate Risk Insurance Facility for Africa, which is now to mobilize $1 billion to insure every single country against exogenous climate shocks. And this will be the first of such that is quite systemic, in the sense that we're trying to also build domestic reinsurance market, and also taking some of the risk from here, also the global reinsurance market. So you can see that we are playing so great leadership. But let me say something that UN Secretary General Guterres said at the United Nations General Assembly. He said, look, he had wanted every country and every institution, to devote at least 50% to climate adaptation and 50% to climate mitigation. And he said in his speech to the world at the UN General Assembly, he singled out the African Development Bank Group. And he said the African Development Bank Group, we were about 63% in adaptation. We had far exceeded the 50%. And he said, African Development Bank is showing global leadership, and the rest of the world should follow that. That tells you the kind of leadership that we are taking on this particular issue. And I take it very, very seriously, because not only must we grow, we must be mindful of the headwinds that will come from climate change, and therefore be ready for it, ensure ourselves, adapt, but make sure that our voice is heard. And you mentioned the $100 billion. We, the African Development Bank, together with the World Bank, with other multilateral financial institutions, are doing our part to make sure that we, actually by last year, we were very close to that $100 billion, almost $92 billion that we were able to raise collectively in dealing with it. But I know that's success, but that's not the kind of money that we still need. I think we need to have, Africa will certainly need no less than $277 billion a year to be able to fulfill all the things that it committed to do in its independent, nationally determined contributions to a Paris Agreement. So there's quite a lot of ways to still go. But I don't think we will get there unless we increase concessional financing. We also have a lot more money in terms of global finance institution, climate finance institution, and making sure those institutions actually work for the countries. In other words, the least developed and most vulnerable countries. It's not just about adapting in the world of inequality of access to resources. It's moving those resources to the least developed countries that are most vulnerable to climate change because they didn't cause it.
Dr. Adesina, I think one would have to be living under a rock if one wasn't aware of the economic challenges that were going on in your own home country, Nigeria. And I guess if I were to ask you what your recommendations would be to our leaders and policymakers here in Nigeria, we're facing what I call the triple trilemma. From a monetary policy perspective, high interest rates, inflation is soaring. Thankfully, we're not in hyper territory yet. And then, of course, there's the FX rate. And as you alluded to earlier, you see the supply side and the fiscal side as well, which also has its own challenges. How would you advise Nigeria's leaders right now to navigate the current difficult economic terrain?
Well, I always, as a person, I'm not, I don't spend my time criticizing people. I try my best to see what I can do, or working with others to see how we can help. It's not easy to be a president. It's challenging to be a president. And I feel for President Tinubu, with what he has to deal with on the macroeconomic side, with inflation, with depreciation of the currency, but also depletion of the foreign reserves to be able to do that. It's very, very, very difficult. And so I think, my view, and I came here to see him on the 14th of February, is to rally around and support him to succeed. Because his success is actually our collective success. That's very important. And so, but there are a number of things that we've got to be able to do right. When you go to a medical doctor or somebody doing diagnostics, and they ask you to do a scan, you do a scan, and the scan tells you all the things that are wrong, right? So you can either close your eyes and say, I don't want to see the scan, and you live with the problem, right? Or you look at the scan and say, well, this is what the scan says, and what must I do differently? And that's why I always like the song by Michael Jackson, and I apply it to myself. I'm looking at the man in the mirror, and I'm asking him to change his ways. There are a number of things that we've got to change. First and foremost is that in dealing with the fiscal challenge that we currently have today, I think the government certainly will get our own strong support. They are getting our strong support from the African Development Bank. We have a portfolio today of $4.6 billion in Nigeria. And this year, we expect to have a series of portfolio in Nigeria that we're going to finance worth $1.76 billion, and which will include, by the way, $1 billion of support that we are designing today for consideration for our board for budget support for Nigeria. And that will help a lot. In
the form of a loan?
Yeah, our loans are the cheapest you can ever find. It's almost like grants.
So concessionary financing.
Extremely concessionary. You pay 1% on a loan, you pay for 40 years, and you have 10 years moratorium on it.
And of course, the reason I ask is because we often talk about debt sustainability.
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. But what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria needs a lot more concessional financing. Because, we are overextended. When I say that we now, I'm putting the Nigerian cap on as a citizen. The country is overextended in terms of Eurobonds and external debt and so on. And as your currency depreciates, it means that the cost of financing your debt externally, it's so high, right? And don't forget, at the same time, you still have a lot of domestic debt that you still have to clean up. So I really believe that the issue is we got to change the amount of money that are inflowing into developing countries like Nigeria and others, I'm talking globally, by making sure that we turn a trend that is not a good trend or a worrying trend. See, like in 2010, the total amount of external debt for Africa, that in terms of concessional debt, Paris Club debt, was probably about 57% of it was concessional loans. Today it's 24%. But more worrying is the flip inside of the commercial loan and Eurobonds, commercial banks and Eurobonds. It used to be 10% at that time. Today it's 44%. Those are short-term loans done by commercial banks that are also high interest rate. And therefore, the more of the Eurobonds you are issuing in short pieces like that, you have a situation of overlapping payments that you have to constantly keep on making At the same time, your economy is weakening.
Yeah.
So I do think that three things are fundamental as we look at the scan that we're doing. First is mobilize a lot more resources domestically. Loans aren't bad, debt aren't bad, but you cannot develop by just depending on debt. You have to mobilize domestic resources domestically and make sure that your royalties and the taxes that all the IOCs and everybody ought to be paying, they are paying it. No free lunch for anybody. You can't be giving freebies when your economy is in that kind of a situation. So that's first thing. I think that will help a lot on the fiscal side. The other is the type of debt. Having a greater share of your debt coming from concessional financing as opposed to commercial debt, because commercial debt, it's like something you get today, but you're going to pay for it heavily, shortly, tomorrow. So I think the quality of debt is also important. It's not just taking debt. It's taking debt for what?
Yeah.
And how is that being used? What is the efficiency of the public expenditures for which the debt is being used for? Because you're still going to have to pay for it, right? So that the efficiency argument is very, very important when one looks at the issue of debt. So, I think that for clearly in the case of Nigeria, I know the central bank governor is doing his best, and I really commend him for what they're trying to do on the macroeconomic side to manage inflation. But a big part of the challenge facing Nigeria today is just food. And you can't fix food inflation that you have by your monetary policy.
Yes, you need to fit in insecurity, supply chains,
it's a structural
roads,
things you have to focus on and drive the price of food down. And that's why, for us, when I was speaking with the president about our work in Nigeria, it's what we're doing, about agriculture. You want me to tell you about what we're doing in Nigeria about agriculture?
I know
for food?
you just launched a $138 million.
$134
million fund for food production.
Absolutely, $134 million. And the good part of that is that will allow Nigeria to be able to produce a lot more food and bring the price of food down. I expect that those interventions would allow us to be able to get probably in the range of about 1 million metric tons of food by the end of March, which is additional for the country. We've supported 118,000 hectares being cultivated for wheat. We've supported 150,000 hectares planted already, going to be planted actually this March, in terms of maize. And in the main season as it starts, we will do 300,000 hectares of rice. We'll do 300,000 hectares of maize. We'll do 150,000 hectares of cassava and 50,000 hectares of soybean. And that will bring in at least another 4 million metric tons of food. But the issue is this. We've got to just understand that we must get technologies into the hands of farmers. If you go to a doctor and he issues you medicines, but you can't find the medicines in the pharmacy, of what good are the prescriptions of the doctor? And when I was minister here, and this I'm asking that we do, we launched a program that was called an electronic wallet system, which was, by the way, the first time it was ever done anywhere in the world, to get seeds and fertilizers to farmers directly via their mobile phones through electronic vouchers. And now at the African Development Bank, we're doing it in so many, many, many countries. But it worked. We reached 15 million farmers. Those farmers produced so much food when I was minister. We produced additional metric tons of food, 21 million metric tons of additional food. There was food everywhere. Even when we had the flood in 2012, and remember, everybody was kind of really scared. And I remember when I was going to my office, my aide in the car would say, Honorable Minister, look at the newspaper. I said, I don't look at the newspaper in that kind of a sense because noise is not data. Just focus on what you're doing. I know that's a flood. I'm not going to worry about the fact that's a flood. Mine is to find a solution to the problem. And I must tell you, it was incredible. We were tenacious. We stayed in my office almost 5 days, like in a bunker. We were buying satellite imagery over Nigeria every single hour. We were dividing Nigeria into little pixels to figure out how much of the area is flooded, how much of the area that's flooded is arable land, how much of that is cultivated. And what is the stage of crop growth when the flood actually was maximum, which was 22nd of October in 2012. And so the fact that I have a flood doesn't mean I should be worried. It's about how much of the plant is covered. So we were very methodical, very scientific in doing that. And I remember one day when I just finished, I was exhausted. At about 10 o'clock, I got a call from the president, President Jonathan. He said, Honorable Minister, I want you in my office tomorrow because people were saying we should be importing food, everybody. I went, I packed all my papers, went to his office, and good thing that he was a marine biologist. So I took all the data, satellite imaging, I put it all on his desk. And I said, Mr. President, we're going to lose food on 4.3 million hectares, plus or minus 10%. That's a lot of area we're going to lose food on. I said, but you didn't choose the flood. You can choose your response. He said, what do I mean? I said, Mr. President, we need to follow the flood. Just follow it. The flood is receding. We plant as water goes. That's free water. That's free fertilizer because the topsoil is very rich. Second, it's not all the area of Nigeria that's flooded. So we go to the areas that are not flooded, we double up support for their farmers to produce to compensate for the areas that are flooded. That's it. And he said, well, why don't you go bring me a proposal of how we're going to do that? I said, Mr. President, I don't do things like that. I came prepared. This is the proposal. He said, how much is it going to cost? Can you come back tomorrow? I said, no, it's there. 10 billion naira is how much it's going to cost. And that was how the president signed what's called the first national policy in the history of this country of dry season farming. That was how we started.
Yes.
Massively in the north, all because that's where you could do dry season farming, massively. And by the time it was March, the price of food has crashed. We went through the worst flood in the history of the country, and the price of food came down. So what I'm saying by that is that support the farmers at scale. Right policies, they must get the technologies. Get back to the electronic wallet system. I was in Kano just on the 2nd of March when I was honored to be given honorary doctorate by Bayero University, Kano. And so many of the farmers, so many of them, they want the electronic system back. Legislators, we want the electronic system back. Yes, we must return to what worked and make sure the farmers can get it. Of course, all of what I've said requires that insecurity issue be fixed.
Yes.
Because you can't, if farmers can't get to their farms, then what can they really do? So I'm saying all of that to say that the challenges that we have, a big challenge, of course, is the issue of the food. But there are other challenges in creating more jobs. There are challenges with our young people. And that's why I'm delighted the African Development Bank, we have a program that we've launched here together with Agence Française de Développement and other partners of $614 million. That's called iDice. I just kind of roll the dice, which is initiative for the development of creative enterprises, digital economy. That program alone, because Nigerian young people are very, very smart. Look at what we're doing in the fintech industry. That program will allow us to support so many small and medium-sized enterprises in the digital economy and the creative industry. And it will create over 6 million jobs directly in Nigeria. It will also add $6.4 billion to the economy of Nigeria. So when you were talking about how to deal with some of those things, you've got to create jobs in rural areas. You've got to create jobs in the urban areas. You've got to get young people supported. And talking of young people, some of the smartest people you find in the world are the young people of Africa. But we got 477 million of them below the age of 35. There's no financial markets for them. How do you do that? And so all of a sudden we have African young people going on rickety boats to Europe and all that. It makes me ashamed as president of the African Development Bank. And I told our staff at the bank, no, there's no honor and decency in that because we have missing institutions and market failure. How do you have 477 million young people with no financial systems around them? And you're asking me the question that they're not going to be migrating? Of course they will migrate. And that is why we actually went on and developed, and are implementing now, rolling out, I must say, what's called youth entrepreneurship investment banks. They are new financial institutions whose job is just to support the businesses and the ventures of young people, create what I call youth-based wealth. I was in Rome just recently for the Italy-Africa Summit, and I was with Prime Minister Meloni of Italy. And we were talking, and I said, well, Madam Prime Minister, you know, the issue of migration out of Africa, the young people of Africa, they are not your responsibility. They are our responsibility. Because I don't believe the future of Africa is utilized in Europe. It doesn't lie in the United States. It doesn't lie in Canada. It doesn't lie anywhere. I'm not against people moving, you know, so, you know, labor markets are kind of fluid. But this continent must be able to grow significantly at double digit, able to create quality jobs and retain its topmost minds on this continent. That's what we have to do. And so we cannot have a situation, I guess, where a demographic asset that we have suddenly becomes a global externality, negative externality. No, there's no pride there. And so I think that in Nigeria, continuing to support the young people with businesses to thrive is very, very important. And last, of course, is infrastructure. You've got to get energy systems working. You know, it beats me that we actually don't. You know, when I look, sometimes say 4,800 megawatts, 5,000 megawatts of electricity. That's nothing. For a population of 208 million people, we should be talking of 90 to 100,000 megawatts of power out of Nigeria, because that will spoil. Nigerians are very creative people. They work very, very hard. You just look at Lagos. People wake up at 2, 3 a.m. to work, vulcanizers, and everybody's trying to make a living. But all we got to do is provide them power. So that, I think, will attack some of the structural issues of high cost of production of everything that we have that makes us not competitive. The last thing I would say is this. You know, part of this scam, as far as I am concerned, and as a concerned Nigerian, it's the approach that we're taking to earning forex. You see, if you have a funnel like this, and this is the base of your funnel, I think what we're doing is squeezing this part of the funnel, hoping that, you know, something's going to squeeze out of it. It's a redistributive model. It's not a growth model. And what we've got to change is to change the mindset. You need more entering that funnel at the top. And the way to do that is to have an outward bound, export-oriented industrial
non-oil exports.
Industrial manufacturing stance.
Yes.
Because that means that you got to build integrated platforms on which, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's food and ag, whether it's digital services, whatever those areas, the verticals are, that makes us a global players. I salute what Aliko Dangote is doing. That's the kind of thing we've got to really do. But take a look at, for goodness sake, take a look at South Korea. 2 years ago, South Korea's export was more than $230 billion. They're doing equipment, they're doing all manner of value-added activities, you know. And how much are we earning in terms of forex? Nothing, peanuts. And so we've got to really move, in my view, away from one where we're just sharing very little amount of resources that can only lead to immerization of poverty, to an expansive model that you grow wealth by growing out. You don't win soccer by playing defense. Oh, you need some defense, but you win by playing offense. The rest of the world is for us to take on. So building the right capacity of people, building the right kind of infrastructure, building solid financial institutions that have the financial muscle to do that. And by the way, you know, I'm here, and that's why I'm totally devastated by the loss of Herbert Wigwe. You know, I was at the event yesterday. You know, it's a very devastating loss. Those are the kind of people that have the vision, the drive, the commitment, and a sense of passion and nationalism to make us into who we're supposed to be. And that's myself, like several others. And so I think we have a generation now that have no choice but to do all we can to redeem our image, to make sure that we become not a nation that manages poverty, but one that grows wealth and that's globally competitive and respected.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Dr. Adesina, you've taken us through quite a journey there, talking about Nigeria, what we need to do, and the need to really focus on growth and productivity. You're in the final lap as we end this interview. You're in the final lap of your second 5-year term. I think you have just about a year or less.
I think, yeah.
And I'm really glad you mentioned our young people, because we want legacies and leadership that posterity will be grateful for. And I'm glad you also mentioned the late, great Herbert Wigwe, who obviously left a lasting impact.
And may
legacy.
so rest in peace. Incredible man.
Indeed. Looking back on your journey and looking forward to the future of the Africa Development Bank and Africa, perhaps taking your high fives as the prism through which you assess your own leadership and achievements, what would you be most proud of looking back on that journey? And what is the legacy that you're leaving for future generations of young Africans, having led this great institution to this point?
Well, you know what I would say that I'll be most pleased with was that I was able to work with, of course, the board of the bank to build a world-class financial institution today. You know, African Development Bank was ranked a year ago as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. It was also ranked as the most transparent financial institution in the world. That's an African institution. I'm most proud of that because it changes the narrative a lot. Second, I'll be most proud of the fact that myself and my staff in the board, we work relentlessly to advance Africa's interests, to make sure that the perception of Africa is changed from that's needing some handouts to one in which it's an investment destination whose assets have to be harnessed.
Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CEO and President of the Africa Development Bank, we wish you the very best with the rest of your term at the bank, and we look forward to seeing what's next and your next chapter. Thank you very much for your time.
I was grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Earlier in the week, protests broke out in Oyo State, southwest Nigeria, over high cost of living, food inflation, and the current economic hardship being experienced in the country. Also, similar protests were heard in some parts of the country, urging the government to do something to reduce the suffering of Nigerian masses. Despite the recent meeting by President Bola Tinubu with governors of the 36 states of the Federation on how to curb the increasing rate of food prices across Nigeria, most of the markets visited by our correspondents remain high. Arise correspondent Punarimam Benjamin reports.
There has been a surge on food prices across Nigeria, which has thrown a lot of Nigerians into untold hardship. In Plateau State, major markets within the Jos Bukuru metropolis have these food sellers lamenting the high cost of items in the market.
It's very, very tough. It's very, very tough. Things have changed.
The government should do the needful, because in most cases you discover the government saying A, they end up doing B.
Traders at Sabon Tasha Market in Kaduna lament the soaring prices of essential commodities like locally processed rice, beans, spaghetti, and grains. They report a 200% increase in prices, leading to reduced patronage.
The price of things are not getting cheaper in Kaduna here. The price of Kaduna is getting very higher, times 3 itself. Rice, before we sell rice before 1,213. Now rice is 2,300. Gari, we sell Gari before 500. Now Gari is 1,000 naira.
Gari is here. Now one come by now. I guess his children. See Gari 800. Where they buy 200 before. Plus the papa and mama. Not be 8 them be. Why do you think can't go take favors now?
Residents of Maiduguri Monday Market attribute the hike in food prices to high inflation, government policies, and the inability of farmers to go back to their farms due to insecurity. They want the government to, as a matter of urgency, intervene and stabilize food prices in the country. Otherwise, the situation will grow from bad to worse.
Things have gone up. Something we used to buy for 20,000 naira, we now buy them for 40,000 naira. Only God can bring us out of this situation. We are in a very difficult situation. We are suffering. Only God can help us. Government should do its best.
A cross-section of traders and business owners in Anambra have been speaking on the soaring prices of essential commodities.
I don't really think it's going to come down. Sugar, for all intents and purposes, has actually gone up to 80,000 naira from 60, 65, 70,000. Now it's 82,000 naira now as we speak today.
Every day, people are crying. People are just, they are tired of business. If there's anything government will do for us, please, we appeal for them to help us.
Contrary to speculations that there is a reduction in the prices of food items like rice, maize, spaghetti, flour, beans, among others in Kano State, reports show that the prices of food items have rather increased, as confirmed by both sellers and buyers in major markets within the metropolis.
Honestly, that's not true. That's not true. Okay, last time I bought 3.5 liters of oil for 6,500 and today is 8,500. So how are things getting cheap in Kano?
The truth is the prices of food items have not gone down as it been said. I used to buy a bag of local rice from Kura market. 100 kilograms is sold at a rate of 109,000 naira there, but we sell it here at the rate of 112,000 naira. A major is sold at 2,800. The prices keep increasing.
There is a call for the Nigerian government to match words with action to alleviate the sufferings of most Nigerians.
Joining us now on the morning show is Professor Patu Tomi, a Nigerian professor of political economy and management expert. Good morning, Prof. Thank you for joining us on the morning show.
Very good morning to you, Ruby.
Well, Prof, first let me ask you, how did we get here? You know, if you look at the Naira is on a free fall. The economy is this way, that way. I mean, you are the expert. How do we save the Naira to start with? How do we save the economy? How did we get here?
Yeah, how we got here was very clear, was very simple. I could have told you, and I think I did tell you years ago that we will get here. So there's no surprise at all about where we are. I saw it coming. We just kept going the wrong way and just fastidiously pursued what will get us into the ditch. Anyway, that's not so much what we should be dealing with today as to what we can do to get out of where we are. I told you, Ruby, many, many years ago, I think, that the dirigist policies that were being pursued by the previous regime, the enthronement of, I would like to use that word. Anyway, let's use the positive instead of the negative part of it. The fact that merit became a joke in Nigeria. People who man positions did not man them out of competence. They man them out of nepotistic reasons for being there. Just made us continue to make the wrong choices. And anybody who knows about these things would know that we'll end up where we are. And then the response, when they tried to deal with it to correct, they didn't, they overplayed their hands because of other pressures on them, legitimacy type issues and all of that. But we are where we are. My first suggestion is that we stay from panicking. Because what happens in this kind of circumstance is that the panic, they throw all kinds of policies that won't work. And then you go into a downward spiral. We must calm down, look at the fundamentals. Why do we have these problems? Don't get rushed into a push from outside by people who don't feel the pressure, but don't get cornered into people who just react. Oh, no. Those outsiders don't know what they're talking about. This is not what you do. Just calmly look at what your national strategy should be and systematically implement. Now let's come down to food prices, which your report has just indicated. The reason that food prices are the way they are is significantly because we're not producing food. You know, the farms have been abandoned by farmers who feel insecure. That's a critical reason. How do you deal with that? There's short term, there's medium term, and long term. Immediate short term, if you want to call it that, is to ensure that whatever they are, grain reserves, all of those, shore up supply, immediate supply. But immediately you begin to deal with that. Look, rain season has just started. The rains are pounding my roof as we speak. We must mobilize every kind of security force available. I'm glad that they have come to state policing finally. I think we should even cascade further down. Strengthen local militia, whatever they call them, vigilante or whatever. Assure farmers that they are safe. Move all this militia, even soldiers, into the farms. Protect the farms and say to them, the legumes, the things that will be harvested in 3 months, heat, produce, and that will be one immediate thing. And we have to deal with this like almost Operation Feed the Nation. It has both the symbolic power and the real effect of output. So let the country know that we are in the moral equivalence of a war. And let all hands literally get on deck in an organized manner, almost like an army on the march. And we will get food out. The example effect will lead to prices beginning to calm and all of that. Then we begin to implement the medium term and the longer term measures. Exchange rates. People are fussing over exchange rates. We're going to borrow $1.3 billion today to shore up the Naira. Meaningless. You will shore it up for 2-3 weeks, then you will take another dip. It's just like watching George Soros going after the ringgit Malaysia in 1997. And look at the way Mahathir responded to it, with calmness, with firm view of what they were doing and what they wanted to accomplish. That's what we must do now. We should not be panicking and rushing and borrowing 1.3 billion here, 3 billion there to shore up the Naira. We should realize that the Naira is tumbling because we have not been producing for years. It's been looking at us. Now we have the capacity, again, like an army on the march, to really move into production. But we have to have a strategy. Take our factor endowments. Okay, this part of the country is strong here in terms of its endowments. That part of the country is strong there. And literally organize, I mean, again, let me keep using this metaphor of an army. Organize with, industry clusters for young people moving there, the incentives, and try and take on specific value chains. Use limited industrial policy. Clearly, I am not suggesting what some people are rushing into, return to import substitution type, general tariff protection. Those don't work. You will create permanent infant industries. You must take our latent comparative advantage on particular value chains and really aim to dominate those value chains, beginning from the education of people around there. My favorite example, and I'm sure you've heard this several times, if you move into the Niger, the North Central, sesame seeds growing in the wild, they're using the thing to make soup. Now, very deliberately, primary education in their curriculum, how do you improve the yield in sesame seed production? In just about every product, Nigeria's yield per hectare is a very small fraction of that of Egypt, of South Africa, of other African countries. What are the reasons why our output is so poor and so low? We intervene through massive education. Take young people, put them in apprenticeship, literal apprenticeship schemes with backups of entrepreneurship training. And we will see that in a few years, or you will see massive turnaround. I go back to use as example what happened to Nigeria between 1957 and 1960 with industrialization. Look, colonial Nigeria did not industrialize Nigeria at all. I mean, literally, there were, I think, only 2 factories or whatever. by 1956 in Nigeria. But when self-government came, the new leaders realized that industrialization was very important. Before you knew it, we had all these farm settlements picking up everywhere, all aimed at industrial production. We had very fast investments in industrial estates, beginning with the Ikeja here, through Aba, Tansamadi, Kakuri. Hey, go and read Irene's Son and where she wrote about the textile industry in Kaduna and how it ascended with Hong Kong Chinese. In 1960, manufacturing output was 20% of GDP from out of nothing, literally 4 years before. We can do that again. But those who provide leadership must eat a humble pie. Politicians must behave themselves. They have acted irresponsibly as far as the future of Nigeria is concerned. The politicians are the mess that Nigeria is suffering. Right. We've got to make them realize that. Get out of those funny Mercedes-Benzes and SUVs you are buying. By golly, go around in some small car. You don't deserve it. And let's use the resources of this country to ratchet up production and get the people of Nigeria able to feed themselves and make progress.
Thank you so much, Professor Utomi, for that. And just taking us through some of the things that ought to be done and must be done, and even going into education, catching them young, the curriculum, agriculture. I remember it used to be one of the compulsory subjects, but people have talked about the quality of the teaching and even the practical of it, and if that's still being upheld in today's school. But let's talk about, you said something really important. One of the first things to do when faced with this kind of crisis is don't panic, not to panic. However, some people might say that some of the reactions of this administration has been knee-jerk, just responding to try to fix the issues. So I'd like you to examine some of them, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this. One of which, just an announcement that following a meeting by the Ministry of Finance and coordinating meeting, Minister of the Economy, there's a proposal to restart the direct cash transfer program, which is part of the efforts of this administration to alleviate, or at least to support the most vulnerable in terms of those who are living in poverty and perhaps being able to afford to buy this food that we're talking about. What's your take on this? Because the previous administration was criticized for the way in which they managed or handled the direct cash transfer. In some instances, it's said to be quite opaque. The process is not transparent. In other instances, it said it is necessary at this point because people are desperate and we need an immediate response in the initial sense before we begin to talk about more medium to long-term responses. What's your thoughts on this?
I totally and absolutely agree. The problem with the conditional cash transfers was how the Buhari administration administered it. I mean, I'm sure many of you heard the former Vice President Oshibajo repeatedly make the point in public speeches that I was responsible for that policy and that it was written in my house. I mean, he said it several times. Bossa Familia proved a remarkable tool that Inácio Lula da Silva used to turn things around in Brazil. I know it can work. It is the nepotism and the unseriousness of the previous administration that made it look as bad as it turned out. We can do it differently. If we learn from the Brazil experience, if we forget our nepotistic ways, look, we've got to a point where we should have no shame. Turn some kind of activity over to Deloitte and these kinds of people to run for us and ask that a system of governance be put in place to ensure they get to those you want to affect. The point of conditional cash transfers is the conditional. It's not just the cash. What they do, what they do triggers further economic growth. This is what is so important about those conditional cash transfers. And I think they can effectively implement it if they don't get into these politics and sharing money and this minister, that minister. That's what ruined the system. It worked in Brazil. It can work here. So I agree with you. it's knee-jerk, or if we enter it, we cancel it. No. Let's just be honest and work for our people and stand by our people and stand for our people. Politicians can't use every policy to want to make their bottom lines. And some people should shut up. Then I'm saying it again. Somebody should tell God to shut up. He should not talk anymore. If he doesn't know what to say, he should shut up. You know?
Okay, Prof, I can see you're really upset this morning, Prof. Prof, I mean, I totally subscribe to all the things you said. You know, as regards politicians, they are the big problem. But also Nigerians too are the problem, apart from politicians. I mean, I can stretch the conversation further for you. Michael Okpara oversaw massive development in the East. After the Civil War, when Dr. Michael Okpara got back home, he was a pauper. He was a poor man. He could have stolen billions. But Michael Okpara had nothing. And this was a man that oversaw the Eastern region's development. But he was poor because he was honest. So we see things like that, but you can't compare with a politician today. I would like to get your opinion on something. Yeah. Former President Yakubu Gowon was saying today that, oh, give the president time. And he was trying to liken it to his own time. And I tried to bring an exception that said, I disagree with former President Yakubu Gowon because when he ran the Civil War, he had a leadership and a steady head to run the economy like Obafemi Awolowo. That Nigeria went into a war and we didn't incur a lot of deficit. In fact, we're so bullish that Awolowo could bring us out of the Sterling Union after the war and created a new currency. So, what would you say as regards the economic management? Do we have resolute hands the like of them, Obafemi Awolowo, and how can we get them? Not hands that will say that the value of the naira is 700, the fair value, and today we are going to close to 2,000. And secondly, I also want to ask, you said we should not have a knee-jerk reaction. So should we leave the naira to continue to slide the way it is, or we should, hold it where we can until we fix these fundamentals? Because I'm happy you talked about George Soros and how Mahathir treated him with the ringgit, but you also remember how Britain plunged about 14 billion in 1992 to be able to stem the tide of the destruction of their pound sterling. So nations too have to defend. In 1964, America and a couple of other countries had to give Britain about 3 billion to be able to stem the fall of the pound when they still had the gold standard. So at some